All right. I think the YouTube streams are both up. I'm going to go live on TikTok. There we go. We should be live on TikTok, friends. Let me double check that the feed's up. Good to see everyone. Hey, friends, it's Friday night, so you know what's happening tonight. It's Friday night barbecue time. We're going to be doing the thing. Appreciate everyone being here. I think we'll have a lot of fun. Friday nights are usually pretty wild. Although our Wednesday night stream was pretty wild as well. We had some pretty interesting guests. So I'm sure we'll have some other interesting ones tonight. That certainly seems to be the case for most Friday nights. I think we got Dalton with us already. What's up, Dalton?
Hey, bud. Dude, I
Good to
am
see you.
almost at 600 subscribers
Hell
already
yeah,
on YouTube.
buddy.
It is, yeah, which is all I'm mostly giving credit to you for that, by the way.
We're gonna get you guys. We got to get him over 1,000 so he can get the YouTube monetization and reap the benefits of putting out videos. But let me grab. We've got 4 super chats, and then we've got 2 people that were already waiting in the YouTube queue before the stream even started. So we'll grab them, and then we'll grab Saint from a TikTok queue. Jarek, my friend, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I can't watch live, so just popping in to say hi and wish you happy cooking. I'll catch up tomorrow. How's Pie doing? Rock hard for Doug and sinfully wait for Sharon. Well, Pie is doing well. He's finally back to his old self. He's sleeping a little bit more still, but that's to be expected. But he's finally back to his old self. He's jumping on things. He's cuddling with everybody in sight. So he's doing really well. I appreciate the concern, though. And Jarek, thank you for gifting out a gifted DZ Debate memberships. I appreciate that. The Viking Chef, great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat, my friend. Says, have a great cook. Getting late here in the UK. We'll watch or catch the live tomorrow. Michael Douglas starred with Sharon Stone in Basic Instinct. I did not know that they paired up. The prophecy of Doug was foretold. Keep those religious aromas cooking. Simply went for Sharon and rock hard for Doug. I'm tickled that they actually paired up in a movie. I had no idea. Now I have to watch it. It's clearly a prophecy of Doug. Thank you for that information, my brother Prophet. And Adam Brown, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat, my friend. Says Mount Rushmore of sugar-free sodas. Mine is A&W Root Beer, Dr. Pepper, Fanta Orange, and Coke. Also subbed to Dalton. Hey, cutie, stay in rock hard for Doug. I think he's saying you're cute, Dalton. Yeah, buddy, look at
I've
you.
been I've been getting that a lot. Thank you.
Hell yeah. All right.
It's all
There's
the sugar-free sodas.
there's enough Dalton to go around, friends. Don't worry. Uh, Adam, on my Mount Rushmore of sugar-free sodas, I think it's Dr. Pepper Zero Strawberry is number one, and then I like all of the vanilla zeros. Any vanilla zero, I really enjoy. NoCo, great to. Oh yeah, what's that, bud?
I am favoring the zero cherry. I like a cherry soda.
Zero cherry's good. Noko, my friend, great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Big W friend says, hey, Justin, how's the shrine for Doug going? Hopefully we get some people that can answer yes or no questions tonight. But we'll most likely end up in pretzels. Rock hard for Doug. Yeah, that is the case. And I'm hoping to work on the shrine tomorrow on Saturday on my day off. We'll see how far we can get. So it should be good. But we're coming, Noko. We're coming. But you won't be able to see it until another 2 or 3 weeks from now when or another week or so when I host on AXP because I got the green screen blog and everything right now. Connor, thank you so much for the super chat. It says shilling for Dalton and his new YouTube channel. He's got great content coming out. Good to see everyone tonight. Cheers, Sliante. Did I say that right? I'll never pronounce that right.
Yeah, again, I very appreciate it. Guys, if we get past 1,000 subscribers, maybe I can get. I know you're all complaining about my microphone. We'll get there, guys.
We will. I got to send you a microphone. Cameron, thank you so much for the $10 super chat, my friend. Cameron says, "Hello, sir." Well, hello to you, friend. Appreciate being here. All right, let's get our first guest in here. It looks like it's going to be Talon from the YouTube queue. Give me 1 second to make sure hardware is good, and we should be good to go. How are you doing, Talon? Talon? No longer present. Anything? I don't know if your microphone works. Do you, do you, hold
I'm
on.
good. Can you hear me?
Sorry, your microphone does work. My microphone was turned off, which means you couldn't hear me. It's turned on now. Can you hear me now, Talon? Where'd he go?
I heard him for a second, but he was really quiet.
It was really quiet. Now he's gone. He's not talking. Okay. Well, Talon, come on back if you get the opportunity. We're going to move on to the next guest, Lumi, in the guest queue from YouTube. Lumi, welcome in. Lumi, you're right now. Your microphone's muted, Lumi. If you're talking, we can't hear you because your microphone hardware's muted. Lumi. A lot of success here early on. Okay, well, come on back if you get the opportunity, Lumi.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
All right. Well, Talon came back. So give him another chance here.
To talk. I'm not sure
How
if
you
it
doing,
would work.
Talon?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. It's a little bit quiet. Can you get closer to the microphone?
I'm using a headphone. I'll move it a little bit closer to my
Oh,
mouth.
that's
Is that
better.
better? I
That
can
is better.
also
Yeah.
I can turn the volume up a little bit on it. I just didn't want it to be overloaded. Is that better?
Yeah, that's better. There's a little bit
Okay.
of background noise, but I can turn on the noise suppression. It should fix that.
Okay.
So, Talon, are you at least 18, and do you believe in a god or multiple gods?
I am over 18. I have a God belief. I have actually a couple of arguments I would like to present. They are two premises and a conclusion, and I hope they might actually be novel. You might not have heard them before,
I
although
love
you're
a novel argument. Okay, I got the
okay.
notepad ready. Let me get the
Okay.
notepad up.
Before I
And
present them, I would like to lay just a little bit of groundwork, tell you where I'm coming from, and kind of define some terms. Is that okay?
sure.
All right. So I am, in general terms, I am an atheist. I've watched a lot of atheist experience. I like your content. You're really an expert on the Bible. Gutsick Gibbon, Planet Peterson, all that stuff. I love it.
Okay, so you're not a theist?
Well, I am. I have a God belief, but I'm not. I don't. I think all the religions, man-made religions, are pretty much all bullshit. So even though you're an expert on the Bible, it's not going to apply here because I can say that if the Bible is written by men, the slavery is wrong. The God of the Old Testament is a prick. So
So are you atheist or are you a theist?
kind of both. I
Well, you can't be both. You got to pick
yeah.
one or the
Uh,
other.
I'm an atheist in regards to every God belief except for the one I'm about to present. How about that?
Okay, so you're not an atheist. You are in fact a God believer. You just don't believe in the formalized version.
That's correct. We can, for simplicity, we can say that I'll pretty much be arguing for a deist position.
Fair enough. Okay, so is it a deistic or a theistic position?
I'll just let me just get it out there so that and we can go from there. But first, like I said, I do want to define a couple of terms. First, you would agree that not all God concepts are triomni, like the Greek gods, the Hindu gods. They're
Right.
very
Yep.
very powerful beings, but not triomni. Okay, and also you're aware of like the simulation hypothesis that the universe could just be a simulation that's being run by somebody. And there's no way to it's unfalsifiable or at least
Yeah,
unfalsified.
but we have no reason to tie, even if simulation theory was true, we have no reason to tie it to a deity.
I'm not. In
Also,
fact, that would be a reason to say that the universe could be created by something that is not triomni, because like the creators of say Grand Theft Auto 5, they're not triomni, but they created a simulated reality, a very
I
crude one.
I thought they had already dismissed simulation theory because the amount of energy it would take to simulate a world like ours is beyond anything. It's impossible.
No, it's not. It's not. In the future, if there are highly advanced civilizations, it's likely that they would simulate universes, run historical simulations. In fact, we're already running simulations now. They're just not very good. You know, they're not complete. But anyway, my only point there was that if that was the case, the universe could be created by a being, but that being wouldn't necessarily be Triomni either.
Sure. James, thank you for the $10 over Venmo. I really appreciate that. So is your argument going to include simulation theory?
No, not really. But I just wanted to bring that up. I'll go ahead and I'll put it out there right now. Premise 1, technology is power.
What does that mean?
It means, technology gives us the ability to speak over great distances, to cure diseases, to travel to the moon. It's literally it is what it is. Technology is power.
It gives us a great ability to do things.
Yes, absolutely.
Premise 2.
Premise 2, technology is on an exponential growth curve. It is growing exponentially.
Do you think it's going to do that forever?
Well, that's not proven yet, but it's a trend that has held for the entirety of human history up until the present.
Okay, yeah, I agree. Technology is exponential, so is the stock market.
That's not the same thing, but okay. I mean, we could address it because technology creates its, like most, a more probably apt comparison would be like insect populations, how they boom and bust, but they rely on resources that run out, and technology actually creates its own resources instead of consume. Yes, it does. It absolutely does. It absolutely does. It does.
It's not true.
Like solar power.
So it's not true, and it's also not necessary to the argument, and you're in the wrong place, Talon, to talk over me. So I'm sure at your Thanksgiving dinner, when people start talking and it makes you uncomfortable, you just talk really fast and really loud, but that's not going to work here. So if you want to have an adult conversation, you got to let me speak on my own platform, okay?
Yep, I'm happy to let you speak.
Okay.
Yep, but yeah, so it does, though. It does create new resources. Solar power is an example. So is gas and electricity. You know, those didn't exist a couple hundred years ago. They're created by the technology.
No,
it did, though. I mean, well, our access to it did. Our access.
It's a new technology. Technology didn't create technology. Human beings created new technology. But is this fundamental to the argument?
It is. Well, because that's premise 1 and premise 2. The conclusion is that that it leads to infinite power, or at least power without bound.
Well, you can't establish that your conclusion follows.
How does that not follow? Premise 1, technology is power. Premise 2,
because you're limited by physics. Curve.
Premise 3, no. Unfortunately, no.
Do you think we can change the laws of physics? Do you know how the word infinite works?
I didn't say infinite. Well, I did, but I
literally
bounded it. I said without bound, and that is why I
without bound is infinite.
Yes, without bound, and that's why I made the definition.
Bounds.
That's why I qualified that not all gods are triomni.
Okay, so then your conclusion is false because you don't have infinite or unbounded possibilities. You're always limited by laws of physics.
That's not applicable to what's happening. You haven't made an argument that technology is going to stop growing exponentially.
I don't have to.
At what point do you
have to support the premise? You have to support the premise, or actually the conclusion, rather. You have to support the conclusion that technology will infinitely provide ability, and it simply won't, because you're always going to be limited by the actual laws of nature.
And so what limit are you proposing?
The laws of nature, anything.
Where do you think?
There's limits to how fast you can travel. There's limit to how much density you can fit into a given space. There's always going to be a limit in physics, which means you can't have infinite ability.
Well, that's why I made the earlier qualification. I'm saying functional. Like if you have the ability to do anything you want, if you can materialize nearly, basically any object that you request. If I say, materialize a pen, materialize a soda, if I can make anything you want, that's pretty high level of power. That's above Odin. right?
No one's disagreeing that being able to create things is not like powerful or a really cool ability.
Hmm.
That has nothing to do with the divine nature, has nothing to do with the deity, has nothing to do with Odin, has literally nothing to do with being God. And it's also just not true that you
It
would
is
end
true.
up with, it's not true. It's just not true that you can have exponential technology improvements and then human beings become gods. That's silly.
Well, the okay, well, the history of
This is
technology
this is
disagrees
like
with that, because
yeah.
up until now it
Well,
has been
that's
exponential. At what point do you think it is going to stop, and what's the
it
mechanism that
will
would cause it to stop?
it will never stop, but that doesn't mean that your ability becomes exponential. There'll be new technologies in different areas, but we're never going to, just because technology grows doesn't mean we're going to get the ability to do anything we want to. We'll still be limited by physics.
That's absolutely what it means.
It doesn't. Okay. Well, it's
It
okay if you
does.
don't know how physics works. I recommend going back and finishing junior high. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I was hoping.
Yeah.
So
I'm not going to do any
actually,
more of that.
just for reference, everyone, there's a paper written by Franco Vaz, a senior researcher at the University of Bologna in Italy, and it is on the astrophysical constraints on the simulation hypothesis for this universe, why it is impossible that we live in a simulation. So,
Yeah. So I mean, the biggest issue is simulation. He didn't really go to the simulation, although I think deep down he wanted to. Is if you have one simulation, even if you could prove that there was one simulation, there's no reason to think that there's not a second simulation that caused the first simulation, and you end up with an infinite regress of simulations till you run out of universal energy. It's just a silly premise altogether. It doesn't like it only works as like a shower thought. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Anyways, let me grab a couple of super chats. Edward, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says only want to stay atheist because you want to sin. Not the case, actually, but well, heck yeah, let me go and covet and pick up some sticks. Praise the infinity of Pebble. That's the craziest thing. People, non-Christians, we left because we wanted to sin. But yeah, like the Bible, God lets you do all kinds of sins. Like and then he punishes you for things that are entirely minor, accidental even. Sudro, good to see you again tonight, says to even say something exists means it has location in space and time, or space-time, or is space-time itself, making most definitions of God logically impossible. Simply what for shared. Couldn't agree more. One of my first TikTok videos I ever made was on this topic, which is saying that something that exists outside of space and time is a meaningless statement. Unashamed says, tighten those apron strings. It's about to get hotter than a Pentecostal potluck. It is. It is. Good to see you, my friend. Thanks for being here. And last one from our friend Carlos. Great to see you, Carlos. Thank you so much for sending out 10 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I super appreciate that, my friend. And we'll grab more super chats after our next guest. I think next in line is going to be Dwight, and then Lumi came back. So we'll grab Dwight, and they'll try Lumi out again, see if Lumi's hardware is working. Welcome in, Dwight.
Hello.
How you doing?
Good. Okay. For your prompt, is it directed towards the Abrahamic religions or just God in general?
It's directed towards whatever your God is. What's your
Okay.
God?
Well, I take the. Sorry about this wind. I take the agnostic standpoint, which is pretty much sitting on the fence.
Okay, so you don't believe in a
Just
specific
kind
God.
of. No. Well, I kind of take the viewpoint like God is incomprehensible. Essentially, all we can kind of gauge is the works of God, so to speak, which once again is kind of sitting on the fence. But I would pose a question to you, like, what standpoint do you take? Are you like an atheist or?
Yeah, I'm an atheist. So what'd be an argument or evidence that would lead one to conclude that God is real?
Intelligent design.
Can you demonstrate
know
that
you're
there
gonna
was a
laugh at
design
this.
in the first place?
Well, the golden ratio is pretty
Oh,
much
God.
a good indicator.
It's
But Professor Stephen Mayer,
Stephen Meyer's a
well-educated
hack.
man.
Do
What?
you
Sorry?
think there's a reason why 99% of the field disagrees with Stephen Meyer?
Well, he kind of goes against the mainstream narrative, so
Yeah,
that's
because he's a
my
hack.
standpoint on it.
Yeah, he's a goof.
He's
like that doctor that
Look.
got on YouTube and said that the vaccines don't work. Yeah, he's a goof.
Here's my rebuttal to intelligent design.
Yeah,
Watch.
look, in terms of his opinions regarding vaccines, that doesn't discredit his theories, because essentially that's what this all is. It's just theories.
All right. Yeah, they're not theories. We're going to talk about like real science. Okay, so let's talk about the intelligent design. What evidence around us would lead us to believe that there was in fact intelligent design?
Reoccurring patterns.
Reoccurring patterns are signs of intelligence? How? Connect those dots for me.
Well, obviously, okay, connect them. That's a pretty broad question, but essentially, I'll just go back to Stephen Meyer. His
I don't
work.
care what Stephen Meyer says. Just give me the argument. No one cares about appeals to authority.
Well, I have to kind of base my theory off evidence. So,
but just
I would
give the
refer
theory.
back to.
Just give the theory, then we'll talk about the evidence.
Oh, well, in terms of DNA, I assume you take the standpoint that it's all random and that this just happens by chance. But he's kind of gone into great detail.
I have no idea why you would think that I believe that. I don't think that at all.
Snitches.
Well, I believe I've heard one of your debates once before, and
yeah, I'd love to have a DNA debate with you. What about DNA points to intelligent designer? Because like 3/4 of our DNA is actually non-functional. Do you know what pseudogenes are?
No, like I said, I'm not even qualified to.
Well, why would you bring it up?
So I'm not going to go down that route. I'm just basing.
This is crazy. Why did God design human beings in a way in which like viruses would damage our DNA? Why? What's intelligent about that?
Well, see, now this is where I believe that you're keeping in the mind frame of the Abrahamic religions.
Yeah,
so
I don't actually need the meta. I would need you to answer the question. What's intelligent about the fact that our DNA is so easily damaged that random viruses cause mutations?
Well, once again, I'm unable to answer that question. That's like,
yeah.
Or how about that?
This is why I go back to the agnostic standpoint. Like,
DNA
we as
is
humans
replicated so poorly. There's DNA polymerase II, which primarily replicates DNA. It can't really go back and fix its mistakes in like a perfect way. If it doesn't catch its mistake the first time, it just leaves it there for other proteins to deal with. And we have like 5 different polymerases, and one of the polymerases, which is supposed to be corrective when there's DNA damage, can actually cause even more damage. So there's that.
Yeah, like scientific, you've probably heard there's all kinds of immunocompromises and autoimmune deficiencies where like when people get sick, their body attacks the wrong thing. Do you think that was a part of intelligent design?
There was a Nobel Prize that was just won for that, by the way, with regulatory T cells.
Well, if you want my personal belief on why we have diseases and whatnot, obviously we mix our food and whatnot with chemicals.
Oh, no. Do not say that. Nope, about 58%. Nope, about 58%. Nope, shush. Nope, 58% of cancers are caused by somatic cell mutations, which are random. You cannot say that. I can give you the study if you'd really like. Would you like
Are you done now? Like, I can.
Well, because
are you going to respond to it?
Cancer doesn't come from food. Cancer does not come from food.
I was in the middle of responding to.
Cut you off, that's
I was in the middle of responding to something else, and then I was rudely interrupted.
Because that is harmful misinformation that quite literally spreads dogma and blame onto the cancer patient. So that's why I'm not letting you finish that.
Well, no, it's actually proven that the food that we eat is actually a big cause of a lot of the diseases.
It's less than 40% of the cause.
Okay, well, what cancer, really? Because there is multiple, and they all have completely different causes.
So
the sun gives you cancer. Disease. Do you think it was wise for the creator to make it so that the sun would give us cancer?
Well, everything in moderation.
But no, you can't help it. A lot of people get sun cancer and they barely spend any time outside.
Just so you know, 58% of cancers are not
But the same
preventable
sun that
and due to
causes
random mutations.
the same sun that causes you cancer also essentially keeps you alive.
I know, that's the fucking problem. You need it to keep you alive and it gives you cancer. This is
Well, in some
intelligent
cases.
design to you. It sounds like a buffoon. A buffoon would do that. Imagine like
You're kind
making baby formula, shaking up the baby formula, and then at the very end just putting a little cyanide in there. What a maniac.
Once again, I think you're keeping the mindset of the Abrahamic gods, the Abrahamic God.
No,
sorry.
I'm not.
Um,
I didn't mention the Abrahamic God at
you
all.
are,
I'm judging the reality we have now. You're saying that there's intelligent design. I'm looking around and said, if this is design, whoever designed it is a buffoon. They're an idiot.
I'm not implying that there's some guy or girl or whatever up in the sky tinkering with things. That's where I believe.
You
Like,
said
you
intelligent
can't,
design. Were we designed?
Yes.
That's what I'm addressing. I didn't say anything about anyone floating in the skies. If this is intelligent design, then whoever did it is a dullard. They're not smart. Or they're vicious. Could be that they're just vicious and they love the carnage. Do you think God loves carnage?
Well, I don't know. You're asking pretty basic level questions here. I think you're intelligent enough to know that no one has the answer to those.
You certainly don't have the answer. Because we weren't intelligently designed.
Exactly
What we
my
see
point.
around us is exactly what we would expect if, in fact, evolution was true, not if we were intelligently designed. In fact,
now you're going
all
off on
the data,
evolution,
all the data we have correlates with evolution, not intelligent design.
Wow, evolution. So you actually align with evolution.
Yeah.
Sorry. Sorry.
Wow.
All
Okay,
of
so
biology
that would-
does. Did you want to appeal to Stephen
Wow.
Meyer again?
Okay, so I'll just use your own theory, right? In terms of evolution, then there would be a de-evolution, essentially.
No,
No.
there's
So
no such thing
in
as
terms
de-evolution.
allow me to finish. So
That's not
therefore,
how
in
evolution
terms of
works.
disease,
That's not
quiet
how
woman.
evolution works.
In terms of
What do you think de-evolution even
in
means?
terms
Dwight?
of your
There's no such thing as
theory of
de-evolution.
disease,
I know there's no such thing. Dwight,
Well-
pay attention. What do you think when you say de-evolution? What do you even think that means?
Well, obviously, evolution implies that things are progressing.
No, that's
Right?
not what it
No.
implies. No.
Things are changing.
You,
Oh,
you
well-
don't no. So evolution.
So therefore, wouldn't
is-
things
Well,
change for the
let-
worse?
let-
No.
Can you let me explain what evolution is? Because clearly you
Well,
don't
what do you mean,
understand.
though? How can you say?
Dwight,
I'm
if
not
you
gonna
pay
explain
That's not
attention,
what
you'd actually
evolution
get the
is.
answer.
Okay, so evolution is on the basis of random mutations. These mutations can be deleterious or they can be progressive in terms of making our lives better, but it's not a pick or choose. Our bodies don't pick or choose. That's the reason why diseases like Huntington's disease still exist. It's also the reason why cancers still exist. So mutations occur randomly, and these mutations can be passed down from parent to offspring. And it doesn't really matter whether those are deleterious or whether they're beneficial for the organism. The thing is there's natural selection pressure. So the reason why not everyone in the population has Huntington's disease is because Huntington's disease is fatal. So the people who have it are less likely to pass down their genes. That's not necessarily saying that those individuals devolved. They still
Well,
have a
no, people with
mutation.
Huntington's disease won't
you let me
reproduce
finish?
because
Can
they
you let me
understand
finish?
that their
Can you let me
offspring are
finish?
going to
Can you
inherit
let
the
me finish?
disease.
Dwight, did you
Please
even
let
hear
me
No,
what
because
you
you're
said?
speaking a lot of jargon here. It's just a lot of jargon. You're not really saying
Nothing,
anything.
Study it.
nothing in there was jargon.
I
No,
Nothing in
the
there was
whole
jargon.
thing is jargon.
Is deleterious a difficult word for you?
The point I'm trying to make here
I think you're in
is
the wrong place
you-
if deleterious is a problem for you.
you're using disease as your standpoint, God does not
I can also
exist. But
talk
then
about
you're
the
using
Palmaris longus.
but then you're
I can
using
talk about the
evolution.
Palmaris longus.
You contradict yourself.
Dwight, you
can
don't even
talk
know
about
what
the
a contradiction
Palmaris
is.
Well,
All
considering
she
that
was
you've spent
all
your
she
whole,
was doing was
considering you
addressing
spent your
all
whole
she was
life.
doing was addressing the claims about evolution, right? That's what she's talking about.
You
She was
you
specifically
guys are the ones that
correcting.
reference
She was
evolution.
specifically correcting the problem that you have, which is you don't know what evolution is. You think that there's going to be a de-evolution, which isn't true. Which is why she was
Well,
saying what she was saying. So she was specifically
in
addressing
the
a specific
context
point,
that
which is about de-evolution, a word that you haven't even defined. I'm willing to bet you don't even know what it's supposed to mean. But the reality is, there's no such thing as de-evolution because evolution is not a progression. There's no endpoint. It's just a change over time.
And can I provide a quick example of this?
so
Because I actually
therefore
have a better example.
by your own theory, like as your so-called jargon
Okay,
scientist
can
just
I
said,
provide a good example of this?
wow.
So, wisdom
Please
teeth.
just monologue some more.
I'm not monologuing, I'm giving you a good example of this. So,
Oh,
wisdom teeth are not necessarily quote unquote beneficial for us. In fact, when we have wisdom teeth, there's an increased risk of like wisdom teeth infections because they press up against our other teeth in our mouth. So, over time, our jaws are getting thinner and more people every generation are born without wisdom teeth. This is an example of how maybe these wisdom teeth were beneficial for our common ancestors and the ancestors before those ancestors, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're beneficial to us now. And so it's being selectively pressured out of our population. That's not necessarily saying that wisdom teeth are always going to cause problems. It doesn't mean that we're devolving because we're losing this feature of our body. It's just something that's occurring as a selective pressure due to our environment. So, and I would be darned to see the statistics showing that individuals in first world countries where they have access to removal of wisdom teeth, they're more likely to have a population with a higher prevalence of people with wisdom teeth compared to those in third world countries where if you have a wisdom tooth and you get an infection, you're shit out of luck and you're more likely going to pass away. While in those first world countries, you have
So
access to antibiotics and
scientific.
surgery.
Sorry to interrupt. Are you like what qualifications do you have to speak on this? Because
I'm a
you
master's
speak
student
about
in
a lot of.
physiology with a bachelor's of science. So I am a master's student
Okay,
currently
so
in graduate school.
yeah, okay, you're a student, so like you're learning,
No,
but
I'm
In
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 graduate
graduate
terms of it,
school.
school. Do you know
you
what
seem to
graduate
Graduate
school
speak
is?
school,
about like a lot.
Dwight, do you know
You
what
seem to
graduate
speak
school
about
is?
well, obviously, but allow me to finish. Like you
Okay,
seem to
so
speak about a lot of topics,
she's
but
already
you're not
obtained her 4-year
qualified.
degree. She is qualified.
he is so threatened
Well, no.
by a woman who is so much
I
smarter than
know.
him.
Yeah.
I also did a 2 year or a year and a half post bac alongside my last year of research in my senior year. So I have about 2 years of research under my belt right now.
2 years.
He's puckering hard every time she talks.
Yeah, yeah, it's 2 more years than you, Dwight.
Yeah, 2 more years than
The
you,
point I'm
Ben.
trying to make
Yeah,
is you're
Dwight, what are
speaking
your
about a lot of things that
qualifications?
you're not qualified
She
in
is
any of those.
qualified. What are your qualifications, Dwight?
Well, this isn't about me. This is about the topic.
Well, you brought up qualifications. Are you qualified to talk about this topic?
I won't speak on something I'm not qualified.
I think
Oh,
what
well,
Dwight
you brought up evolution. You're the one that brought up
I think
evolution.
Well, no. Matter of fact, you
I
guys brought it up.
No,
I
you
think
brought
what
up
Dwight
that
You started.
a bad talking
You
point
started
about evolution. You
referencing.
said that evolution is eventually going to lead to de-evolution. That was your talking point, which she's been addressing the entire time. This entire time has been
She's
addressing the
been
bad
speaking
talking
a lot
point
of
that
jargon.
I know words are hard for some people. I get it. I know. Not all of us actually graduated and took English in school. But you're from the UK. Didn't you take English?
Australia, close enough.
Oh yeah, sorry. You guys take English in Australia, so you at least know grammar. You should know these basic words.
Well, the point I'm trying to make is like you were referencing like why we have disease and whatnot, but then you go and reference evolution,
I
and then
was
you
talking
say,
about
oh,
wisdom teeth as an
see, this is what I
example
mean.
of
Yeah,
Not
why
Dwight-
even 10
evolution is
seconds.
Dwight has no idea
Not
what
even
came
10
out of your
seconds.
mouth, Snitch. He wasn't even listening.
That's hilarious. Like
I
I
believe
wasn't
she
even
just wants
talking
to
about disease
monologue.
just now.
Dwight,
So, like, I was given,
were you
like,
gonna address
not even
anything that she
5
said, or are you
seconds
just
to
gonna
ex-
pivot to a new point? You know how frustrating it is to have a conversation with someone who can't actually follow the conversation. They just pivot from one thing to another. This is what happens when people panic.
I'm
When they're in
trying
a
to
discussion and they know their talking points don't work, they just panic by jumping from one topic to another.
I'm trying to explain, but I get interrupted every 5
Explain
seconds.
what? What are you
so-
trying to explain?
Are you going to allow me, or is this going to be just like another monologue?
I'm asking, what are you trying to explain?
Okay, great. Well, in terms of evolution, like you guys had brought up, and then you contradict yourself by saying, "Oh, well, why is there disease?"
Try this again.
Originally,
the question is, what were you trying to explain, Dwight?
Wow. Okay, I'm just trying to like provide some context.
We don't need a background on the
place.
conversation. We were all here for the conversation.
Okay,
the question is, what were you what are you trying to explain? What is the topic that you want to explain?
Well, originally it was intelligent design, and then you went on to disease, and then you brought up evolution. So your evolution pretty much proves or answers your question in terms of disease.
Yeah, evolution does. Evolution accounts for it beautifully. Your God doesn't. See, evolution has answers that are coherent and actually agree with the science. God doesn't. What's one testable hypothesis that God has ever gotten you to?
If you choose to breed with somebody that
okay,
has
we'll try
disease,
this again, Dwight. What's one novel prediction and hypothesis that God has given you that we've proven true?
Wait, say that again.
What is one novel, testable prediction in science that we got from God that has proven to be true?
Well, all I can really go off is recurring patterns and intelligent design. Essentially, the golden ratio.
Just reassert the conclusion.
The rest,
oh no!
The rest
Maybe
is
if
theory.
I reassert the conclusion, the premises will just come out of thin air. Okay, so you didn't actually support. Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to say, like, you know, what's really, really ironic is that you're talking about reoccurring patterns. Not a single unless you have a twin, not a single person's genome is a recurring pattern.
That is accurate. That's a twin myself. Okay, so Dwight, it sounds like you don't have an argument. You came in with intelligent design. You haven't done a single thing to even attempt to support a claim of intelligent design. Did you have another argument you wanted to try?
I've given you plenty of references. It's not my fault you don't accept them.
I wanted evidence, not references. I'm not going to go look up Stephen Meyer's bad arguments. I've already heard them. I want your bad arguments. Yeah, they're not even hard. I want your bad arguments, not some guy that's not here. I'm not here debating a guy over at the Creation Institute while you're here. I'm here debating you. So I need you to articulate your points.
Well, I would actually question your judgment because after all, you spent your whole life being a biblical scholar, and then all of a sudden you
actually have any points. Okay. Well, we're going to put you down with the children at the children's table, okay? You can go eat with the 10-year-olds, right?
2 points. One, is anyone else convinced that he was lying about not being a Christian?
He was fucking a Christian the whole time.
Oh, yeah. And 2, there's another one of you out there in the world?
Yeah, by the way, I got a twin.
Yeah, holy hell. That's insane.
It's pretty crazy, I know.
If I hadn't known that and had run into your twin out in public, that would have been crazy.
1 is already too much. 2 is just crazy. Let me grab a couple of super chats, and then we're going to get Lumi back in here. Thank you for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships, Noco. I super appreciate that, friend. And John, I love the eye patch. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, we need a Doug AI where people can ask questions about atheism. I mean, if we can have a flaccid Catholic AI, then there's room for something a little harder. Yes. I don't know why I never thought about this. There is a friend in the community that has made a Deconstruction Zone LLM. Like, it's already out there. So let's pound the pavement. Anyone who's good with this technology, let us know. We could develop a Doug AI model and probably integrate it into the Discord. I bet we could definitely make this a reality. This is a good idea. Morgan Fleeman, great name. I love to play on words. Thank you for the super chat. Says, finally, I see you live. See you in Sunday. Yes, I will see you on Sunday as well. Thanks for being here, and thank you for supporting the show. Also, Drew, thank you for being here. Thank you for the super chat, my friend. Says, at some point, we might be able to create a Dyson sphere, but that limits our available energy to our sun, and we still can't exceed the speed of light. That is 100% true. Yeah, I'll never. That first argument was bad. That may be one of the worst arguments I've heard in a long time. Flanker 420, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the $10 super chats. Did you see that we are now getting a Qatari air base? What, in the U.S.? So much for America first. These people are going to get us killed. What are they doing? I will never understand why people trust the doublespeak from this particular administration. Yeah, America first. Let's put Qatari for the right money. We'll put Qatari air bases in the U.S. That makes a lot of sense. Mind Archives, thank you for the super chat. Mind says thank you for your donation, but Mind, thank you for your donation. And Noko, again, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says she owned you, Dwight. She did, Dwight. She cooked you hard. Your goose is cooked. It's probably overcooked. You probably want to throw that one out and try again. Says you should thank her for the education, and I couldn't agree more.
I think what Dwight meant when he said that she doesn't have the she's not qualified. I think what he meant by that was not the right genitals. I think that's exactly what he meant.
Yeah, it seems like if she had a lack of memories, they probably would have accepted her. But what are you gonna do? Misogynists are gonna misogyny. What's the verb for misogyny? Misogynize?
Sounds right to
Misogynistic?
me.
Thanks, Kenneth.
Misogynistic?
The verb. What's the verb for misogyny? It's got to be a verb somehow. We got to. I think.
Misogynistic.
That's the
Well, that's
adjective.
Oh,
I think we need
I'm bad with grammar.
misogynize, I think is the word. Anyways, we'll invent a word if we don't have one. Chip, thank you for the $10 super chat, friend. Says pandemic dentist here. Wisdom teeth do not push on other teeth. They only move due to bone remodeling. I didn't know that. That said, the
Oh,
caller is an Aussie ignoramus. I think the movement of the teeth is probably one of those things that if you're in the field, you know the deep specifics of it, and if you're not in the field, you know the general like gist of it. You know what I mean?
yeah, I was
misogynize
going
is
off
the
of
word.
like what I was like told about, but that's probably like basic class. Like there's a lot of things, especially in STEM, they'll teach it to you in a very hyper simplified way, and then they'll go into detail later on.
Right. Yeah, they want to do a light intro for the noobs before they get into the really good stuff. That's been my experience. Let me grab, friends. I got 3 more super chats, and we're going to get our next guest in here. Hi, Lee. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I don't have anything to say except keep doing what you're doing. I really enjoy your program. Thank you. Well, thank you, Hailey. And I'm lucky that we get to have like really awesome people come up and join in on these conversations that have expertise. And Shozo says, I have nothing to say except thank you. Hopefully we end up in the same cell block in the future. Keep up the good work. That will most likely be the case, actually. And last one for now from our friend Mike. Mike says, y'all 3 plus M's would be the Beatles of deconstruction. And I couldn't agree more. I love M's, but there's so many other great creators out there that hopefully we can highlight all of them. All right, let's try Lumi again. We're going to get Lumi into the conversation. Hopefully Lumi's equipment is working here. Lumi, how are you doing?
Hello.
Oh, it's very quiet. Hold on a second. Can you get closer to your microphone?
I'm very close to the microphone. Can you hear me?
Barely, but I could bump up the audio. Give me a second. Okay, what about now?
Test. 1, 2, 3.
It's much louder now. Yep. Okay, so Lumi, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes and yes.
Cool. And do you believe in a particular God?
I'm a Christian.
Okay. And in your opinion, what would be the most convincing evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Okay. So just very quickly, before we start, I'd just like to say that as a Christian, I've watched some of your videos and I appreciate a lot of the work that you do and that you correct people's sometimes like often misguided views on what the Bible is or how to read it. I think you inform a lot of people, and even though I'm a Christian, I think you do a lot of good work.
Hey, thanks. I appreciate that.
So I've heard that you are more interested in beliefs for a particular kind of deity and not a general notion of God, right?
Well, I don't mind taking like generic arguments for God. Like the only rule that I have here, though, is that people argue for what they actually believe in. Like if you don't believe in a specific God, that's fine. If you do believe in a specific God, but you want to give an argument for a generic God, just be honest about it. And I'm okay with that. Now, if somebody comes up though and like they're clearly a Christian or they're clearly a Muslim and they lie and say I don't believe in this God or I don't have a religion, and I catch them in a lie, then no, I'm not going to let them give me an argument for a generic God because they're up here lying to me.
Okay, yeah, that makes
But
sense.
you came in and told me that you're a Christian already. You probably want to start easy with a generic theistic argument, and that's fine.
Well, I would like to ask if you'd be interested in a discussion about something more specific. It's okay if you're not, but I
Hey,
heard a
hey,
video.
construction. I just wanted to let you know that a lot of people can barely hear.
Oh, I can turn it up louder. Hold on. All right. Now he's really high. He's at 600% now. Let's see if that's any better.
Hello, test, test, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
Better?
That's
Hello?
better.
Okay. TikTok, can you hear him? You can hear him on TikTok? YouTube, can you hear him on YouTube? I think
Test,
we're better
test.
now. Okay. All right. So, Lumi, what argument did you want to lay down?
So I heard you criticize a lot of Christians for the way that they interpret the notion of the law, and when they distinguish between moral law and ceremonial law, and you think that's inconsistent with even what Jesus said, or that Paul and Jesus disagree heavily on this subject. Would you be interested in discussing that, or are you more interested in just arguing for the existence of God?
I mean, I'd rather do an argument for the existence of God. I mean, I'm not opposed to having the Paul and Jesus disagree on the law argument. I've had it 500 times. I'll do it again.
Okay. Um, okay. But you're more okay. I mean, this is your space. I don't want to impose something that's not interesting to you.
Yeah, I mean, how about you give an argument for God, and when we get to the conclusion of that argument, we'll move on to the other point, which is you think that Jesus and Paul don't disagree.
Okay. So the way I came to believe, I came to be a Christian is first I came to believe in the existence of God in a general sense, and only after that did I start investigating how to understand our relationship to this God, and came to believe that Christianity was a good way to understand that. So first, I have to say it was quite a. I'm a philosophy major. I know a lot of people are rolling their eyes already at this, and that was important in the process of my conversion. Let's say, I I I guess I would say the structure of the argument that convinced me is something like a contingency argument that you've probably heard many times, even if not formulated in the exact same way. The notion that there are things that are contingent, and so an explanation for their existence relies on something other than themselves. And that whatever thing explains these contingent things is either contingent or not contingent. If it's still contingent, you ask the same question and you essentially follow the chain. And you either have an infinite regress where there is no fundamental baseline of explanation and everything is sort of hanging in the air, or you end up at something that is not contingent, something that you could call absolute, that explains its own existence. And this
Well,
sort of thing is what
to
I
be
would
sh- to be
initially
sure,
call
God
God.
doesn't explain its own existence. That's the first problem. But the other thing is, I have no reason to not accept an infinite past as well as an infinite future, meaning this an infinite chain of contingencies. I know that you probably took a philosophy class and you feel like you read Thomas Aquinas and now you're convinced that you can't have an infinite regress, but I'm willing to bet $100 you can't actually articulate a good reason why infinite regress is somehow illogical or impossible.
I haven't actually studied Thomas Aquinas. I have no problem with time being infinite toward the future or toward the past. I'm not talking about like temporal causation of first A, then B, then C, then E. It's perfectly possible that that goes on infinitely. I'm talking about something being contingent as requiring a reason for its existence. Like
Yep.
if a chair
Mm-hmm.
is contingent, it's
Yeah.
possible that the chair did not exist, which
Infinite
means that there
chain.
ought to be a reason that it, yeah, an infinite chain.
Yeah.
But
Why
it's
is that?
not,
Why is that
I'm
a
not,
problem?
because I'm not talking about a chain of like temporal events. For example, when you have a formal argument, you
It,
would say that the conclusion is explained by the premises. You need something underlying it to give it an explanation for it being so. And if there is nothing that fundamentally, how do I say, if nothing is self-explanatory, if everything borrows its explanation from something else, where there is no initial point to actually receive a full explanation, I guess the way I would phrase it is, if you have something, let's call it A, and you say this contingent thing A is explained by contingent thing B, the content of the explanation, for us to trust that the A is properly explained by B, we are assuming that B will also be properly explained. Because if I tell you, oh, the reason we have A is that we have B, but we don't actually agree that B is explained, then we actually also lack an explanation for A. So the explanation is sort of borrowed from what came
let me.
before.
It doesn't matter how many words you use for this argument. I'm going to tell you that it's an infinite chain. So just address the infinite chain. That's where we're going to be.
Yeah, the problem with an infinite chain is that fundamentally the explanation that one contingent thing borrows from another will be empty because there is no point where you actually like fully explain anything.
Yeah, it's an infinite chain. Yeah, the thing that causes this thing was caused by another thing prior to it. It's this infinite chain.
Well, I guess I should have
Yeah.
explained something because I'm
That's
working
how
with a premise here.
unbounded. That's how infinity
Yeah,
works. There is no beginning or end. It's infinite.
sure. I guess I'm working with a premise here that I haven't explained, and it's sorry. This was my bad. It is soft. I also accept sort of a soft version of the PSR, which is not necessarily that everything has an explanation, but that when we are comparing different models of the world or different ways, different frameworks for explaining events, if one provides more explanatory power, then we should at least accept that framework while operating in the world. Would you say this is an acceptable principle?
I'd say it's irrelevant. We're talking about infinites right now. Can we try to stay focused?
Well, this would be relevant because I would then argue, if you accepted this principle, that having a self-explanatory point at the beginning of a chain that is not
There's no
infinite
beginning of a chain.
provides more.
There's no beginning of an infinite.
I know. I'm saying if we had a finite chain with a self-explanatory
Why
beginning,
would we think that
that
there's a
would be
finite
more.
chain?
That's what I'm saying. If we had that, I believe
No,
that
I
would
didn't. I don't.
be
I know you already are in the if world. I'm asking why would anyone believe that?
because it would be more explanatory than an infinite regress.
No, infinite regress identically explains with no extra nonsense. Once you add a god as the explanation, you've got all kinds of bullshit assumptions you have to bring into it, especially the Christian God. The Christian God brings in so many dumb assumptions that have no answers. It's the least logical solution to this. Even if you believed that there wasn't an infinite past, it'd be a million times more plausible that there was some like naturalistic prime mover than a god. You like
In
if
short,
if Oz were
I'm not
to be fair,
talking about
what you're
the
doing
past.
is what you're essentially doing is a god of the gaps. You're saying, well, there couldn't be a infinite past, therefore there must be a prime mover. I think the prime mover is God. We have no reason to believe that there's a prime mover. If there was a prime mover, we have no reason to believe that it was intelligent. We have no reason to believe that it was God. That's just what you want it to be. There's no argument for that.
in short,
As I
I think
said,
you're saying
I have
is
no
you're answering a mystery by appealing to a bigger mystery.
as I said before, I have no problem with the idea of an infinite past. I actually think it makes a lot of sense. I'm not talking about a specific event at the beginning of like a temporal chain. I'm talking about an explanatory chain. It's a different kind of thing.
You don't have an explanatory chain. You have an idea that is invented in people's minds, and you're pretending that it solves problems, even though it creates a million new problems. When there's perfectly plausible answers that don't create new problems that are more feasible.
You you said I don't have an explanatory chain. You don't think we're dealing with explanatory chains when we try to explain why things exist?
No, because you create new chains. The minute you inject a god as the beginning of the explanatory chain, you create 4,000 other new chains that need explained. That's why it doesn't meet Occam's razor. It's nonsense. The minute you have to add a god into it to answer the problem, you've just created too many problems. You've created new problems that need answers now.
What sort of problems would be created just by asserting that there is something absolute that explains all contingencies?
Because you would have to explain why the god doesn't have a god that created it, why there's not something else that created it, why is there not infinite regressive gods? Also, why is there only one? Can't there be multiple gods? If there's one god, how do we know that there's not multiples? You believe in a trinity, which is another illogical step that you have to add into the equation. Now we have to throw out the laws of logic because you have to accept the nonsense of the trinity. Like, as soon as you add in the
I would like
Christian
to
God as
address
the answer for anything, it's
point by
ridiculous.
point. So the Christian stuff is something that would come later. Again, that
No,
the
no,
Christian
it doesn't
stuff is
come
not
later.
involved.
Nope. Because
Well,
your
it
solution
comes later
to
here,
the
because I'm not
solution
arguing
to
for
the
the Christian
problem
God.
is the Christian God. Yeah.
Not this specific problem. That's
No,
something
no,
that
no.
comes
Your
later.
your solution to the problem is specifically a Christian God. Keep in mind, Lumi,
Not
I
with
already
this
know you're a
problem.
Christian, which
Yes, I
means the
am a
minute
Christian.
you give me a God hypothesis, I'm going to interject that your God hypothesis brings in more problems than it solves because you believe in a specific God. You could have just said,
Yes,
I
okay,
believe in a
I
deistic
understand.
God. And if all you believed was a deistic God, you could minimize some of the problems that came in with a deistic God, but you don't. You believe in a legitimate, like structured God system, and that brings all kinds of problems with it.
So you pointed out 3 specific problems. I would like to address them one by one. The first one was, if we have this absolute thing, why would we then not have the problem of what would explain that thing beyond it? Well, things either are contingent or are not. So if we are entertaining the
No,
hypothesis of something
I've
that's
never
not
agreed to that,
contingent,
by the way, Lumi.
I know you didn't agree with it. I'm saying if we
So
were to entertain the
I
hypothesis,
don't entertain that. I don't agree with the idea that everything is either contingent or not contingent. I think literally
oh,
everything is contingent.
wait, no, logically speaking, the options are either contingent or not contingent. Even if
No,
you think that nothing
I
that's not
don't think
contingent
I
doesn't
don't
actually
think there's
exist.
something that's not contingent. You would have to support that.
Sure,
I'd be interested whether or
that's
not
not
he
what I'm
could make the
saying.
argument without appealing to ifs.
I mean, entertaining hypotheticals is a pretty standard way of communicating ideas. If I'm not allowed to use ifs, then I'm not allowed to pose any ideas that you don't already believe in.
I don't know what you think he was talking about. Dalton is saying
Maybe I misheard you.
Dalton is saying
I
you
thought you
can't
said
support
I
your
shouldn't use the
Dalton
word
is
if.
saying you can't support your conclusion with an if.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure, it's just part of the argument. Because you posed a
your
specific problem.
the
Well, no,
You
premises
said
the
that accepting the
anything that
existence of
includes
God
an
would
if
bring other
needs its own
problems.
support. That's the point.
Sure,
Anything that starts
but
with an if, it needs its own support already. That's all he's
But
saying.
you
The
pointed
premise-
out
the
specific
premise
problems.
seems
Just,
that you're-
just give the
premise-
argument. I don't want to waste 5 minutes on the word if. Just give the argument.
Yeah, you pointed out specific problems with accepting the God at the beginning of the chain. So I was addressing those problems. I can't address those problems if you were the one who, for me to address those problems, I have to talk as though God were there to explain why I don't think the problems would follow.
Let me just give the argument. This is already the
Okay.
most boring conversation we're going to have all night. I don't want to waste time on meta about the conversation. Just give me the argument.
Okay. So, if we had something that's not contingent at the beginning of the chain, then we would not continue with the problem of requiring something else outside of it to explain it, because it would by definition not be contingent.
Well, one, it's not a problem. Two, you can't support the fact that we need something that's not contingent. Support the idea that there needs to be something that's not contingent.
So my argument would be that the existence of something that's not contingent would be more explanatory than an infinite regress, which I already
It doesn't
know you
explain
disagree with.
anything. Because you think that the thing that is non-contingent is God. So it doesn't have more explanatory power. It has more problems. I could easily just posit there's a supernatural force we don't know about yet. We're going to call it the Zabumafu. And the Zabumafu is something we're going to discover in the future. And it turns out it's the prime mover. It's the thing that's not contingent. No further problems necessary. I don't have to explain bone cancer in children. I don't have to explain trinities. I don't have to explain lies and failed prophecies in a holy book. Way simpler. Why would I not accept the Zabumafu and replace it with the Christian God?
You can call it whatever you like, and then we can move on to the other specific issues you mentioned and how I would address them.
That didn't answer my question. My question is, why would I pick a God over the Zabumafu?
If Zabumafu is some absolute non-contingent thing, then in my view it would fit the definition of a god.
Okay, cool. So if we need something that's not contingent, I'm going with Zabumafu all day. Now, please give
Okay.
me the argument for why we need something that is not contingent, because I have no reason to believe that we need that.
Yeah, so my argument is that we should adopt frameworks that are more explanatory, and that something that's not contingent is more explanatory than
It's
having
not.
only contingent things.
You're just reasserting your conclusion.
Yes.
And you're wrong.
So-
You didn't support your conclusion. Your conclusion is
Okay.
that we need something that is not contingent. You haven't expressed anything about need here. You're just saying that it meets the PSR. It doesn't meet the PSR.
I guess it is difficult to communicate the idea I have in my mind. As some of it is intuitive, and it's hard to communicate the intuition. But I'd like to clarify that when I talk about the infinite regress, and the reason the infinite regress to me is problematic, it has nothing to do with an infinite chain back in time. I'm talking about chains of explanation. And I think this is an
There's no such
important
thing
difference.
as a chain of explanation. That's an invented phrase. It's meaningless.
Oh, I mean it in the sense of like, okay, sorry.
Are you trying to explain the concept of the distinction between a per se causal chain versus a per accidens causal chain?
I don't think so. But can you define the difference between those two?
A per se causal chain stretches backwards in time to like it's a temporal causal chain. A per accidens causal chain is just the chain of being in every single moment.
Possibly. I'm not familiar with that formulation, but that could be it. Although I usually formulate it in terms of explanation for the being. But do you not think that we can explain things, and that
Explaining
the things
things has nothing to do with a chain.
the chain is just what I'm calling the idea that if I have A and I explain A with B, and then I explain B with C, I'm creating a chain of explanations.
It's just a causes. You're not creating a chain. You're just saying there's a chain of causes.
I mean, the word cause can be problematic because people associate causes with like efficient causation, and
No,
something that's more
normal people
specific.
don't. Normal people have no idea what the phrase efficient causation even means.
Yeah, they don't know the phrase, but that's what they
Yeah, I
assume.
know. Yeah, the normal people don't. Yeah, only the people that showed up to your philosophy class know that one.
No, they don't need to know the terms to like the common notion of causation is efficient causation. It's like
No,
uh,
it's not. No, normal people have no idea what the term efficient causation means.
I know,
all
but I'm
all
talking about
causes
the
are
content of the
efficient, or else they
concept.
wouldn't be causes. See what I'm saying? Like you're using words that you only learned from like a philosophy textbook or from class. Normal people would never know what the phrase efficient cause means. A cause wouldn't be a
I
cause unless it
know.
was a 100% efficient. So therefore it's a nonsensical phrase that only works in philosophy, which means you now have to explain what you mean by efficient cause because no one here knows it. Well, maybe five people. Five people know what it
Okay.
means.
So
There's
I
like five Phil
assume
bros here that care about
I'm
this.
using the term efficient causation differently than you are using it. I thought you were
I
talking about
know.
something
Yeah,
else.
that's right. Yeah, of
So,
course you are. Just
so
just so just so you're
from the
clear,
videos
Lumi,
I've
we're
watched,
not in philosophy class. Every time you use a phrase that is non-standard from what a normal human being uses, if your grandmother doesn't know what it means, no one here is going to know what it means. You walked into the wrong room
yeah,
if
but
you
you
think
were the
using
ones who
$5
used
philosophy
efficient
words is going to
causation.
help your argument.
You were the ones who used the expression efficient causation.
No, you did.
Was it okay? If it, maybe it was me, so I apologize for
Okay.
that.
Let me, you might we just start on the other end, just tell you why Christianity is not true, because this is the most boring conversation ever. No one cares about this conversation. We've heard the contingency
Yeah,
argument 4 million
I
times. You're
understand.
not going to be the one that figures it out. You're not going to be the one that gets it right.
Yep, I understand.
Okay, is
That's why
Jesus
I didn't
God?
lead with wanting to use the argument. I had a different sort of conversation, but I thought, existence of God could be more interesting to you.
Is Jesus God?
I would say yes,
Is
but
he part of the
again,
Trinity?
yes, but again, we should probably define terms because people use these terms in different ways.
Do you think people here don't know what God means?
I think there are people who say Jesus is God, or they use the word
I'm asking what
Trinity, and they're referring to
do
different
you
things.
believe Jesus is God?
I can say yes to that question.
Okay, and do you believe that Jesus is part of a Trinity?
Yes,
Okay, and do you think Jesus is 100% God?
yes.
Okay, and can God tell a lie?
Possibly.
Yes, God can tell a lie. Have you read the Bible? 1 Samuel 15:20-9 and Numbers 23:19 says otherwise.
Yeah. Again, I don't take the Bible as inerrant, and I have no problem admitting that a lot of the authors who wrote the Bible misunderstood things.
So the Bible's not true?
There are statements in the Bible that are clearly not true, at least
So
So
when it
why
comes
should
to historical.
yeah, go ahead,
why
Dalton.
should
Say
I think
what's
Jesus?
on everyone's mind.
Yeah. So why should I think that Jesus is God if the Bible's not inerrant?
I don't see how one follows. I mean, the doctrine of biblical inerrancy is a relatively modern thing.
No, it's
Yeah.
not. It's actually not, by the way. If you look at the quotes from the early church, they said things that would lead you to believe that the Bible is inerrant. I think it was Irenaeus literally said that not a single thing in the Bible is in discord is discordant with reality. That's inerrant. If everything in the Bible is according to reality, that means there's no errors in it.
Yeah. And if the Bible is errant, therefore has errors, why should we believe the Gospels when they tell us that, according to your interpretation, Jesus is God?
Oh, I don't believe Jesus is God just because there's a text that says Jesus is God. Uh, that's not how I would use the Bible. I mean, to me, the texts in the Bible are tools for spiritual reflection that guide us toward God, and that they have done so at many points in the history of the church. I also think that you can read the Bible in different ways and come to very wrong conclusions, and so we should be careful
Then
on how we
why do you
interpret
think
these texts.
Jesus is? then why do you think Jesus is God if you're not getting it from the Bible?
It's not that I'm not getting it from the Bible, just it's not the statement in the Bible that makes me believe it. I guess I would start with the idea of when I look at the many of the moral teachings preserved in the Gospels, many of which we have reason to believe are likely go back to the historical figure.
Why would we believe that?
Well, you
Yeah,
can do
in fact,
critical
I think
work.
that the Gospels are mostly mythology,
Yeah,
so I
me
don't think
too.
they go back to the historical Jesus.
Yeah, sure, but you can do critical analysis on the text, and you have critical secular historians like Bart D. Ehrman trying to reconstruct likely aspects of the historical figure, even from a historical secular perspective. And when you have multiple independent sources uh, making the same sorts of descriptions without them being based on each other, and especially when you
Multiple
pass.
independent?
We don't
They're
we
not
don't have
independent.
multiple independent witnesses. Matthew and Luke copied directly from Mark. Mark wasn't even
Yeah, I
there.
know, but there are parts from Matthew and Luke that don't come from Mark.
Yeah,
Some
but
of
they
them
don't.
come from a
But we.
common source to
But
each
Luke
other, but
wasn't.
others
But
are
Luke
independent.
wasn't a witness, and we have no reason to believe that Matthew wrote Matthew.
Sure,
To be
I didn't
sure, none
say
of the
with
Gospels had
that.
names in them.
Yeah, I know.
Are
I'm
you,
aware of the
So,
scholarship, and
so
I
why
have
would
no
we
issue
call
with
I
that.
them
think I think
witnesses?
I think he's appealing to the Q source and saying that that
Yeah.
perhaps is a tradition that goes back to the historical Jesus, but we don't even necessarily
No,
know that the Q source is real.
Yeah, it's crazy to me the most important event in all of history, like the one thing God wanted everyone to know about, he's just like, I'm just gonna fuck off on the day it comes to writing it down. What a lousy God that he didn't think ahead of time to have actually good evidence for the most important time in history. He should have done it when cell phones and cell phone cameras were invented. Why did he do it way back in the middle of the Roman era when like the literacy rate was in the basement?
Also, why does this have to do with Jesus being God? Because even if I accepted that all the words of Jesus in the Gospels did go back to the historical Jesus, nothing he says should lead me to think he's God.
Right. I agree, actually.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, as I was saying, many of the moral teachings that we find in the Gospels, which critical and secular historians like Bart D. Ehrman agree
I don't know
probably
why
go
you
back
keep
to
appealing
the
to Bart
original.
Ehrman.
He's a very respected
No one,
critical
no
scholar
one
on
cares.
specifically the
There's
historicity of Jesus. That's his
hundreds of
specialty.
critical. There's hundreds of critical scholars. No one cares about your like the one that you want to appeal to just because he's an atheist. You suddenly have to agree with everything he thinks. So to
That's
be
not what I'm
clear,
saying, but
Dalton's
he's one of the
point.
leading voices on the historicity of
I'm
Jesus.
I'm sure he is. He's way behind John P. Meyer. Not even like light years behind John Meyer in the historical Jesus.
It's possible. What does John Mayer say? I'm not too familiar with his
John
work.
Meyer wrote an entire 5-volume series on the historical Jesus. 5 volumes over the course of like a decade.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so like
I
just
never claimed Bart
right.
was
Okay, so
the
appealing to
only
Bart Ehrman
trustworthy source.
doesn't help your argument. It's not worth your time to do that. Like I know that like theists want to quote Bart Ehrman because he's a prominent atheist scholar, but it doesn't get you anywhere here. We're not interested in scholars. We're interested in arguments. So the reality is, it doesn't matter what you think about the historical Jesus. The reality is, what we have of Jesus in the Bible is clearly contradictory, and he tells lies and he doesn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy. If the Old Testament's true, then Jesus just isn't the Messiah. The only way Jesus could be the Messiah is if you say the every prophecy about the Messiah in the Old Testament actually isn't true.
Sure. I don't care much about the messianic prophecies of the Old Testament.
So why in the world would we believe that Jesus is God?
So,
Yeah, if he's
well,
not even the
I
Messiah, he
will,
can't be
I'll
God.
try to go again. You keep interrupting me when I start the sentence. So, looking at many of the moral teachings of Jesus that we find in the Gospels, I believe that it is partly based on my intuition and my subjective judgment, that to say that these messages are the word of God breaking into history
So vibes. Nothing Jesus
Partly,
taught
you
in the
could
New
call it
Testament
vibes.
can we say he even said. We have no clue he said half the stuff. Also, like half of what he said was already in the Talmud. Like we already got Jewish rabbis saying like the same nonsense that Jesus was saying. This wasn't unique. It's certainly not from God.
Multiple
So why in the world
leading
would we
scholars
look at
would
the
disagree that
Bible?
we have no clue what Jesus said. I
No,
don't know
we
why
we
you
don't.
believe
I don't
that.
know if you've ever like looked at the Jesus seminar where they've got almost 100 New Testament scholars together to decide on what they thought Jesus authentically said. But as it turns out, scholars don't agree as to what he said. They disagree vehemently, which is why they had to have a silent voting system so that the scholars didn't pressure each other into voting a particular way. The Jesus seminar, they voted with famously with beads silently when people weren't watching. So the reality is New Testament scholars don't agree on what Jesus actually said, and it's also irrelevant because the things that he said in the Bible not only are horrific, they're also just not true. So I don't care if you like his moral teachings. I like the moral teachings of a lot of people in history. Doesn't make them God.
Sure, you don't have to believe that they're God. I'm
Right,
trying to explain to you just
but
part
your
of
argument for
the
Jesus being
process
God is you
through
like
which
his
I
moral
came to these
teachings.
beliefs.
Yeah, why couldn't like what is it about the moral teachings of Jesus that you think means Jesus equals God, as opposed to you could take the position Jesus received messages from God.
True.
Yeah, so I would say that when I say Jesus is God, I am appealing to the specific Christian notion that Jesus is the Word of God, and that
Why?
insofar as we can, what?
To be clear,
That
he's
doesn't
he's
get
not
you.
asking what you believe. He's asking why you believe it.
Yeah, first I
Yeah.
have to establish what I believe, so I can explain why I believe
We
that.
know what you believe. You told us. We want to know why you believe it.
Yeah, if I believe this is the Word of God, and the word isn't literally like the
You
words that
don't
we
believe
speak.
that. You just told me the Bible's not all true. You don't believe it's the word of
I talk
God.
about Jesus. I'm not
But
talking
how
about.
you?
He's
But you
talking
don't
about
know what
Jesus.
Jesus said.
Yeah, you said you think that Jesus is the Word, as in the Logos, but
Yes.
again, you don't think John is inerrant. So, like, why should I think that John is right?
Yeah. So there are three different elements here. There's the historical figure of Jesus of Nazareth. There are the character portrayals of Jesus in the texts of the New Testament, and there's the theological representation of God the Son
Okay,
in
this is gonna go nowhere.
Christian
Listen,
thought.
Lumi, I'm sure
Um,
you're a delight in real life, but you're shit in debating. You should not be doing this. You're terribly boring. You don't answer questions directly. You use way too many words to say nothing. And I know deep down in my heart that you're a good person. I can tell it in your voice, but I'm not going to subject my audience to any more of this. This is awful. This is the most tedious
I
conversation I've had in a long
understand.
time.
I'm sorry for that. I was doing my best. I understand. I'm not used to doing these things. I just saw your videos and I thought I could enjoy having a conversation with you. But I understand. This is your platform. I don't want to bore you or your audience.
All right. Thanks, man. Good to hear from you. Cheers.
Have a good night.
I feel bad giving Lumi that treatment, but holy fuck, was that tedious. He did not directly answer a single question. He always wanted to start at the beginning of his explanation. Don't tell us 5 times you believe in Jesus. We know you believe in Jesus. Give us the explanation why.
I still don't know why he thinks Jesus is God.
Nobody, he doesn't even know. It's vibes, bro. It's vibes. That's Anyways, friends, hopefully we're going to get an exciting conversation in here. Let me grab a couple super chats. Herbie, if your super chat hasn't been read yet, I apologize. You got a lot of super chats. We'll get to all of them eventually, I promise. It's just that we can't, if I spend all my time reading super chats between guests, people will leave because they want to hear me actually debate people. So some of them, unfortunately, will probably be delayed by a couple guests or at the end of the show. Herbie, thank you for the super chat, says, like others from the UK, I'm going to bed soon and we'll watch tomorrow. Well, thank you, Herbie. Just a quick thank you. I'm going to assume Dalton's favorite new subscriber. Are you Dalton's favorite new subscriber? That's what I'm hearing? Well, good. You should be.
Listen, Justin, when I'm become the first atheist YouTuber to hit 1 million subscribers, I will make sure to thank you in my my speech.
I appreciate it. Don't forget me on the way up. You know, we do what we can. Chris, thank you for the face paint. I super appreciate that on TikTok. And Melanitis, thank you for the super chat. Big W says Friday night, happy night. For the Doug to be alive, you shall take your pipe in hand, rip it till you see the end, stone your soul with me tonight. Praise the Doug, his grace and might cook them good. I appreciate that. I think that we call that a limerick or a song. I do appreciate that, Melanie. It's good to hear from you. And Minutemen, good to hear from you tonight. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says, hey, recommending another anti-God song, Methodist Coloring Book by the Dead Milkmen. This does sound interesting. I've never heard of the Dead Milkmen. Any song that can rhyme payola and Crayola is going to be a banger. Praise Doug and fuck the patriarchy. We are with you. Fuck the patriarchy. Praise Doug and Sharon. Remember, rock hard for Doug, sopping wet for Sharon. Edward, good to hear from you. He said, I studied mechatronics engineering. Talon's argument is my 911. Mechatronics is fun. It really is. When I was in college, not every college had it, but now I feel like almost all the engineering schools have it. If I could go back to school again, like if I was 19 again, I would definitely consider taking it. Space Lord says Moore's law is sort of failing already. That is technology, right? Yeah, it kind of is. The technology is always going to be bound by something. It can't be infinite. You're always going to have new technologies replace old technology. Logan says Rolex. That's a possibly good name for the T-Rex Rolex. I did work on some emojis with Chat GPT. So we're going to get one eventually. And Steve says, why did Jesus have great abs? CrossFit. Obviously. But I'd have to believe that he didn't go to Planet Fitness. He would have set off that lunk alarm. I'm sure of it. John Klein says caller is invoking Ohm's law. No, he's not. Did he invoke Ohm's law somewhere? Did I miss that?
I don't even know what Ohm's law is.
Oh, sorry. It's on the screen. It's power over current times voltage. It gets you to a wattage. So power typically is measured.
Oh.
It's sorry. This is for anyone who doesn't know electricity. This is and you're a Philbro. This is what it sounds like when you talk Philbro speak. No one cares. No one here cares about. I love Ohm's law, but I know the audience isn't here for Ohm's law. Tom, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, hey Justin, just an FYI, the safest place to go during a tornado is a Brown Stadium. Never any touchdowns there. Praise Doug. And I hate it that you're right. It is what it is. And also, until we get rid of Deshaun Watson, it is the most dangerous place to be if you're an underage girl or a woman in general. Don't go anywhere near that guy. I tried to, I tried to pound the pavement early on when we were talking about drafting him on Twitter, so we wouldn't do it, but no one listened to me. Ashura, thank you for the 666. I appreciate that. It says Dwight is upset that he's getting bodied by a woman whose league's smarter than he is. What a week, man. Yeah, listen, few people are as smart as Snitch. Let's just be honest about it. Dwight wasn't handling the pressure well. And Steve Harvey Oswald, thank you for the super chat, says, since people have been giving song recs, I recommend Scripturally Transmitted Disease by A Forest of Stars, also Anthropocentric by the Ocean. That's crazy. I've never heard that band, or Forest of the Stars. Now we've got two more in the recs. If you guys know any good songs by them, send them my way on the Discord. I'd love to hear from them. And HP Lovecrafts, I love this name every time I hear it. Thank you for the super chat. It says, intelligent designer is so good at the immune system. So good that the immune system attacks the body. That's right. The immune system is so fierce, it attacks its host.
By the way, I just wanted to say that Nobel Prize is so freaking cool that we discovered like how T cells can kind of like teach other T cells. Oh my God, I'm so cool.
You have to send me a link to the thing. I'll read it. I won't understand most of it, but I'd definitely love to see it. Bandersnatch. I've never heard that name. Thank you for your donation. It says, if your conclusion includes a term that does not appear in any premise, your syllogism is invalid. Actually, I would agree with that. I think that while that might not be a strict rule, I think it's a good rule for sure. Nathan, thank you for the super chat. Says you're asking basic level questions, but I can't answer them. Shake my head. He needs Doug and Sharon so he can listen and learn. I know it's crazy that they'll posit God is the answer, but then when you ask them any probing questions, it turns out that there's no actually good answers with the God hypothesis. And Michael Kennedy says, "What about genetic defects? Are those intelligently designed?" We actually got around to the defects a little bit, Michael, and I think what we've learned is that no, they're not intelligently designed and that the caller can't explain them. And last super chat for now from our friend Nix. Thank you, Nix, for the $49 super chat. Huge W, my friend. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Nick says, as an ex-Muslim who's now an atheist, all I can say is that I'm speechless at the ignorance of your callers. Listen, it shocks me from time to time. I love, honor, and respect you for your patience and wisdom that you offer. Much love and respect for all of your team from here in Iran. Well, big W. I hope you're safe over there in Iran as an ex-Muslim. We're definitely concerned for anyone. We've known a number of people from Iran. I have personally known a number of ex-Muslims from Iran that are not safe. So I hope that you're safe, Nix. And you might be a doc. Are you a real doc? If so, let me know. We might be able to mix some of your education in at some point. Also, I saw M's in the box earlier, but we didn't get a chance to get him up.
I was about to say it would be a lot easier to talk to an op that knew the Bible about as much as we do. But if they knew the Bible about as much as we do, they wouldn't be an op anymore.
They'd be atheists. You're right. That's 100% it. Yeah. We got next in line from our TikTok queue. It looks like we have Toast Man. How you doing, Toast Man?
Hey, how you doing? I'm doing pretty good.
Toast Man, are you at least 18? And do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yes, I'm 61 and I do believe in God of the Bible.
Cool. And what would be the most convincing evidence or argument for the Bible God being real?
I think the cosmological argument leads into it. And actually, I was surprised to hear you say that Jesus did not fulfill prophetic prophecies of the Old Testament. That
not
was
even
kind
one.
of news to me.
0 prophecies, to
not
be precise.
Even one?
Not even one.
I
Not
have
a
to
one.
research that.
Yeah.
That's not what I heard. I have to research that.
We're more than happy to go over it with you. So Toastman, you want to do the Kalam?
Yeah.
Do you think that the conclusion of the Kalam is that God exists?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll do the Kalam. You want to give me P1 or do you want me to give it to you?
You give it to me.
Okay. Everything that begins to exist has a cause, right?
Yes.
Okay. Premise number 2 is the universe began to exist, right?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I disagree with premise number 2. I have no reason to believe that the universe ever began to exist.
What about the scientific hypothesis that it did have a beginning?
What's that hypothesis? I've never heard of it.
Oh gosh, yeah, I don't know either. You got me there.
I mean, I don't know of any evidence that would suggest that the universe once didn't exist. The Big Bang certainly teaches that the universe was in a smaller state at some point and then it expanded, but that doesn't say anything about whether or not it failed to exist prior to that. In fact, that's not even part of the explanation of the Big Bang. It's just not related.
Also, current DESI data suggests that the universe will undergo a massive contraction in a little bit. If you want me to pull up the specific source for the DESI data, I can. But right now it's implying there's kind of infinite contractions and expansions.
Snitch,
Yeah,
actually, I would love for you to send me that in Messenger because I'd love to see that.
It's on the cheat sheet, doll, if you want. It's a very good data point for the community, so I think a lot of us have access to it. But Snitch can send it to you, or you can find it on the cheat sheet. But so the DESI data, Toastman, is measuring the expansion rate, meaning the rate of acceleration, and it's actually
Okay.
decreasing. The rate of acceleration is now, it's still accelerating, obviously, but the rate of acceleration is decreasing, which means one of two things. Eventually, it's going to decrease, and then it's going to decelerate, and it's going to collapse back in on itself because of gravity. Or there's a second hypothesis, which is that the expansion rate isn't actually constant. Sometimes it decreases, sometimes it increases. We don't know. I agree with Scientific Snitch, though. I think the best explanation is that our current observable universe will eventually decelerate and collapse back in on itself. And I think it will have another Big Bang, because I think my favorite hypothesis for the Big Bang is that it was a result of a black hole bounce, which is a whole nother topic.
Okay, well, that doesn't, to step out of P1 and P2, and that doesn't explain why we're here.
What do you mean by
Let's
we? You
jump to
mean
another.
human
Let's jump
beings?
to another premise. Jump to another premise. Yeah, actually, let's consider all life on this planet.
Okay, what
I
about
can
life?
help out with that.
Uh, there's no scientific explanation that I'm aware of that adequately addresses why we're even here, or any life forms at all, for that matter.
Well, it looks like we're going to have a lesson in abiogenesis now.
Alrighty.
Abiogenesis. How does that produce? I'm sorry, one cell. Not I'm talking a multi-celled organism. One
We've
cell.
already done it.
How?
So
How, Sway?
basically,
How?
there are,
How,
yeah,
Sway?
I'm going. So there are three different pretty much theories of how this could have occurred. In fact, it already has kind of occurred multiple different times. So basically, the first theory is that in hydrothermal vents or other hot chemically rich bodies of water, so those are the two first like primary theories. Now, in hot chemically rich bodies of water, there existed methane, water vapor, hydrogen, and ammonia as per chemical analysis of Earth sediments that existed millions of years ago. Now we have over 15 studies demonstrating that there is a spontaneous reaction that occurs among these chemicals to produce the building blocks of life, like RNA, DNA, and amino acids, which make proteins. And there's further evidence suggesting and actually finding that these building blocks of life spontaneously come together to form functioning molecules like ribozymes, enzymes, and other things that synthesize and self replicate. Specifically, according to PMID 264-35376, spontaneous formation of RNA strands, peptidyl RNA, and cofactors. This is very plausible, demonstrating that we can make these self replicating molecules and under spontaneous primitive Earth conditions where there is minimal intervention by humans. And there is also evidence that these building blocks of life could have also come from meteorites, as per the abundant ammonia and nitrogen rich soluble organic matter in samples from asteroid Bennu, as well as Ryugu, finding all about oh my god, they detected 14 out of the 20 amino acids used in terrestrial biology, and all 5 nucleobases, including DNA and RNA, along with 10,000 nitrogen bearing chemical species. And
Okay.
so once you have those building blocks and those self replicating molecules,
Okay.
all it is one more step, which is being encased by a phospholipid bilayer. Now, we've known for oh man, decades that phospholipids, which are these um, amphithetic, which basically means they are water loving and water hating on either side, they will spontaneously form pretty much cell membranes in water. And that's actually how we make a lot of uh, I guess I'm trying to not be TikTok friendly. Medicine carrying vehicles. So the things that carry medicine around, we use these phospholipid bilayers and micelles to carry medicine into our cells because there's literally no other way to get medicine past our cell membrane. So now, in 2025, there was a study called Protocells by Spontaneous Reaction of Cysteine with Short chain thioesters, which demonstrates that we can create pre life spontaneously. And now, there is a large definition, at least in biology, of what actually constitutes of life. So you can technically classify viruses as life if you just take out one of the, I guess, requirements of like defining life. Because remember, definitions are made by humans, and well, life and biology is mostly a spectrum, largely. So if you define life as just something that can replicate, then you can technically put in, or at least something that aims to survive and pass down its information. Technically, you can put viruses in there as well, but since viruses rely on the machinery of other cells, a lot of biologists don't consider them to be living. However, they are a form of pre-life. Now, there's also evidence of once you get past that pre-life era, now you have prokaryotes and other simple life forms. And those simple life forms will eat each other and basically make new organelles, which are mini organs that are inside of every cell in your body. One of those, the mitochondria, one you probably heard of in high school,
The
there's
powerhouse of the
actually
cell.
evidence. Yes, there's evidence that that used to be a bacteria, specifically an alpha proteobacteria. And the reason why we know this is because the DNA inside of mitochondria is circular, resembling a bacterial genome, and has evidence of alpha proteobacteria DNA in it. So we don't actually have our own DNA in there, but rather alpha proteobacterium DNA in there, as well as DNA that has been passed down in like mutations from mother to mother to mother to mother, because your mother is the only one that gives you your mitochondrial DNA. On top of that, the ribosomes inside of mitochondrion are smaller and resemble bacteria more than the ribosomes outside of our mitochondrion. And we've also observed basically the symbiotic relationship forming between two organisms in the same way that it did so many years ago to give us mitochondria very recently with the nitrogen fixing organelle. So once you get past that part, now you're like focusing on how do we go from single cell to multi-cell? Well, lovely for you, we have a Nature Journal article on that. So, according to de novo evolution of macroscopic multicellularity, it is possible under specific chemical conditions that are potential to be naturally found, especially in, I believe, it was acidic or a certain pH. You can get single-celled organisms to turn into multicellular organisms just by changing a few things around. And these are very plausible reactions that could have occurred naturally.
Yeah, that ain't proof though, and you're missing some information there.
He didn't hear anything
No,
you said.
I would like.
Have you
I would like
considered
to say,
nuh-uh?
You're missing some.
yeah,
You're missing
Snitch
some
is definitely.
information. It's a big difference between
Yeah,
building
Toast.
blocks.
Yeah, Toast man.
Building
What's she
blocks.
missing? What part did she miss?
There's a big difference between building blocks and the RNA and the DNA in a human cell.
Protocells. Yeah,
It's weird
protocells.
that you didn't hear the part about that. She addressed it. She just every step in the process.
But there's
And
steps
if you're
missing that are
missing,
critical.
if
No,
you're
she
missing
said
the
it. You weren't
part,
listening.
and if you're missing the part from monkeys to humans, there's actually basically a scar region on every single human's chromosome where we can see exactly where two chromosomes fuse from our common ancestors of apes to human beings. So, according to genomic structure and evolution of the ancestral chromosome fusion site in 2q13 to 2q14.1 and paralogous regions on other human chromosomes, this is evidence that there was basically two chromosomes that fused together to make the human chromosomes that we have today.
Yeah, that sounds really impressive. Where are all the where are all the transitional forms? There should be millions of them. They're not.
Every
There,
fossil is a transitional form.
The
yeah,
fossil record,
that's
if you
all we
want,
have.
I actually live in an area where you can find the Tiktaalik fossil, which is the first
No, no, no,
tetrapod
no.
ancestor, the first four-legged tetrapod breathable like ancestor that walked on land, and that's actually a transitional fossil, going from fish to land animal.
Yeah, there's a lot of
I feel
transitional
like
Okay.
fossils. Also, before
There
I
we
feel like
should be
before we,
thousands upon
well,
thousands of
well,
them
we're gonna
if
address
that's
that,
what
Toast
was
man.
happening.
No, we're gonna address it. How do you think fossils form? What do you think a
Uh,
fossil
trapped in
is?
trapped in sediment,
Okay,
sedimentary layers,
and where do we find sedimentary layers?
you got me on that. I'm not up on
Where,
my
where there's
Geology.
water or once was water. You don't just find fossils
Okay.
anywhere. So typically fossils happen when an animal dies and it becomes buried in the seafloor, or when there's like a flood and then there's a new body of water where there wasn't a body of water and a bunch of animals got buried on the new seafloor. Sometimes it happens in rivers as well because rivers carry minerals from the mountains, so you get mineralization in rivers as well. So the reality is, you're not just going to find fossils anywhere. You're going to find fossils typically near a body of water or where we knew a body of water once was. That's why we don't just find fossils randomly all over the place.
Even though we technically do, in a lot of scenarios, people find them in their backyard.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good. Sounds real good. Sounds real good. Still, you didn't. You alluded to. They hypothesized about the a single cell organism,
No, it's a
No.
but
theory. No, it's a theory because we have enough evidence to suggest that.
it's a theory. A single cell
Oh,
organism spontaneously forming itself from building blocks
Yeah.
I cited the
of.
study. It was from 2025. You can read it if you want.
Okay, that doesn't mean anything though.
here's
Oh
the
yeah,
problem,
Doesn't mean
scientists
Justin.
anything.
doing studies doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
They watched it happen. It doesn't mean anything. Let me guess. The scientists were paid
It's a
off for
theory.
lying.
Like you said it. It's a
The-
theory. It's
No,
theoretical.
that's not what
It
theory.
Don't.
That's
hasn't
not
been
what theory
demonstrated.
means
I'm sorry,
in
has
science,
it been
Toastman.
demonstrated?
Yes, that's what the study is.
That's what theory means. It means that it's been demonstrated, and now we have evidence
So,
to suggest
it's
that
been
it's true.
demonstrated that RNA and DNA, as complex as in the human body, can spontaneously assemble itself.
No,
Yep.
we've
You've got to be kidding
demonstrated
me,
that
or
the
you're
building
lying.
blocks to that are, and just so you know, over evolutionary processes, we get to the point where we see that happening. However, it's a little something called time, so we can see each step along the way. But obviously, we're not going to observe millions of years of evolution in a petri dish, but we can observe approximately, I want to say like 50 years worth of evolution, or like in that sense, we can basically take a, if you want to think about it like a large number line, we can take sections of that number line and see what's going on there.
Yeah, you know what? You can't add information to the genome.
Yeah, you can.
So how is
We
that
literally-
even possible?
We
That's
literally
wrong.
do it. Have you never heard of CRISPR?
Well, that's
We've been
CRISPR.
doing it for over a decade. Yes, you can add information to the human genome.
That's
Just so
CRISPR.
you
That's
know, CRISPR is
us.
from bacteria.
That's an
CRISPR is from
intelligent.
bacteria. CRISPR is from
That's-
bacteria. It's natural.
He
That's an
snitched.
intelligent organism
So,
influencing another organism.
Wrong again.
hey,
Did you
Snitch,
not
am
hear
I
what she
correct
just
in
said?
that DNA can duplicate, and sometimes that duplication results in mutation? So it really is just brand new information.
Yeah, so that is 100% true. So a lot of the
Sometimes.
times, so there's one of the mechanisms of DNA mutations is like the wobble position. So basically, whenever you're making a new protein, there's three code nucleotides that tell you which amino acid to put there. However, that third one, because your body's not perfect because it wasn't designed, tRNA is kind of curved. So there's this one position on that three-letter code that is considered the wobble position because it can kind of make mistakes very easily. So you can very easily put in the wrong amino acid at times. But luckily, biology has evolved to a point where it's not that the wobble position is not that detrimental to our biology, but it does sometimes cause mutations. For example, E6V is the mutation that causes sickle cell disease, and people with this disease form very long fibrils of hemoglobin in their blood, and it makes it really difficult for them to transport oxygen, and it can be a lethal disease.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, and we've used
That still
CRISPR to
doesn't.
fix it too.
That still doesn't answer where do these building blocks come from? That supposedly
He didn't-
arrange themselves.
he didn't
into
listen to a
complex
goddamn
RNA
thing.
and DNA.
He's on a whole different planet
just-
for the entire
You
conversation.
said in the ocean. You
Here's
said
the-
Okay,
in
so
the
we'll
ocean,
we'll start
down
from the
by hot
beginning.
ocean vents.
We'll start from the beginning. You gave him too much at once, Snitch. He
No,
can't track.
Wait,
okay,
wait,
so
wait.
we'll start
wait,
from the
I'm
beginning.
gonna
What
stop. I'm
what
gonna
are
stop.
what are the building blocks? What do you think they are? Thank you, Doug.
The building blocks? You mean the molecules that are involved?
Oh
in
no.
assembling an
No,
organism?
we're not talking about the molecules. Try again.
Uh, the chemicals?
So you don't even know what
Yes.
the building blocks
So
You
are.
got me.
the building blocks are methane,
No, I
water,
don't. But I know
hydrogen, and
they don't
ammonia.
survive well in sunlight. I know that much.
You
Oh
don't know
I
god,
know they
that. You
yes
don't
don't
they
do
even
well in
do.
you don't
sunlight.
even know what they are. You have no idea that they survive in sunlight or not.
And just so you know, the going theory is that these reactions occurred in hydrothermal vents millions of miles under the water, where it's dark and there's not a lot of UVB.
Okay.
And
Where
we've
do those building
observed
blocks come
these
from, though?
reactions. I've done them personally in an undergraduate laboratory because they're so easy and you don't have to do anything.
Okay. You know what? This sounds good. What is your motivation for this? Why are you guys
For
so
what?
intent on disproving the existence of an intelligent being?
It's fun.
Well,
All, I'm
it's
sorry,
not
all
only is it
powerful, all
not only is it
omniscient being.
fun. Most religions, I think, are net negative. Not all religions, but certainly Christianity, Islam, I would say, are a net negative for humanity. The millions of people that have died in the name of a God that doesn't exist is horrific.
You know that's not true.
It is true.
Some of the common morals around this planet, it can trace their influence to Christian
No,
concepts.
to the law code of Hammurabi.
Okay,
All the
granted.
laws in the Bible that you like existed before the Bible. They didn't invent that shit.
Okay, I'll have to look
In
that
fact,
one up.
the law codes in Exodus literally follow the layout of the law codes in Hammurabi. I actually have a chart. I put them in a chart form just for people who doubt that it's true. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, here it is. I'll put it on the screen. So Exodus 21 to Exodus 22, the law codes that we get for the very first giving of the law, follow in numerical order the specific laws of Hammurabi right here on the right side of the screen. And we find other sections of the law code that follow the same that we find in the Middle Assyrian law codes, which came later. It's weird that like they didn't have the wherewithal to change the order of the laws as they appeared in other people's law codes when they were copying them and putting them in the mouth of God.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that. I've heard of them, but I'm not familiar with them.
Yeah. So I
Well,
mean, the
it sounds like
reality is
you
the Bible is just a book of like fables. It's not true. There was no Moses. Jesus wasn't the Messiah. He didn't fulfill any prophecies. He's certainly not God. The God of the Bible is like full of contradictions and failures. Like if there's a God, it ain't this God.
okay? Well, that's your educated opinion, and I respect that.
Well, we can prove it.
Um,
Want us to prove it?
you can prove that.
Yep.
That Jesus didn't fulfill
Yeah,
messianic
yeah.
prophecy? Absolutely.
Okay, not one. Okay, I'll have to look that up. Okay, go ahead, prove it by all means.
Sure. Want to start at the beginning? Want to start Matthew 1? That's where the prophecies are.
Okay,
Matthew 1, first of all,
okay.
is hilarious because Matthew, the first two chapters of Matthew are a little train wreck. So he attempts to give the genealogy of Jesus going back to David. You know why that's important, right? Right.
To establish the lineage
That's
of
right.
the Messiah.
Yeah, because God promised that the Messiah was going to come from the body of King David, from the lineage of King David. And then he said elsewhere that it's going to come through the line of Solomon specifically, right? So Jesus needs to be born of the lineage of David, and he also needs to have come through Solomon. And Matthew's genealogy doesn't really establish that because it ends in Joseph, who wasn't the father of Jesus, so he didn't come from the body of David. But he also just misses people. If you look through the second half or the first section of names, we've got names missing. There's 3 people missing between Joram and Uzziah. Matthew just said fuck all and just decided that he didn't need those names. And then it gets even worse because he ends the Babylonian period, the beginning of the exile, with Jeconiah. It says after the deportation to Babylon, Jeconiah was the father of Salathiel, so on and so forth. But God says in Jeremiah 22:30 that none of Jeconiah's offspring will ever sit on the throne of Judah, which means this whole lineage is meaningless now. Not only is it not accurate, it's just meaningless.
It's meaningless because some people were excluded.
No, all of the descendants of Jeconiah were excluded, which means if Jesus is a descendant of Jeconiah, as Matthew established, he's excluded.
Okay. I'll have to look that one up too.
I mean, I can show you the verse. Want to see it?
Actually, I'm at work, so I have to go do something. Well, it's been good talking to you guys. I did your game when you had a game show format. I did that. You made me look like an idiot, but I thought it was funny and I learned something. So
the game show was fun. Let's bring that back.
I'm still learning some things.
All right. Well, listen. Thanks for coming out with us.
All right. Thanks for your time, guys.
Thank you.
Cheers.
First and foremost, I'm dubbing Snitch the powerhouse of the call.
Did she just get
also,
knighted?
Game show? Yeah.
Oh yeah, we did a game show a while back, a couple times actually. We haven't done one in a while. We have to bring it back. But yeah, Snitch was cooking. She went, for people who weren't listening, Snitch went through the entire process from beginning to end for abiogenesis, and he didn't hear a word of it, not a single word of it. It was a good one. Let me grab a couple of super chats, friends, we'll get on to our next guest. John, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, I asked God to renew Battlestar Galactica, and the next day Galactica 1980 was announced. Not a God I can worship at 16. I was done. I'm sorry to hear that. To be fair, Battlestar Galactica was fun. It was fun. But I certainly understand your concern there. Gene, thank you for the super chat. It says, please don't put Dwight anywhere near children. No, we don't want that. We do not want Dwight near children. To be fair, there's a lot of religious folk that shouldn't be around children. Yeah. Mellow Matt says, rank in order of hate. Bengals, Ravens, Steelers. Obviously Steelers, and then Ravens, and then Bengals. But I don't hate the Bengals. They're another Ohio team. When I don't root for the Browns, I root for the Bengals. Listen, I will never not root for an Ohio team. You guys know I'm loyal. If I'm anything, I'm loyal, even if my teams suck. Noko says, guest got a free lesson on evolution. Yeah, that is the case. And Mellow Matt again says, had 2 wisdom teeth grow in sideways, needed surgery. Yeah, actually, I did the same thing. I had to get them. They had to dig those bad boys out. And Jordy says, is this... Sorry. Is this chuckle fuck for real? I've never... Oh, that's a beautiful image there. This is a new word for me. I've literally never heard the word chuckle fuck before. And this might become my new favorite word. I really appreciate that new word. I'm gonna lock it in, put it in my repertoire, and now it's just part of the thing. Piao says, anyone who's seen Professor Dave Explains is fully aware of how completely full of shit Stephen Meyer, and by extension, the Discovery Institute is. Yeah, a million %. These people are clowns, and there's a reason why 99% of the field thinks they're clowns. Viking Chef says, I assume Aussies were cool. This guy proves God puts idiots in all parts of the world. He got there the same way the kangaroos off the ark did. That's all I know. And Melanitis, good to hear from you again, says, you missed my poem super chat. Get back to it. I didn't miss it, Melanitis. I read it. Guys, I only read a certain number of super chats between calls because otherwise it turns into really lengthy show and we lose viewers and we lose guests. I try to read as many as I can, and then any that are left over I read at the end of the show. If there's a better way to do it, I don't know, but you guys know, eventually I read all the super chats. Your best friend says, hey Justin, I also happen to not only be a Justin, well, congratulations, but also an EE. Well, congratulations. I'm embedded though. Listen, embedded controls are fun. Anyways, I have to know, is your twin an atheist as well? Well, I can't say publicly what he is or isn't. Let's just say he watches the channel. Nathan.
I want him. I want him to be a hardcore fundamentalist Christian, just so one day we can see the two of you debate. It would be surreal.
It would be fun. Unfortunately, he's not a fundamentalist. He and I, when we were younger, probably dabbled in the more fundamentalist stuff and quickly realized it was an untenable position. But he did go to Liberty University. Like he went to a fundamentalist almost type of school. So, but yeah, he had a similar process to me. Going to higher education brought a lot more questions than answers. Mike Internet, thank you for the 616's tag. You're it. I'm sorry I spent money on this. No. That was a better tag argument than what the tag bro actually brought. I do appreciate that. But I swear if we get another tag bro up here tonight, I'm putting the timer on 5 minutes. They get 5 minutes. That's all they're getting. An Ancient Warrior, thank you for the $10 super chat. And the kitty says callers equals let me use science, which I know nothing about, as an explanation for my God. And when a caller says we don't know how we got here, I hear an ancient person saying, excuse me, saying God is creating the lightning. I think that's actually a pretty good summation, right? The reality is all these arguments are basically one form or another of God of the gaps. That all of these arguments end up with God of the gaps, which is depressing that that's the best they can come up with. Cardinal Chimp says it's the housefly fallacy, my second favorite fallacy. I don't know about that one. What's the housefly fallacy? Shit, now I got homework. Now I got to look this up. A housefly fallacy.
Oh, wait, you swap one argument down and they just bring up another one immediately.
That's what it should be. It says the housefly
Like
fallacy is not a recognized or a standard logical fallacy. The term appears to be used in various contexts, sometimes referring to psychological biases or a rhetorical tactic, but it does not have a formal definition or in logic or in philosophy. The concept described is closely related to ad hominem or appeal to emotion fallacy. I feel like there's a lot to this this supposed fallacy. I don't know if I want to read the entire explanation. It's pretty long, but I will definitely check it out later so I can educate myself on this new rhetorical tactic. And Sean, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says I've updated you and the community of my wife's pregnancy with super chats. What? And this. Oh, you've used super chats to update people about pregnancy. We do appreciate that. And this week, the day finally came. Nora Luthine, born 10/7/25, 6 pounds 3 ounces. Baby and mama are happy and healthy. Praise Doug. Sean, I fucking love it. And if you're on Discord, we love baby pictures. At least I love baby pictures. You guys know I love babies and puppies. If you have a baby in the community, listen, just know I appreciate a good baby picture. You guys know babies, like just looking at a baby picture lowers your blood pressure. Like it's just how magical babies are. Just saying.
And if you do have a baby while this show is airing, you are obligated to name it Doug if it's a boy.
That's the cold hard truth. I am expecting some Doug and Sharon babies eventually. All right, last super chat from our friend Adam says we need an energy drink for drowsy Phil bros called Tag. Tag, the drink for bros with a few clarifying questions. I love it. I would absolutely sell a Tag energy drink because you're right. The Phil Bros come in here and they all sound the same. They sound like they're bored of their own arguments, which I don't fucking blame them because they never get good. They never get original, and I'm tired of hearing them. All right, we're going to grab Dispel from the YouTube queue. They were in line next. And let me make sure they've got hardware connected. Welcome in, Dispel.
Hello?
Yeah, how you doing?
Hi, I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Doing well, thanks for asking. Dispel, are you at least 18 and do you believe in some kind of a God concept?
Yes and yes.
Cool. And what God concept do you believe in?
I believe in the Christian God. I believe in the Prince of Peace. I believe that my faith is rightfully put in Jesus Christ, and I can put my hardships on the cross.
Cool.
If the world is sort of oppressing me, yeah, it's a great place to go, and I highly recommend your audience goes as well.
Yeah, they're not going to. So what's the best evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Life.
Oh boy. So look at the trees.
Life itself.
I guess we have to bring back the look at the trees counter. Hold on,
I think that's a good start.
I did away with the look at the trees counter for a while.
It's a good start, is it
I'm gonna
not?
add it. But no, it's
Are you
terrible.
gonna
It's
refute it?
literally the worst thing you could ever say.
Why would
You
you
This
don't like
is
looking at trees?
Zeus, dude.
the lat counter. We are already at 1 for the lat counter. We'll add it to the vertical now. Give me 1 second. There we go. Yep, we got the look at the trees counter at 1. All right, so you could do look at the trees. That's up to you. Is this your best argument, or do you want to try another?
Do you want to actually refute it before I go to another one?
Well, look at the trees isn't an argument to refute. So you want to actually lay out the
Well, what it's actually
conclusion?
saying is that God is intrinsically related to reality. You can't be in reality without God.
Cool. That's a conclusion. Support it with data, evidence, and argument.
Data, evidence, and argument for faith is what you're asking. That's the problem with your show,
Well,
bro.
faith
Your
is not
your
evidence.
your show is awful.
Okay. Listen, I know that you came to crash out really hard because like you can't prove that your God is real, but we're gonna need you to take it like from a 10 to a 2. Are you capable of doing that?
Yeah, I'm capable of doing that.
Okay, so your conclusion is that God is real. What are the supporting evidences for that?
I think it's probably better to say that God is supra real, right?
You can
we
call it
exist
whatever
in
you
reality.
want. What
God
we
has
need
a
is
relationship to reality, and God exists also outside reality.
Those are all conclusions. What's the support for the conclusion?
I mean, you can use like reason itself, right? Experience, reality. You know, there has to be something, right? A lot of the confusion that I
No,
think
there
colleges
doesn't.
get when they come in here is they're like, "Oh, you science people, like, can you give me a why for the universe?" And then you go down abiogenesis, which is like, I
We
think
can.
your co-host did a great job going down abiogenesis, but like, that's a different question. Science isn't going to tell you the why of reality. It's going to tell you the how of reality, the causal chain of reality.
Well, God doesn't give you a why either. The whole idea of a God is to tell you to not ask questions. I've read the book of Job. You can't question God. You can't know the things up above. You're limited. You're a human being. So God doesn't.
Yeah, you can.
God doesn't
question
actually give
God.
you the answers either. So again,
You
I
can.
need you to
And I don't
connect the
think you need
dots
the answers.
between your conclusion and any of your claims. So the conclusion
It's
is
faith.
that God, well, faith isn't evidence. Faith is just something you do. Like if I said
Faith
I
is
have
how people believe in God. I'm sorry.
okay,
Like, what are you expecting?
I have faith that this screwdriver is God. Which one of us wins?
I mean, how can I refute you?
You okay? Well, if faith is evidence, then this screwdriver is just as powerful as
No,
your
I
weak
didn't
ass
say
God.
faith is evidence.
All
When
right,
did I say that?
we'll do a experiment. I'm gonna pray to the screwdriver, and you pray to your God. And we'll see which gets their prayer answered.
Why would God answer my prayer?
He wouldn't because he's fake.
Well, no, I mean, he can, but why would he?
Do it. Make him answer a prayer.
Okay, I prayed.
Okay,
Like,
let's
this
pray
is
right
childish.
now. So
what?
I'm
Okay,
gonna,
you don't believe in God because you prayed
gonna-
for a
No.
bionicle at 15 and, like, you didn't get it for Christmas?
Not even close.
Okay, so God
your
can't be real then?
Your God has nothing to do with my prayers. I didn't ask God for anything. I don't need anything. I'm a white guy in America. I'm good. Now, we're going to test your God right now. Can your God make this cap come off the bottle? It's an easy task. I can do it with one fucking hand. Look, that's it. That's all it takes. Your God should be able to do this without even blinking.
Why is that?
So I'm going to pray to the screwdriver. You pray to your God. We'll see which wins, okay?
Like, what is going on here? Like, this is literally
We're-
4-year-old philosophy debate bro
we're
shit.
asking-
Like,
we're
if God
asking
is
you-
real, give me $1 million.
so
Oh,
so
God
you're-
didn't give me $1 million in my bank account right now. He must
So-
not be real.
so your
What's
God
going
can't
on?
do anything?
Bro, be real here. Like,
Can
okay, the
your-
problem with, I think, what I've noticed while I've been listening in is that
What you've noticed is that diatribes don't go well here. This is not time for you to crash out on the meta. You're going to need to focus, use some of that Colossians 2 Holy Spirit power, and get your panties unwound.
Whatever happened to the days when prophets like Elijah could like do these duels?
we have a new covenant. That's what
and
happened.
like between
we have a
two
new covenant.
gods.
That's what happened.
And make Yahweh do something, but nowadays he can't even unscrew a bottle.
No,
I know, right?
They didn't
It-
make
what a
Yahweh do
weak-
anything. They
what
used
a
a
weak-ass
sacrifice.
God.
They used a scapegoat to forgive
Okay,
their sins for the year.
so
and now we've got a new
just
covenant.
to be well, that's not true. But also,
That is
so just
that
to
is
be
true. We do have
clear,
a new covenant.
no,
by
you
the
don't.
blood
So
of
just
Christ.
no, you don't. So
We-
just
we
be
all do,
clear.
yes.
No, you don't. So just be clear. Your God can't
You don't believe
answer
we do,
prayer.
and that's okay. That's fine.
So your God won't answer your prayer. Is that what you're saying?
I believe that the ground under my feet is given to me by God. I believe that everything that
Well,
comes to me is
try this
given to me
again. That
by
wasn't the
God. I
question. The
don't need
question is,
anything more than what God gives.
we'll try this again. The question is, does your God answer your prayers? And I don't know if you know this, it just needs a yes or a no. Does your God
God
answer your
does answer my
prayers?
prayers. God does
Oh,
answer my
okay.
prayers.
Will he answer your prayer right now?
Why would he?
I'm asking you.
I mean, I don't think so. Like, why would
Okay.
he?
Okay. So doesn't he want none perish? The Bible says that God desires that none would perish. There's probably 2,000 people watching right now that you could save 2,000 people.
Is that what the Bible says?
Yeah, it
That
does.
God doesn't want anybody to perish?
Yeah. Have you not read it?
God,
I'm not
And yet he,
surprised.
he killed his own son? Like, what's going on here?
First Timothy.
Yeah,
course
I know.
people die.
It's crazy. It's a contradictory
Like,
statement.
no,
I
this
know.
is literally the diatribe that I was about to go on before you muted me.
Well, yeah, no one cares about your diatribe. So
Yeah, I
just
know,
to be
you muted
clear,
me, 'cause,
God
like, you
desires
can actually take
that
criticism.
none would perish in hell.
Yeah,
That's
First
the
Timothy
point.
2:4 says
I mean, some people
that
will.
God desires that all should be saved and come to the knowledge of the truth.
Yeah, I think that's awesome. That's cool.
Yeah.
It's 'cause he's
Okay,
good.
so well, let's get back on track. Do you have an argument for your God being real? Because I got lots of arguments for why your God's not real.
Do you remember what I said about God being real?
You said, look at the trees. You want me to increase the counter to 2?
Yeah, what else did I say?
Okay, I'll increase the counter to 2.
So I said that God is supra real. Do you remember that?
Yeah, that's still a claim.
Mm-hmm.
You have to
So
support
I never
claims.
claimed that God was real. I said that God is supra real.
That's a meaningless statement.
And I mean, reality is
God,
like what?
God can't be super.
Reality is a meaningless
God's
statement,
not
but it's a useful
super
statement.
real
Okay.
until you demonstrate that He exists. So what's the evidence that your
But
God
that's,
exists?
that's not like the exclusive like nature of super reality.
You can call it whatever you want to. We need the evidence that your God actually exists.
He's both intrinsic to reality, inseparable to reality, and
Those
beyond
are more
reality.
conclusions. Prove it.
It's not falsifiable. I don't know what you want.
Let me just state more conclusions and hope people agree with me. You can't actually think this
I
is going
don't
to
want
work.
anybody to agree with me. I can't convince you
But
of
you're
the nature of God. You have
you're
to
in
come
the
to
wrong
that conclusion.
place. Did
you
you
have
actually
to come
read
to that conclusion
Did
through
you actually
faith?
Well, my conclusion through reason is that your God isn't real because your God
think
has
it's perfectly
has
reasonable to
no
believe in God.
actual evidence.
Because
And the
reason
book
requires faith in and of itself.
and the book that he supposedly authored is full of problems, and the Trinity is logically invalid, and also your Jesus didn't fulfill a single prophecy, not one. He's a
So
failure. He's a fraud. He's a
Going
liar.
back to the diatribe that I started, but was cut off. What I've noticed is
Yeah, we don't do tribes here. I don't know if you know this. I know you stumbled in concussed already, but you don't get to go on diatribes about the meta commentary. We don't do that here. We're gonna stay on track. We're gonna talk about the actual substance, and you're gonna sort your shit out. All right, you want to read the Bible with us?
right. So you believe that designed must mean that it's perfect.
No, I don't believe that. So
You said that okay. If
I
there's
didn't say
intelligent
that at
design,
all.
why is there disease?
I didn't
3
say.
colors ago. 2
I didn't
colors
say.
ago,
I
your
didn't
peer
say.
said wobble pairs.
Let me try this again. So I didn't say that if there's design, it would be perfect. That's only entailed depending on what kind of a God you believe in. You can believe in a God that isn't perfect, isn't all powerful, and isn't good. And that would lead to different conclusions than the God you believe in. It's also irrelevant.
I believe in a perfect God, but I don't believe in a perfect reality.
Neither
Right?
do we.
Supra real God. Hello?
Listen, you can use the word supra all you want. It doesn't do anything for your argument. So is the Bible true or not?
What do you mean by true? I mean,
Is the
it
Bible
was
true?
divinely inspired. It's a
Is it
real
true?
thing.
But is it true?
What do you mean by true?
Is it true?
Sure, it's true. Yeah.
Is all of it true?
What do you mean all of it true?
Is every word of the Bible true?
There are real words on the pages. I don't know what you want from me.
Are
They
the
describe
claims
real
of the
historical
Bible
places.
true?
They describe real historical people. They
Are
describe
the
real
claims
historical
of the Bible
prophecies.
true?
Like you're trying to box me into something.
I'm asking you a simple yes or no question.
I said
Are all
yes. I said yes. Like
you
can't
didn't
hear.
You didn't say it once.
You have
That's why I
worse
kept asking
listening
you.
power than your former caller.
Well, you didn't say yes. That's why I kept asking you.
Well,
You
actually,
could have
I
just
did.
said you could have just said you didn't. Also, there's 2,000 people watching you lie right now. When you
Yeah,
watch
and-
this back, you should be ashamed of yourself for lying.
Yeah, I mean, they will say that I said yes.
So
the Bible
you
is
didn't.
true. I asked you what you mean by true,
I
and I
said
just assumed that we have a
is
same definition for being
is
true, even
every
though you're
word
an
of the Bible
atheist.
true?
I mean, it's translated from like an original like language.
I'm not asking about
Like
the
some things are lost in
translation.
translation.
I'm not asking about the translation. We'll start at Jeremiah 31. Thus saith the Lord, a voice is heard in Ramah, lamentation and bitter weeping. Rachel is weeping for her children. She refuses to be comforted for her children because they are no more. Thus saith the Lord, keep your voice from weeping and your eyes from tears, for there is a reward for your work, says the Lord. They shall come back from the land of the enemy. What do you think this is about?
So even the devil can quote scripture to suit his own purposes.
I'm
What do
asking
you think
you,
about
not
that?
I'm asking you, not the devil. What do you think this passage is about?
So where's it from?
Jeremiah 31.
Jeremiah, thus says the Lord, keep your eyes from weeping, your eyes from tears. There's a reward for your work, says the Lord. Yeah, I don't know. Put your faith in God. It's good
Next
stuff.
verse. Next verse. Read
Yeah, what
all
about
of it. There's a reward for your work, says the Lord. They shall come back from the land of the enemy. What's this about? What's this prophecy about?
A voice. I don't know where Ramah is. I remember.
It's
I remember Rachel
it's a territory. That's the hometown of
from the
Samuel,
land of the enemy, from Amalek
which
or
is
what?
where? No, not Amalek. Amalek's 400
What
years
was the
ago.
original?
I
What
mean,
was the
1,000
original
years
translation?
ago.
I don't remember what the enemy is.
The enemy's
Babylon, I guess.
Babylon. You've never read
Yeah, there you go.
Jeremiah?
I just said Babylon. And you said it with me.
It's,
Jinx.
it's clearly Babylon. Okay, so what's the prophet predicting here?
That the Jews will come back from their exile from Babylon.
Yeah, it seemed pretty easy, right? That doesn't even take a Bible college degree to get that from the passage, does it?
Okay, go on.
You can say yes or no.
I mean, go on.
Okay, so we both agree that that is what the passage actually means. What do you think?
So the prophecy is saying.
What do you
Jews
think
will
the
come
New
back from
Testament?
Babylon.
What do you think the New Testament says about it?
About this prophecy in particular from Jeremiah?
Yep.
What do they say? That it's been
Yeah.
fulfilled at the time of Jesus?
Did Jesus come back from Babylon?
I mean, he came back from death.
He didn't come back from Babylon. All right, so the New Testament says when the babies were killed in Bethlehem, that this prophecy was fulfilled. Then what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah was fulfilled. A voice was heard in Ramah, wailing and loud lamentation, Rachel weeping for her children. She refused to be consoled because there are no more. That's not what Jeremiah is talking about at all, not remotely connected. So Matthew's a liar.
Was there anything else in Jeremiah that might be talking about that?
No,
No, not really.
not a single
So
thing.
so the Jews got back from Babylon. They settled in Israel.
They came back
established
from
the second
Babylon
temple under Herod, and
way
it was
before
only when they were
Herod.
all killed. It was
Hundreds
only when
of
they were
years
all
before
killed that
Herod.
this prophecy was confirmed.
No, the prophecy was confirmed less than 70 years after it was given. They actually came back partially from exile prior to the 70 years that Jeremiah predicted in chapter 25 and 29.
That's cool. That's awesome. Yeah.
So the
I
prophecy
love
has
fulfilling
nothing to do
prophecies.
with babies being killed in Bethlehem around the time of Jesus.
I mean, if there's babies being killed in Bethlehem, that means that they're not in Babylon anymore, right?
Yeah, but it wasn't
Yeah. So the
fulfilled.
prophecy was fulfilled.
We'll try this again. It was fulfilled prior, hundreds of years before Jesus was around, which means this prophecy has nothing to do with the babies in Bethlehem being killed when Jesus was about to be born.
I mean, I feel like we've talked in circles.
No, you're just not grasping
this?
what the Gospel of Matthew says. So we'll try this again. Matthew says, when the children were killed in Bethlehem, then at that moment, what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah was fulfilled. But the babies being born in Bethlehem have nothing to do with the prophecy of Jeremiah,
Okay.
which means
This
Matthew
proves Jeremiah's
it means
prophecy?
Matthew is a doof. He has no idea what he's talking about. He's making up prophecies.
Yeah, it happens a lot. So
Yeah, it does happen a lot. Yeah, because
that's
Matthew's
how
a
you get
goof.
prophecies. You make
He
it
has-
up, right? Divine inspiration hits you.
No, he lied.
make it the fuck up.
He didn't get divine inspiration. He lied.
I'm actually curious about.
How do you know he lied?
So Matthew says that there's a prophecy that says the Messiah will be called a Nazarene in Matthew. I'm curious if the caller knows where this prophecy is in the Hebrew Bible.
Is
No way he
Nazarene
knows.
what was Nazarene is the translation from the original text that you're getting this shit from. What
Wrong
is going on?
again.
As,
Wrong again.
Nazarene
We can look at
was
the original
originally
Greek.
in the Bible.
What
The
is a
word
Nazarene?
Nazarene
What is a Nazarene?
was originally in the Bible.
What is a Nazarene?
I don't know. I don't know. I
You
don't,
know
I
that
don't
the word
understand how this
Nazarene-
relates to disproving God's nature.
This has nothing to do with God nature. We're demonstrating that the book that you believe in is full of shit.
Yeah, it's a belief. It's a belief. I don't know what you want.
Yeah, it's full
Belief
of shit.
has
Okay.
challenges. That's
So
entirely reasonable.
can you find us the prophecy that says that the Messiah is going to be a Nazarene?
Yeah,
I
at the
don't-
end of
I don't care
Matthew.
about that.
You should care about it
I'm
because we're
sorry.
asking you about it right now. What a
Yeah, but,
terrible,
like, not everything
what
that-
a terrible
right, like, you
debate
ask
tactic.
me
Oh, I
things,
don't,
and then when
I don't care about
respond,
that.
you mute me.
I don't
Like,
care.
you're so bad faith.
Can,
No, I
Can you
mute
imagine
you
if just-
when you cry about the meta rather than addressing the argument.
can you
Isn't
imagine
the
if
middle, like,
Justin
relevant,
Martyr
though?
debating with his Jewish
Because literally this entire
interlocutor
conversation is about
was like, well,
the
I don't care about
translatability of
that.
language.
Yeah, I
Like,
don't
I'm
care
saying
about
that the original
that.
text was written in a language besides English.
Yeah,
You're
we're
telling me
aware.
that actually,
We're-
we need to
we're-
rely on the English translations to
No,
prove or disprove the
dispel.
veracity
We
of the
didn't say
Bible.
any of that. We didn't say none of that bullshit. Dalton and I both learned Greek and Hebrew.
Oh, that's cool.
Okay, so
Okay,
the
then
translation's
can you bring
irrelevant.
it? Yeah, bring it. There we go. Okay, so then give me the
The-
actual translation.
Of what? We're asking you where the prophecy is.
By the way,
Want me
the
to
translation,
point to a
there's nothing.
specific verse for the return of
Where's the
Jesus?
prophecy that says the Messiah is going to be a Nazarene? Where is it?
I don't, bro. I don't even know what a Nazarene is. Right? We already
It's
established
somebody
that.
from Nazareth, the
that-
city.
Is that the
Yeah.
case?
This guy's
Okay,
never
cool.
even read the book. You've never even cracked it open.
So
you lying?
Matthew chapter 2 ends with Jesus and his family settling in the city of Nazareth, and it says, "And he went and dwelt in a city called Nazareth, that what was spoken by the prophets might be fulfilled. He shall be called a Nazarene." Where is that in the prophets?
I don't think that implies that there needs to be a prophecy that he is a Nazarene, rather that he settles in Nazarene to fulfill the prophecies. that
We're asking
are
for
to
the
come,
prophecy that says that.
including talking with the elders, including dying on the cross. being
Where are
the
those
perfect scapegoat.
prophecies? Where are they?
In the Old Testament?
Find them.
They're not relevant to me anymore.
They're not there. They don't exist.
They're not relevant to me anymore.
They don't exist. They're not there.
Yeah, I don't care about a prophecy saying Jesus had to be a Nazarene.
You should care because that's what we're
Because I don't
talking
think
about
that's
right
what
now.
I don't think that text was actually
We're-
saying he had to be
we're-
a Nazarene.
Yeah, it does say that.
Actually,
We'll read it
that's what it says,
again.
say that.
We know he hasn't read the book, so we'll have to read it to him. There he made his home in a town called Nazareth, so that what had been spoken through the prophets might be fulfilled. And then the quotation from the prophets is, "He will be called the Nazarene." Where can I find that prophecy?
I don't know. Like, your entire platform is
Like evidence
insanely
based?
condescending, right? That's the that's the content.
Okay, so you can't tell
right.
us where that prophecy is.
I don't care. I've told you. I don't care whether or not there's a prophecy that he had to be a Nazarene.
Well,
or maybe he
we're
was
talking
born a
about
town
prophecies
over.
right now. So you should care.
No, we're talking about faith.
No, we're not. Faith is useless topic.
We're
No
not
one
talking
cares
about faith when we're talking about
No.
God. We're not
No.
talking about faith when it comes to God. And in
Nope.
fact, I think
Not
your
even remotely
belief
true. I have
in
faith that
facts
you.
and evidence also is a certain amount of faith.
I have faith that you're actually
It's an
secretly a
acceptable amount of
Muslim.
faith,
Is
and
my
I
faith
share that same
warranted?
faith.
I have faith you're actually a Muslim. Is my faith warranted?
What am I going to do?
Is my faith warranted that you're a Muslim?
What am I going to do?
So you're not going to answer the question. You're just going to be a child.
I feel like all of your questions to me have
All right. So listen, I know like answering questions is hard because you get cooked every time you answer a question, and you're terrified of getting cornered again. But what you're not going to do is just bitch on the meta. What we're going to need you to do is actually answer the question, or you're going to continue to get redirected and muted. Can you answer the question?
You need my answers.
No, I don't need anything. I'll just fucking kick you. Oh, look, there you go. Now you're gone. No one needs you. You're a waste of space. Your mother's not even proud of you. She said you're not even special.
He didn't seem to care about anything.
Nah, he just came up to be mad.
know this is like kind of left field, but my results were significant, like really, really significant. Like 3 to the 8 to the e to the like -10 significant. I'm so happy.
Wait, what results?
I was running a PCR earlier, and my results were significant.
I don't know what a good number is on a PCR.
Basically, my p-value was so small, meaning that my results were so significant that it's 10 to the negative fifth, which is, I believe, 10 times 10 to the negative fifth is 0.00001. Like, oh my god, I'm so excited.
Well, I don't know what any of that means, but I'm excited for you. I guess who came back?
Dispel, are you ready to tell us where the prophets told us the Messiah will be called the Nazarene?
He's angry typing.
Oh wait, is my silencer not on? Oh, that's unfortunate.
Did you angry type where the passage is? Because that's what
Oh
we
no.
need right now.
Again, I told you, I don't care about this particular thing. And right for you guys, this is
Oh, darn, he's gone again. Crucifix me. Thank you for the super chat. Says carpenters measure twice, some build legends once. Hey, I appreciate that. Crucifix me. Good to see you tonight, my friend. And Gretchen, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the 666. Hail Nero says, what the actual fuck? I ordered barbecue Christian and you served me braised Aussie a-hole and lightly seared Phil bro. Refund, please. I'm sorry. We just got, I think, a barbecue angry Christian. So maybe I finally delivered. Let me know. I'm willing to put it back in the oven if you need. Space Lord says temporal events. Huh? Are there non-temporal events? Not that I'm aware of. I'm not aware of any atemporal events. That's not something I've ever seen. And Viking Chef says, you and Dalton got some patience to withstand these people. Here's another donation to a hard drink. Rock hard for Doug. I appreciate it. I did. I've got it on the back shelf. I did restock my Kraken finally. So it's Friday night. I'll probably get some Kraken going. Science Lover, thank you for the 349 THB super thanks. I really appreciate that. And Lou, good to see you. And Butterfly, thank you for the butterflies. Duke, thank you so much for the $10 Euro chat. Says, glory of Israel will not chew cud or utilize his mind, for he is not immortal, that he should use words that mean words. P.S. Phil Bros are just flirts with extra steps to the script knowledge club, or secret knowledge club. This is actually a really good comparison. I've never thought about the Phil Bros being flirts, but they really kind of are. Like in the way that they go about obtaining knowledge information and doing their argumentation. I mean, that really
I
is
gotta
the
go.
case.
I will be going because I have to head home, but it was lovely being on with you guys. And I guess being on live gave me the luck of the draw, and my results are significant, which means a lot of great things are to come. So, yay.
Well, it was great to see you, Snitch. Have a great night. Thanks for joining us.
You as well.
Have a good night, Ella.
Have a good night.
Trump failed says, dude, I've studied philosophy and I have no idea what the fuck is going on. This dude is higher than an astronaut. I think so. I think anyone who actually did study philosophy would think that this guy's out of his mind. He had no idea what was happening. And Mellow Matt says, contingency arguments always posit a necessary being without explaining why that necessity requires sentience. It presupposes their belief. That's what I was saying. Like, even if there was a necessary cause or some sort of necessary prime mover, like there's no reason to believe that it's sentient or knowledgeable or cares about us. Like we have no reason to believe that. Susie says, I enjoy your talk with Jenny and will watch the rest later. Can you please summarize Jezebel's story? What did she do? Jezebel, you mean Jenny. Jenny was amazing. I don't know. Basically, Jenny was forced into what could be classified as an arranged marriage with an abusive man for a long period of time, and it took a lot of courage to get out. But when you're part of the IFB fundamentalist cult, it's hard to know if you're in an abusive relationship or if you're just, being gaslit. I mean, there's so many, people are so like confused. They don't know what is true, what's up, what's down. Help Omega says scientific is a weak level of level 2 Phil Bro. Does Dalton have Cash App or anything? Dalton, do you have Cash App?
It's in my link tree.
Hell yeah. Guys, Dalton has Cash App. Make sure if you appreciate his work to send him appreciation. It would be much appreciated by Dalton and the community, because we love what Dalton does for the community. And Meg, thank you for the $5 super chat, says Margarita on board to deal with Phil Bros. Already subscribed to Dalton and rock hard. Thank you so much, Meg. That makes me so happy. I appreciate it. I love to see other like new faces. Dalton's not that new anymore, but I love to see people in the community blow up. I love it. It makes me happy. Drew Smith, thank you for the super chat, says you'll find the chuckle word in the 2003 book The Slang Man Guide to Dirty English by David Burke, and my undergraduate degree was EE. I knew, that's why I liked you so much, Drew. We actually have a David Burke that is part of the channel. He super chats a lot. I'll have to check out the book. It sounds like a really good book. All right, friends, I'm going to grab just one more super chat to follow up on Susie's last super chat, and we'll get our next guest in here. Susie says, putting the adult playground near the waste disposal system is not as intelligent as I couldn't agree more. The fact that one can infect the other and also does infect the other if you wipe the wrong way is crazy. But changing diapers is a nightmare. Max, welcome in.
Hello.
Max, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I believe in God. You don't believe?
Are you 18 at least?
Yes.
Okay, cool. No, I don't believe in God. Which God do you believe in?
Who creates the world?
Which God do you believe in?
There is only one God.
Yeah, does it have a name?
He have many names.
Give me one of them.
Is Bob one of his names?
Is it Doug?
No.
Okay, so what's the name of your God?
Some people say in the last time God have many names.
Yeah, we're asking for one of them.
No, if God only one.
Yeah, we're asking for one of the names. Are you unsure what to call your God? What do you call your God when you pray to him?
And we have many languages.
Try this again. What do you use to address your God when you pray to it? What name? Listen, if you're embarrassed that you're a Muslim, you can just say it. You're not the first Muslim to get up here. Just say, my name is Max, and I believe in Allah, and we can move forward.
Allah, it's not a God?
Are you Muslim?
Allah is God?
Are you Muslim? I never understand why Muslims are so terrified to admit they're Muslim. It's crazy.
Allah is God?
Are you Muslim?
Is that a question mark?
Max,
Allah
do you think I'm a 5-year-old? Do you think this is going to work? I'm asking you a simple question. Are you a Muslim? You get one more chance to answer it. I'm cutting you. Are you a Muslim? Yes or no?
Allah is God?
Okay, so we'll just cut you. All right, bye.
I wasn't sure if that was a question.
It sounded like a question. Yeah. I mean, that's how I was hearing it. Were you guys hearing it as a question? It sounded like a question to me.
Allah is God?
Yeah, when you inflect the end of the word, it sounds certainly like a question. I don't know. Maybe he was making a statement. It didn't sound like a statement. He sounded unsure. You're right, Mumo. He sounded unsure. That's why I thought it was a question. Whatever. He'll come back if he's serious. He's not serious. Also, he's 12. If you're watching on YouTube, there is a link on the screen, tiny.cc /DZ guest. You can join the discussion. You don't have to sign up for anything. We don't need your email address. We don't need your phone number. You don't have to download an app. We'll plug you right into the queue. If you're watching on TikTok, there's a guest request. You know where it is at the bottom of the screen. Just hit the guest request. You'll get into the queue. We ran out of TikTok guests, but we do have somebody waiting in the YouTube queue that is certainly not going to present a valid argument, but they are going to cry a little bit. How you doing, Dispel?
Hey, what's up?
Are you ready? Are you ready to actually have a dialogue, or?
I mean, your dialogue is a flowchart, and I understand because most other Christians also have a flowchart.
So
I
that
get
was a
it.
yes or a no.
Right? There's your flowchart.
Yes or no. I'm waiting for a yes or no.
Can you break out of the flowchart, please, and be a human? Like, talk
It's
to me
not a
human to human.
it's not a flow chart. I'm asking you, are you ready for dialogue?
Yes, I am.
Oh, that was easy. I don't know why that was so hard. Fantastic. Okay.
Are you?
So we were in the Bible and we were reading the
Are you ready?
Bible.
Are you ready
and
to
we
have
were,
dialogue
we
with
were
each other
asking
outside of a
you
flowchart?
whether or not you could
Are
find
you
me
ready
the
to have
prophecy
dialogue with each other outside of a
of
flowchart?
the Messiah
Can you at least say
being a
yes?
Nazarene?
Please, please help me believe you're a human being.
Why do you think I'm answering your
So-
question? Why would you think
This
that
is how I talk.
in the middle of me talking, you're going to ask me a question and I'm going to answer it? Are you 5?
It's a
So
yes or no
we'll-
question.
So we'll
Are
try
you
this
ready?
again.
Are you ready to talk outside of
TikTok
the
is having
flowchart?
having trouble hearing him.
Really? You can't hear him on TikTok?
Yeah,
That's weird.
I'm getting seeing.
Yeah, I'm
I'm seeing a
TikTok
lot of.
I can hear him
By the
loud
way,
and
this
clear.
is how. By the way, this is how we talk in person. This is just how we talk, dude.
No, you don't talk to each other like yes or no.
I can
You
turn
don't
him
do
up a
that to
little
each
bit.
other.
Is
You
that
say,
loud
"Hey,
enough?
how you doing? How's it going? Why do you
Oh.
believe these things?"
We actually do talk that way. Yeah, when we're actually having dialogue about what is true and what's not true and what one thing says, what another thing says, we do use yes or no questions. That's how inquiry works. So back at the bar, did you ever find the passage where it said that the Messiah
Back
is
to the
going to be
top of the
Nazarene?
flowchart. I mean, is it too far out of your imagination to believe that there is a biblical book that was not included in the canon when the
I'm
Catholic
asking
Church
you.
came together to assemble the books? Do you think
I'm
it's
asking
outside
you.
of possibility?
Do you think
I
that's
think it's
where it
possible.
is? So
I think
God
it's
didn't
possible.
preserve his. So God didn't preserve His word.
I think God preserved the ones that were necessary for Christianity.
Okay, so it wasn't necessary for this prophecy to actually be known.
Or at least the origin of it.
Well, where is it? Where can I find it?
Well, the fulfillment of the prophecy is, you referred to in Matthew, but the origin of it, right, we don't have.
I know we don't have it. Okay,
Yeah.
just checking. Okay, now let's move on to some other fun stuff because, like, as it turns out, the Bible is just chock full of problems. So, for example,
It
do you know when?
is.
Je-
I
you know
mean,
when
life
Jesus
is
was
also
born?
chock full of problems. It's really rough.
Do you know when Jesus was born?
0 AD. I don't know the day of the year. It was what, around Passover or something like that?
Not remotely true.
Oh no, around the Roman census, whenever that is.
Okay, according to which gospel? Yeah, it says that he was born during the census of Quirinius in Luke, right?
Is it just in Luke or is it in any of the other gospels?
Only in Luke. In Matthew, he's
It's
born.
only in.
In Matthew, he's born when?
I don't know.
Prior to the death of Herod. And when did Herod die?
Well, one text is saying before, the other one is saying, well, Herod had to kill all the Jewish children
So he was born
so that he could remain the
prior.
regent in their area.
He was born prior to the death of Herod. Do you know when Herod died?
By like Roman texts? Yeah, no, I don't know.
He died in 4 BCE. So
Oh, that
how is it
earlier
that
than
Jesus?
0 AD.
Yeah, how is Jesus born in 4 BCE and then born again in 6 CE?
Well, I mean, he was born again after he was crucified.
Jesus came
did he-
out of
I
Mary
guess
twice.
it happened multiple times. It's a consistent It's a consistent thing.
Jesus was born twice.
I guess 3 times.
3
Evidence
times.
suggests 3 times.
This guy is unserious.
Can you explain to me Romans 14:13?
I can
we wanna,
explain anything
just
you
throw Bible
anything
verses
you,
at each other.
I can explain anything
Can you
you
explain
want
Romans
to.
14:13? Yeah, then explain it.
Anything you want to, as long as you actually stop being a piving Perry. So we're talking about
actually a
something
parrot.
that obviously makes, I said Perry. You obviously don't want to talk about this topic, which is why you're pivoting right now.
I know. I'm
It's very
very willing
simple.
to.
Being actual
I think we came to our
serious,
conclusion. He was born
being-
3 times.
He wasn't. Be serious.
Evidence suggests he was born 3 times.
All right. Well, I'm going to move on, okay? What a fucking coward.
What a joker.
Oh, well. Well, we'll bring Isaac in from the YouTube chat. I'll never understand why he keeps coming back into the chat like he thinks he's going to do something. He's got to be a troll. He can't be for real. Herbie, thank you for the super chat. Says, I can't stop listening to the cooking. My cats will start bullying me for their breakfast in 3.5 hours. I'm going to be awake all night again. I'm sorry, Herbie. I'm sorry. I love you. I'm sorry that I'm taking your sleep from you. But also, thank you so much for being here, friend. I always love having you in the chat. And Contra Christos, I love the name. Thank you for the $9.99 super thanks. I appreciate that. Big W. And Sir Game a Lot, good to see you tonight. Says, thank you for your donation. Well, sir, it's good to see you, and thank you for your donation. And our friend Gretchen's still here. She says, you got to change your background to YouTube science class. Actually, I should get a background for when we do science stuff, just to change it. I actually have one for it, by the way. I never used it. We'll put it up. Jennifer, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. It says, I loved that explanation of the start of life. We've learned so much in the last few decades. Go, go, go. I know. Science just keeps confirming that there was no God available. Just keeps, look at the Christian Crash Out POS host in TikTok. They hate it. They hate it. I'm glad that I get under your skin, because you're too much of a coward to actually get into the guest box. Bitplane says, flush this troll. Yes, I realize by the time you read this, you won't know which call I was talking about, but I suspect it applied to most of them. You're 100% right, actually, Bit. You are right. And Doug Brown in the house tonight says, but Justin, have you really considered? Nuh-uh. You know what? That's a powerful argument. I need to check that out. Maybe the nuh-uh argument's the right one. And Helping Mega again says, is Toastman an anti-vaxxer and a flat earther for the uneducated hat trick? You know what? We should have asked. I bet he was actually. Praise Doug and Sharon that not all of society is smooth-brained. I know. One more super chat. Now I feel bad I didn't ask him if he was a flurf, because I bet he was. Matt says, I'll have to look that up. Is such a wild lie when it's abundantly clear that if he even did look something up, nothing's sticking. So what's the point? You're right. When people say I have to look that up, they're trying to get out of the talking point. They're done. They don't want any more of it. That's what that line is for. All right, let's grab Isaac from the queue. Welcome in, Isaac.
Hello. I know what you're gonna ask. I am over 18, and actually, unlike other people, I'm actually an agnostic atheist. I'm just here because I want to have, like, an actual conversation, because I think.
But you're an atheist.
Yeah, but I think
Okay.
it's good. I think it's good to have questions.
Nah. We're doing debates, my man. If you don't believe in God, this is not the place for you. Okay. We're not here for like circle jerks or devil's advocate or anything like that. Shadow Slays, great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Big W, friend. Says, might have another contradiction here in Genesis 1:11. God says, let the land produce vegetation. But then in Genesis 2:5, how no shrub had yet appeared on the earth. How can God produce vegetation, but then no shrub? Okay, this is actually more intricate than you might think. This is the importance of knowing Hebrew, because in Genesis 2, it's not referring to just vegetation. They're different Hebrew words. The word that we get in Genesis 2:5 specifically is used primarily of produce, meaning something that is Adam would have had to till the land for, right? So it's leading into the explanation in Genesis 3 about, mankind working by the sweat of their brow and whatnot, basically, right? So I understand that it looks contradictory at first glance in English, but it's not quite a slam dunk. That's why I don't use it. Now, There are ways to compare chapter 1 and chapter 2 when the vegetation comes and when the animals are created and whatnot to find contradictions that are like really solid contradictions. I just don't think that's the best one to run. There is a case to be made that the vegetation in Genesis 1 should have included the produce of the field, but I just don't think that was what the author of Genesis 2 had in mind. I think the author of Genesis 2 was making a statement specifically about man-made cultivated crops. That's my personal opinion. I'm willing to be wrong on it, but that's where I stand right now. All right, we'll grab Reese from our YouTube queue. How you doing, Reese?
Pretty good. How are you?
Doing well. Thanks for asking. Reese, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I am. I am both of those.
Awesome. And do you believe in a particular God?
Oh yeah, God of the Bible, Jesus.
Awesome. What would be the best evidence or argument for the Bible God being real?
For me personally, I would say just a lot of the eyewitness testimony as one, and then I kind of get struck pretty hard when I see a lot of the archaeology evidence for it. So a combination of those two.
Okay, can you point to something in the Bible or archaeology that would demonstrate that this God is real?
Well, so the Gospels in themselves, I would, when you have so Matthew, you got John, you got Peter, you got Paul, and all of these guys who claim to see Christ risen from the dead, and I can't understand why somebody would make these things up like those guys when they had absolutely no reason to make it up. The only thing that happened to them because they made it up was terrible things, and they knew that terrible things were going to happen to them. So why would they have made it up for death?
They didn't make it up. They
Only
didn't
one
write
of
those
those people.
Gospels. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say only one of the people he listed in that list wrote anything. It was Paul. We don't have any writings from anybody else he just listed.
I mean, I think Peter. There's a lot of tradition you would have to deny to say Peter was not crucified upside down. Lot of oral tradition and things go
the
back.
text. Do you know the name of the text that documents him being crucified upside down?
I do not know.
Okay, so in the apocryphal works of Peter, it goes by other names. This is where we learn initially that he was crucified upside down. In the same text, it literally says that a dog gave a speech by the power of the Holy Spirit, and that a little baby suckling at his mother's teat was empowered to give a speech as well, and that Simon and Peter got into a wizard's duel. Simon Magus was flying around in the air, and Peter essentially magically shot him down and broke his hip. Do you think that's a reliable text to be getting information
I don't.
from?
No, I would agree with you on that. I don't, and I would disagree with a lot of that.
Yeah. So, like, why would we believe that the Gospels are true? Because they say a bunch of things that aren't true.
So you don't find that these guys. What? My question to you would be: what would these guys have to gain from these stories?
Isaac,
that they
you didn't
told?
answer my question. My question was, why should we believe that the Gospels are true, independent of who wrote them? Why should we believe that they're true?
I think because of the evidence that these guys had no reason to make it up.
But you don't know who wrote them. That's why I'm asking the contents of the Gospels. Why should we think that the contents are true?
I feel like we do know who wrote them because you had guys in this, second and third century quoting them.
Did the Gospel authors live in the second or third century?
No, but it's very shortly after.
It's not that shortly after.
I'm pretty sure Papias says that the Gospel of Matthew is a saint's gospel written in Hebrew.
Yep.
We don't have any text like that. There isn't. Yeah, that's not the Gospel of Matthew.
And the horrible part about Papias too is we don't have any actual writings from Papias. We have quotes from Papias that were preserved later, like hundreds of years later. Papias is the earliest quote unquote source.
I feel like there's definitely a few more. You got a couple more bishops that quote on him other than just Papias.
Like who?
I don't know right off the top of my head, but I could try and find that for you.
Well, I mean, we're pretty familiar with this period of
Like,
history. So it's
what was the
basically a
Bishop of
rhetorical.
Antioch? He quotes them.
It's a rhetorical question. We're not actually expecting you to know the answer. The reality is, we don't have anything until the middle or late second century that really does a good job of attributing authorship. And then we know Origen, when he wrote, did have an idea of authorship of the Gospels. So by the time we get to Origen, we have some sort of firm gospel authorship within church history. But prior to Origen, there was mostly speculation. And again, I don't actually care what church history says. The gospel manuscripts don't have names.
Yeah, they don't. I'd agree
Yeah.
with that for sure. Yeah.
Right.
But doesn't
So
like Ignatius of Antioch and a couple other bishops quote some of the gospel writers?
yeah, so what? That has
So
nothing
that
to
would
do.
show
Gospels,
that
Dave.
obviously back then it was held that those guys wrote the gospels,
No,
No,
or at least
Ignatius
a
quotes the
couple of them.
Gospels, but he does. He never says who writes them though.
He definitely talks about like Peter.
Yeah, he talks about Peter.
Oh,
He never says, and
did
Peter
yeah,
wrote
did
X,
Peter
Y,
write a
Z.
gospel?
I mean,
Yeah,
but he talks about Peter's teachings.
We're talking about the gospels
sure.
right now. I don't know
Yeah,
if
well, okay. Well, can we move to Peter's writings too? Because Peter is
sure.
he's a huge piece of evidence as well. You know,
I
he's
don't think
one
he
who
is.
really dedicated a lot of his life with nothing to gain, in my
I,
opinion.
I don't think
I mean,
Peter offers any evidence. We have no reason to believe that Peter wrote first, especially not Second Peter.
so
Also, there's a sort of underlying assumption here that is kind of it's a what's the word, a false dichotomy. You're presenting it as either the disciples are accurately and truthfully relaying like Jesus' resurrection, or they're just flat out lying. There's a third option. You know that?
go ahead.
They're mistaken. Like they could just as well have been seeing hallucinations about Jesus and thought he was resurrected.
Yeah, but you
So
do
they
realize how kind of ridiculous it is for
No,
that many people to have a hallucination all at once at the same
no,
time in the same
n-
place.
no, not many people. Almost nobody saw the resurrected Jesus.
Well, there was many of people who claimed that they did.
Name one.
Ooh.
Peter, Paul, Thomas.
No, he did. He saw an apparition of Jesus.
All we
According to
have
you, that's
is
what you think.
No, according to Paul.
all we have is yeah, all we have is the
Oh
Apostle
yeah,
Paul in
Paul.
First
Okay, yeah,
Corinthians
sorry, Paul.
15.
You're right on Paul. Yeah. Sorry,
Yeah,
go
all we
ahead.
have is Paul's claim. All we have is Paul's claim that he appeared to Cephas and then to the 12, and then to an unknown group of 500 who we know absolutely nothing about.
Yeah, but my point on that would be, okay, if Paul claims this, he's saying he writes this and he's saying, okay, there's 500 other guys out there. So anybody that was living in that time that Paul's speaking to could easily go to those 500 people and say, "Oh,
No, they
was this
couldn't.
true or not?" And it's a very falsifiable claim, and we don't see anybody
No,
saying where they
they
went to one
couldn't
of these
go to the
500 people and
500
they
people.
disproved it.
Not a single person was named. How are they going to find them? You can't go to people you don't know exist.
Well, I think they would have definitely challenged Paul back then and be like, "Okay, who?" And they
But
would have easily been able to write him off as a liar, and you don't see anybody doing that.
we have no idea that they even had the writings of Paul where they could have checked. All of Paul's writings went to
Well, they
church.
had Paul himself, is
All
what
of
I'm saying.
Paul's writings went to churches that were outside of Judea. Paul didn't
Okay,
have any
yeah.
churches inside of Judea. They weren't going to go down into Jerusalem and Judea and check it out. Do you think somebody up in Turkey is going to make a travel all the way down to Judea just to find one of these mythical 500 witnesses?
Yeah, I see your point. Probably not. No, but I think Paul is probably one of the weaker ones, like you said, to my argument, because
Yeah.
he didn't claim to see Christ risen. He just claimed to have seen him on the road to Damascus as a coming down from heaven, sort of.
Well, he never claims to see him on the road to Damascus. Acts makes that claim for him.
Okay,
And
yeah, that's fair. I wouldn't. I don't want to use Paul as a main driving point for the evidence. I think you're correct in that he's probably one of the weaker points there. But Peter backs up Paul's claims.
where?
He's
Second
talking
Peter,
about.
2 Peter chapter 3,
Read it for me, please.
where he talks about Paul's writings as scripture.
He says something about Paul writes things that are hard for people to believe, that wicked
Yeah.
people distort.
2 Peter
Yeah,
chapter
something
3.
like along those lines.
But he didn't say anything about
Yeah.
Jesus appearing to him. It says, regard the
No,
patience
but I'm
of our
just saying.
Lord as salvation. Also, our beloved brother Paul, who wrote to you according to the wisdom given to him, speaking of this as he does in all of his letters, there are some things in them that are hard to understand, which the ignorant and unstable twist to their own destruction, as they do other scriptures, so on and so forth. But he didn't say anything about the Damascus Road experience.
But it shows that Peter backed Paul in that he was a genuine believer in.
So what?
Also, this wasn't written by Peter. This is a mid-2nd century document.
See, I would disagree with that.
Based on what evidence?
I just don't see any reason to believe this wasn't written by Peter.
But what's the evidence that it was? Because incredulity is not an actual evidence.
Just the tradition that's handed down throughout the generations.
But the early church debated whether or not Peter wrote this too.
Yeah. Also, the Greek is very, very different from 1 Peter. And the author of 1 Peter is constantly talking about the delay of Jesus' second coming, which makes sense.
But what about like the Council of Hippo and the Council of Carthage, where they do sit down and say, okay, what was agreed upon by the worldwide church, and that's what we're going to include.
There was no agreement. That's why we had to have the councils, because there wasn't agreement. And the councils the councils, Reese, saw vehement disagreements with people actually being anathematized, literally removed from the council and the church at large with their disagreement.
But the council didn't. The council just agreed with what was already decided by the worldwide church.
No, it didn't. They argued endlessly about it. And then people who didn't fall in line got excluded from the church. They were excommunicated. They were kicked out. Some of them, in fact,
because they didn't agree with the worldwide church.
No, they didn't. It's a council.
Exactly. That's why they were excommunicated. Because
there's no worldwide church. That doesn't exist. It's not a thing.
Yeah, it does.
The ecumenical councils didn't have.
That was the requirement for
the ecumenical councils didn't have. No, there's no such thing as a worldwide church. The ecumenical council.
On that.
No, you're wrong.
Of course, there was.
There wasn't. The ecumenical councils was about bringing.
How can you say that's wrong?
Reese, if you actually listen, I'd tell you.
Okay, I'll listen.
The ecumenical councils are called ecumenical for a reason. What does the word mean?
Well, just because you've put a term to it doesn't mean that's what it is.
What does ecumenical mean?
I have no idea what ecumenical means. I am not that intelligent.
It's inclusive of all the churches, meaning more than one.
Okay, I don't see the point.
That's why they're called ecumenical councils. They brought all the churches together, some that agreed, some that disagreed. And one of the goals was to unify all the different churches, being that they all had different beliefs. That was the whole point. And they argued over every single point over and over again. They argued over the nature of the Trinity. They argued over the canon. They argued over authorship. And at the end of the council, at the end of each council, they published the results. And if you disagreed with the results, you got removed. There wasn't a consensus like all the churches just agreed. They didn't just come together and say, this is all the stuff we agreed on. They came together and they said, here are the topics, and they slugged it out. And then at the end of it, Constantine said, and whoever came after him, Theodosius the first, Theodosius the second, so on and so forth, said, okay, here's the ruling from the council, like it or get out. That's how it worked.
I have a quote here about I have a quote here. This is actually the
Well,
writings
can I
of
respond to
Eusebius,
that?
who I believe Eusebius was a 4th century church historian who writes, quote, in Book 6, Chapter 25, and Peter, on whom Christ's church is built, left one authentic epistle and possibly a second, which is doubted.
Yeah. You got the good ones with the colored pictures, don't you?
I do.
Hell yeah.
All right, so what I'd like to say that is you just keep saying that, okay, they came together with all their disagreements, with all the things they agreed about and disagreed about, and then if anybody was left over with disagreements in the end, they kicked them out. Right?
Yeah, and
That's the whole premise.
sometimes they executed people. So the followers of Arius, if you were caught with any Arius's materials, they would either excommunicate you or just execute you.
So my point is they only kept the things that everybody was in agreement with.
But wrong again. There wasn't everybody in agreement. That's why people had to get murdered. If everybody was in agreement, then they wouldn't be murdering and excommunicating people.
Things. Well, they got.
Do you know how the word everyone works? Do you know, like, when you use everyone and everybody, those are words that are inclusive of all members in the set, right? So when you said what everybody agrees on, it's already a failed statement. Everybody doesn't agree. That's why they're having the councils.
So this is kind of my thought. Like, say everybody agreed Jesus was God. I'm just using this as an example. I'm not saying it for. I know I don't believe they did, but I'm just using an example here to try to prove a point. So say everybody believed in God, but some people believed Jesus was God, and some people believed, let's just say for the sake of example, Muhammad was God.
They didn't.
Right?
We're talking about Christian councils.
Okay, I'm just using this as an analogy. All right? I'm not saying that this is true, okay? But for the example, so they would keep the fact that keep going into the debate of whether Jesus was God or Muhammad was God, but what was firmly decided is there is a God.
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. You're not even in the same ballpark. Like, we're playing baseball, you're playing cricket.
Okay, you're not tracking. That's all right.
It was a terrible analogy. It's not analogous.
Well, you're really making me struggle to try to say it because you just keep
why did God have to murder his own son?
Me and stuff. So, but anyways, can we move to archaeology then? Because we're not getting too far here.
I love archaeology, but I want to ask you a theological question first. Why did God have to kill his own son?
Because the penalty of sin is death, and somebody had to die because that's what justice is. So Jesus had to die. Either we had to die or Jesus had to die. So that's he chose himself.
The penalty of sin has nothing to do with murdering your son. Try this again. So the penalty of sin is the penalty of sin, right? And God decided that, right?
God decided the penalty of sin is death because that is what justice is. Yes,
it's not justice. No. That's not even remotely the same thing as justice. And also, if the penalty of sin is only justice...
You don't get to decide what justice is. God gets to decide what justice is if there is a God.
I do. Just pay attention. If you listen long enough, you'd see the contradiction in your statement. If God is perfectly just, so he has to murder you every time you make a mistake, then that means any act of forgiveness is no longer justice. So either God is perfectly just or he's not. You can't have it both ways.
Justin, I could be mistaken here, and I just because I'm not really good at history. But if Jesus took on death, which was the punishment due to us, has no one died in the past 2,000 years? I'm not really good at history.
Yeah, that's
talking
a really
about
good
an
question.
Eternal death there, obviously, and not a physical death.
Okay, so the wages of sin is eternally dead.
It's talking about a spiritual death, I guess.
What is spiritual death? Because the Bible never uses the phrase spiritual death. You have to invent that.
Separation from God
That's not in.
For how
That's
long?
vaguely in the Bible, but it's just
forever.
referring to hell. Okay, forever. Okay, so
So
Jesus took our punishment forever.
Yes.
So he's eternally
He's in
separated from
hell?
God.
No, because he overcame.
So he didn't take our punishment then.
He did,
We'll try this again.
but death had no hold on him.
The punishment that was laid on humanity, was that punishment laid on Jesus?
Yes, it was.
Did he serve the full sentence?
He experienced separation from God.
Did he serve the full sentence?
I believe so, yes.
So he's
Because
still
it
in
was
hell right
paid for.
now?
No, he's not.
I'll try this again.
Listen.
The full sentence. Go ahead, Dalton.
I
I'm going to put it
understand
in.
what you're.
Yeah.
No,
I'll
I
put it
understand
in.
what you're
I
saying.
got
You don't have to explain
You
it
don't.
again.
I'll put it in premise form.
No, I get your
Yeah,
point. Trust
so,
me, I
Reese.
get your point.
Reese, if I do some sort of crime and I deserve a life sentence, and let's say the judge's son decides to take my sentence, but he only serves it for 3 days, did he serve my sentence?
No, he did not.
Okay, I deserve eternal hell.
And I
Jesus
and I think
will
you're
only
giving
dead
me
in
a
hell for 3
wonderful
days.
analogy, and I acknowledge that. But the problem is, we here are dealing with. We're looking at things through a physical realm, and this is clearly talking about a spiritual realm that obviously me nor you has any understanding of.
But the
We cannot
punishment for my
understand
sin
heavenly
was
things. So,
Well, if you can't
But the-
understand it, then explaining it here is useless. What are you doing?
well, you asked the question. That's why I'm trying to explain it to you.
Uh-huh.
But Jesus
I would
didn't
never
take
try
my
to
punishment.
explain it if you didn't
my
ask
punishment my punishment is eternal hell. Jesus didn't take that on himself.
Yeah, so here's the syllogism for Dalton's line of questioning. Premise 1, the wages of sin is eternal separation from God. Premise number 2, Jesus was not eternally separated from God, which means the conclusion logically follows that Jesus did not take the wages of sin.
Which this is pretty much why by the end of my Christianity I had forsaken vicarious atonement, because it does not make any sense.
That's dumb. Also, if God is good, he could have just forgiven humanity without murdering his son. He didn't actually have to murder his son.
Well, that was my whole point. Is he did, because if he didn't, justice wouldn't get served.
Well, no.
It's not just.
There's still no justice. He didn't take the full punishment.
Also, is it just to for the righteous to be sentenced as if they were wicked? Is that justice?
Mm-mm. Yeah, what kind of justice is that when the innocent party takes the punishment?
Okay, justice gets served in the grand scheme of things, but justice
doesn't.
isn't served to the person that deserves it. I don't deserve that.
That's the literal
But I get
definition
it
of
anyways.
injustice.
Okay,
The
you're
definition of
asking a question that
injustice
people
is
have.
that.
This is clearly a question that people have asked for millions of years, and nobody
You mean
can fully
2000?
grasp it or totally understand it. Okay, I was just using a hyperbole.
Big numbers. It's fine. Yeah. So we grasp the idea of justice. Justice is you get what you actually deserve. Meaning, if you commit the crime, you get punishment. If you don't commit the crime, you don't get punished. That's the idea of justice.
I don't
Right.
understand how you
That's
could
kind of
grasp justice as an atheist when there is no right and wrong.
Do you know what's
Justice
kind of
is
ironic
irrelevant
about-
of right and wrong. Go ahead, Dalton.
You know what's kind of ironic about all this Christian theology, Justin, is that in the Christian theology, the innocent suffers as if he's the wicked, and the wicked are exalted as if they are the righteous. Proverbs 17:15 says, "He who justifies the wicked and he who condemns the righteous are both alike an abomination to the Lord."
But let me put all the sin on this. Well, most of the sin on this the most innocent person that's ever lived.
That's just how much he loves us.
No, it's injustice. It's an abomination according to the Bible. God says that child sacrifice is an abomination, and he demonstrates it by sacrificing his own child.
Well, that's
everything
you take
about
that
Jesus
totally out of context.
Jesus
because
dying
you're
is an
not
abomination.
recognizing that Jesus is God.
He's not, so Jesus is God now. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. Okay, so what's the punishment for sleeping with your mother?
For sleeping with your mother,
Yeah, it's in Leviticus.
death.
Yeah, and what's the punishment for sleeping with a betrothed woman that's not betrothed to you?
Okay, I'm not. I don't know every single Levitical law, so
Deuteronomy
you
22,
can
you're
tell
dead
me.
as well. So if Jesus is God, that means Jesus committed
Dead. Okay.
incest and knocked up the bride of another person, which means he should have died twice.
Wait, what are you talking about? Hold on.
If Jesus is God,
Rewind
that
for
means
me.
he knocked up his own mother to give birth to himself, a woman who was already
Okay, come
betrothed to
on.
another
You
man.
know that is not sound with
No,
any
this is your
theology.
logic. No, that was your
No, it's
logic. Your
not.
logic is that Jesus is God.
Yeah,
So
If
Jesus
he
is
had the
the same
crucifixion
person as
coming.
that.
if Jesus, he did. It was necessary for his own sins to be paid for. So if Jesus is identical to God and the Holy Spirit is identical to God, that means when
Yeah.
the Holy Spirit came over Mary, that was Jesus. Jesus, the Holy Spirit, and God are all identical.
I
So
don't believe that the Holy
so
Spirit impregnated her like in the
Jesus
sense
gave
that
his
you're
own mother
saying.
the shekel shot. That's what happened.
No, I totally disagree with you on that. That's not my
Prove me
theology at
wrong.
all.
Is Jesus 100% God?
Yes.
Okay. Is the Holy Spirit 100% God?
Yes.
Okay. Can you be 100% something and not be identical to it?
100% something and not be identical to it. I would say no.
No, you have to. We'll
Or
put the
sorry, yeah,
all right,
go
we're gonna
ahead.
put the
Keep going.
because remember, God is not a category. If you're a monotheist, God is never a category. It's an identity. There can only be one. So if Jesus is 100% God and the Holy
Mm-hmm.
Spirit is 100% God, then the conclusion is that Jesus is 100% Holy Spirit, right?
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Okay. So
Totally.
if the Holy Spirit impregnated Mary, that means
But he
Jesus
didn't. I
impregnated
don't know why
Mary.
you keep saying the Holy Spirit impregnated
It
Mary. The
did.
Holy Spirit didn't impregnate Mary.
He did.
Just because the Holy Spirit came over her doesn't mean that the Holy Spirit impregnates Mary.
No, it came on her.
What are you
Yeah, the
saying?
same
Like,
word for the same word for overshadowed used in Luke is the same word used later in Book of Acts to describe the way that Peter's shadow would fall over individuals.
So
okay, yeah.
so
So I don't see where
so
you're getting that means
so
the
the
Holy
Holy
Spirit had sex with Mary.
I didn't say sex. I said impregnate. You said sex.
Okay,
Where's your mind? These dirty Catholic
I think
boys cannot
everybody,
keep their
I
minds
think,
out of the gutter.
I think everybody knows it takes sex to be impregnated.
Not when you're God.
Okay, yeah, and I'm saying he wasn't. You can't compare a birth of somebody who wasn't conceived naturally to being impregnated.
That's what it means. What do you think impregnate means?
I'm saying Mary wasn't impregnated. She was
She
just
was.
miraculously had a child in her
And
spontaneously.
That's
she
called
was miraculously
impregnation.
impregnated.
Yeah.
Okay, it's impregnation by unnatural causes.
We never said it wasn't natural or it was natural. We're telling you the Holy Spirit's responsible for it.
Okay, so if in that sense, if you want to say that God impregnated Mary, then go ahead. But
Okay.
that's totally messed up.
No, the book says that Mary was impregnated by the Spirit. That's what it means. When you add something to a person's body that causes them to
Okay.
conceive, they become pregnant. That's called impregnation.
But I don't think he added something that caused her to conceive. I just think he spontaneously made her conceive without adding anything.
So he didn't add anything into Mary? Where'd it come from? Where'd the material come from?
It just came out of nowhere. It's a miracle.
And who
I mean,
caused it?
there's
Did it come from Mary's body or did it come from outside of Mary's body?
it was just in her body in that moment. I don't know. The
No.
Bible doesn't give us a precise description on how he did it. It just said he did it.
Okay, so something that's not in Mary's body was put in Mary's body, and the thing that was put in it caused her to be pregnant. That's called impregnation.
Okay, I said if you want to call it impregnation, then fine. Well,
okay,
what's the problem with that?
So the Holy Spirit impregnated Jesus, or Mary, sorry. Jesus is the Holy Spirit, so Jesus impregnated his own mother to give birth to himself?
Sure.
Okay, just make sure we're clear on this. And then Jesus
Using your
decided,
weird logic, yeah, that's very good.
and prior to that, God decided that because he was so bloodthirsty, he needed to impregnate a virgin with himself to give birth to himself so that he can sacrifice himself to satisfy his own bloodlust. And do you think that makes sense?
I think you're clearly just rambling, and it doesn't really add up to much. I don't see the point here.
Well, we'll try this again. So Jesus was a human
You can
sacrifice.
say it 100 times. It doesn't make you more of a viable argument. I just don't get it.
Follow along. Jesus was a human sacrifice, right?
Okay. I'll try to follow very closely.
Jesus
was a human sacrifice. Yes.
Okay. And why did he die?
To pay the penalty that the world deserved.
Because God needed to have his satisfaction for the crimes, right?
That's not at all what the Bible teaches.
That's literally what it says. The wages must be paid. That's what it means to be satisfied.
It doesn't mean that God was satisfied in that. It just means that that's what justice was, and he had to let justice be carried out.
No. He didn't have to do that. It satisfied his requirement to have Jesus sacrificed.
Yeah, it satisfied his nature. Doesn't mean he liked it.
It didn't satisfy his nature.
His nature was being just, so it satisfied his nature.
No, executing an innocent person is never just. So justice has nothing to do with this.
It does, because
it satisfied his desire to have the debt paid. That's it. There's no justice in executing an innocent person.
It satisfied his nature to have the debt paid.
No, it didn't.
Yeah, it did.
No, because justice is never served when the innocent person goes free and the guilty parties don't go unpunished.
Well, Scripture says it does. Scripture clearly says that it does.
No, it doesn't. It says no man can die for another man's sins.
I literally just read a verse where God calls it an abomination, where the righteous is condemned and where the wicked are like praised.
That's talking about human beings, not spiritual beings. God is definitely a spiritual being.
Spiritual or human has nothing to do with it. We're talking about the definition of justice.
It does, because God's giving that definitions to humans to use in their human lives.
He didn't say humans.
He's doing a spiritual act here.
He didn't say
Okay, but he's talking to humans. Let's be honest here. He's clearly talking to humans.
We know that, but he didn't say that this only applies to humans. The justice doesn't change. If justice has objective meaning, then you can't just apply it to humans and then have a different justice for God. That's inconsistent. That's moral relativity. You don't believe in relative morals, do you?
I do not, no.
Okay, so if you're not a moral relativist, then you must agree that justice is universal.
Justice is universal within our times. Yeah, I'll give you that. Yep, totally.
Okay, so if justice is universal and it's not just to punish an innocent man for the crimes of the guilty, then what that means is that what happened to Jesus was not justice, that was injustice.
I agree.
Okay, so what happened to Jesus wasn't justice. It was to satisfy a requirement that God placed. It wasn't to satisfy any just cause, correct?
I just, you just keep saying this, I don't know, like a requirement, like he wanted it to happen. He never wanted it to happen, though.
Well, it didn't have to happen.
But it did, because his nature is just.
Okay, so no, wrong again. We already did this, Reese. This has nothing to do with justice. If his nature was just, no, follow along, Reese. If his nature,
I know you're going to say because Jesus was an innocent person died, and that's not just.
All right, so pay attention. If his nature is to 100% of the time always do what is just, then he wouldn't punish innocent people and he wouldn't let guilty go free. That's what it means to be just. He does the opposite of that, which means what he's doing with Jesus isn't to satisfy justice, it's to satisfy something else.
Okay, but I'm saying Jesus is God. So how is he?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Is God innocent?
Yes.
Okay, then punishing the innocent party is still called injustice. It doesn't matter if you call
Is
it God or
punishing
human.
punishing yourself injustice?
Yes, if you're not guilty. Yeah, it's injustice. If my neighbor commits a murder and I go to jail for that person, that's injustice. Justice has not been served.
What if God defines it as just?
Then justice has no meaning anymore. That means we should have no criminal justice system. We should just willy-nilly lock anybody up we want to.
So
justice
we
is
should
universal.
We should lock people up for. I don't really. I'm not tracking quite with you.
If justice means that
Keep
innocent
going.
people get punished for the crimes, that means our justice system on earth is wrong. We need to readjust it. We need to start locking people up that are innocent.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay,
I agree with you, yeah.
So what God did with Jesus has nothing to do with justice. It's about something else. It's about satisfying a requirement that he put in place. It's not about justice. Follow so far?
I understand where you're coming from, but I still think you're wrong on that.
No, you already agreed with me that I'm right.
I just think that Jesus dying isn't it's not injustice because
it is.
It's him taking it onto himself.
That's injustice. The guilty party goes free and the innocent gets punished. That's injustice. It's the definition of injustice. If it happened in a single court in America, we would call that injustice.
Not only is it injustice, it's completely pointless.
Yeah, it's really pointless. Also, it also contradicts what God says in the Bible. God says in the Bible that he holds the guilty accountable to the third and fourth generation, certainly not acquitting the guilty. So the idea that he's going to acquit all the guilty by satisfying his own requirement to murder somebody is crazy. So just to be clear, Reese, Jesus didn't have to die. There's no reason for Jesus to have to die. It's a completely arbitrary thing that happened. Had nothing to do with justice, had nothing to do with the wages of sin. God is the most powerful entity in the universe. He could have literally clicked his fingers and just forgave people. You believe God forgives people, which means you don't believe that God's nature is to always be 100% just. Any act of forgiveness negates justice. That's all there is to it. You can't have mercy and be perfectly just. So if God
that's what, you're right. You're right in this where our issue, our disagreement lies in the fact of where does justice and mercy come together, because the Bible paints a clear picture that God is merciful and God is just at the same time. Now, I think the difficult thing is
he 100% merciful?
We hear. Yeah, that's the question that rises is, okay, how does...
I'm asking you, is he 100% merciful?
I don't know.
Okay,
the Bible never...
Okay, so he's not 100% merciful and he's not 100% just, which means
he's
partly just and partly merciful.
Okay, you can't apply human logic to spiritual things.
You absolutely can. Yeah.
It doesn't work at all.
God can't do contradictions.
You really think you totally can grasp all of logic and
I can prove it.
Understanding of the formation of spiritual things in the universe? And
want me to prove it?
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Can God make atheism true while still existing?
Yes.
Wrong. Try again.
No, sorry. No, he can't. He can't, because that goes against logic. Okay, it's like saying you can't. Can I explain? I have a.
You don't need to explain. We all know we're all 10 steps ahead of it. You can't exist and not exist at the same time. We all see the contradiction.
No, that's not what I'm going to talk about at all.
Well, that's the answer to the riddle.
It's like asking the question, can God create a squared circle?
I agree. Yes, God can't do contradictions.
It's just a terrible question.
Because you can't do contradictions. They're impossible.
Yeah. It's
contradictions are impossible. They're impossible, which means God can't be 100% just and 100% merciful, because that would be a contradiction. He has to be part of one and part of the other.
okay. So it's a mix of the two, obviously.
That's what I said the whole time. Okay, so he's obviously a mix of the two. So if God's not 100% just, that means there's no requirement for him to murder anybody. None.
But if he's partially just, though, then there is part of a requirement for death.
No, there's not. He could choose what he wants. In fact, Romans 9 literally says that. It says he chooses on whom he will have mercy. He chooses. God literally has the choice of deciding who I'm going to give mercy to and who I'm going to give justice to, which means... Reese, I don't know why you keep talking in the middle of my statement. Do you lack self-control? I want you to hear what I'm saying so you can respond to it. I want you to respond.
I'm just not going to resort to this, so go ahead.
I want you to respond to my words.
Once you're done, I'll let you.
Right.
Speak.
You can't respond to my words until you hear them.
Okay, I will.
So if God chooses...
I feel like I have been for the most part for this whole thing.
If God chooses who he's merciful to and who he's not merciful to, that means whether or not he does mercy or whether or not he does justice is a choice that he gets to make. He's not forced into it.
Okay, I agree.
Okay, which means God was not required to murder Jesus. It was a choice that he made.
Okay, I agree.
Okay, now that means Jesus did not have to die. It was just a choice, which goes all the way back to where we started with. God literally impregnated Mary to give birth to himself so that he can sacrifice himself to satisfy his own bloodlust. Because it wasn't to satisfy justice. It was to satisfy something else. And the thing that it is bloodlust. We hear this all throughout the Bible, that God wants blood as atonement.
I feel like he did it to satisfy the fact that it would allow his people to be united with him, though, and not bloodlust.
He could do that without killing Jesus. Jesus is not required for this.
Yeah. Hey, Justin, is it possible for someone to ascend into heaven prior to the death of Jesus?
Well, according to John and Jesus, the answer is no. What do you think, Reese?
Sorry, what was the question?
Do you think it's possible for anyone to ascend to heaven prior to the death of Jesus?
Ooh, that's a really tricky one, because the prime example people would use for that is the criminal on the cross, but that's like right as Jesus is dying, so that's tough. I wouldn't be too certain on that one.
How about a couple hundred years before Jesus?
For them, I don't know. I really, it could go either way. I don't know.
Have you heard of a guy named Elijah?
Yeah.
What happened near the end of his tenure as a prophet?
He was taken up into heaven.
What about that?
So
no man is
God.
righteous. Yeah, he's with God. And Paul says no man is righteous, not even one. Not even Elijah.
Mm-hmm. But the blood of Jesus is applied to past, present, and future.
That doesn't seem to be the case. There's no Jesus in the Old Testament.
Jesus got his hand on the DeLorean?
His death.
So God pre-forgave Elijah?
God applied Jesus' death in the future. Okay, you got to understand that God is outside of time.
No, that's crazy. Even the Bible doesn't say that.
Yeah, it does. It's clear.
No, it doesn't.
I would love to see the Bible verse that tells us that God is existing outside of time.
Yeah, I'd love that.
Well,
that'd be great.
It's implied throughout Scripture, I would say.
It's not.
You're not going to find a single verse that you can just point to that says, okay, what's the whole problem here?
There's no such thing as existing outside of time, but also it's silly to think that God forgave people prior to Jesus dying for their sins. If he could just forgive people prior to Jesus dying for your sins, he could forgive anyone he wants to. What's preventing God from
Well, he
forgiving people
forgave them
without
for
killing
certain.
Jesus?
He actually he forgives everyone,
What's preventing God from
but they have to accept it.
What's preventing God from forgiving everyone without killing Jesus?
It goes back to where justice and mercy meet, and I can't answer that. The
So
Bible is never clear on, is not clear on that.
It's a mystery then.
Clearly, yes.
Yeah, it seems to be the case. So there's actually no good answer for it, is what I'm hearing.
Just because it's a mystery doesn't mean we throw our hands up in the air and say it's all a crapshoot.
No, that's exactly what you
of
do.
scientific mysteries that you guys don't throw your hands up and say it's all a crapshoot, right?
If I were
that's
Jewish,
completely different.
It's not completely different.
No, it is completely different because science isn't a topic. If we were doing a scientific inquiry on whether or not this bottle can turn purple in the next hour, and we had no way of explaining this bottle turning purple and then it didn't turn purple, yeah, we can throw our hands up and say, yeah, the idea of this bottle turning purple is a mystery. We don't know how it could happen. But that's a specific thing. You can't do that with science. Science is a process that you engage in.
All right, would you like to move to archaeology or stay on this? It's up to you.
I'd love to. I love archaeology.
I don't actually know a lot about it, but I was just curious. I got a couple compelling things to me that are kind of compelling.
Go for it.
So like first would be Sodom and Gomorrah. It's just pretty insane how there actually is all those sulfur balls still there that you can go and see. Obviously, the ones that landed on land would have burned up, but the ones that are in the water are preserved. They have museums in that area where they have them
What
preserved,
area?
and you can go there.
What area?
I'm not a geography expert of where modern day Sodom and Gomorrah is, but they definitely know where it's at.
They don't. The Bible doesn't actually tell you where it's at. It's theoretically in the lower eastern southeast plain below the Dead Sea, but that's theoretical. We don't actually know precisely where it is. Now, the reality is there's sulfur around the Dead Sea for a very good reason. I bet if you think long and hard about it. Hold on,
I'm not just talking about sulfur.
Hold on.
Okay, sorry.
Hold on,
Go ahead.
Reese.
I apologize. You're right.
Take 5 seconds to think about how sulfur forms and ask yourself why there's a bunch of sulfur surrounding the Dead Sea. What do you think the answer is?
My whole point was that sulfur it was in these balls.
I know. Just follow along, Reese. We'll address the fucking sulfur balls. Why is there sulfur around the Dead Sea? Okay, you don't know.
I have no
It's because
idea,
bacteria feeds on salt crystals. The Dead Sea is full of salt. There's salt crystals all around the Dead Sea. Bacteria feeds on the salt crystals and it produces sulfur. That's the byproduct of this chemical reaction. That's why there's sulfur. The reason why there are balls of sulfur around the Dead Sea is because sometimes when sulfur gets heated, but not burnt, not lit on fire, when it reaches a particular temperature, it gets hot enough that it can actually form balls. This happened in the 1600s BCE, long after the Sodom was destroyed in the Bible, by a possible meteor strike that wasn't even in the same region. It was in the region northeast of the Dead Sea. Sulfur balls rained down in a radius of almost 20 miles throughout the area because there was a meteor impact that happened in that region. That's why there are sulfur balls in a 20-mile radius around that region, and it happened hundreds of years after the supposed Bible was written, or be the supposed Sodom existed.
Okay, that's fair.
And we see them elsewhere.
Like I said, I don't think
there are hydrothermal events over in Japan that in the area we find identical sulfur balls because the heat from the hydrothermal vents will actually melt the sulfur, not burn it, it'll melt it, and it'll cause it to form balls.
Yeah, I like I said, this isn't like what I base my life on evidence here, but it's just some things that intrigue me and I think do give a little evidence. I mean, they stack on top of each other, so it's like, yeah, you could count one off as coincidence, or oh yeah, it could have been it formed through the sea through these processes, like you're saying. But like when they all start stacking on top of each other, it's like, oh, I'll give you one or two coincidences, or maybe
Stacking.
that this or.
The narrative in Genesis was written hundreds of years after the meteor blast. People who knew what the Dead Sea looked like made up stories about how the Dead Sea became the Dead Sea. That's what happened. Listen, if
we just
if we
disagree on when Genesis was written, then.
we have no evidence whatsoever that it was written even prior to the Babylonian exile. In fact, in Genesis, it literally talks about a list of Edomite kings prior to the existence of an Israelite king. Israelites didn't have a king for another 400 years after Moses was already dead. Moses narrated his own death in Deuteronomy 34.
Well, clearly we
wrote
don't
that he was
think
the
that
most humble
Moses
man in
wrote
all the world.
Deuteronomy. We
I know.
clearly don't think Moses wrote that in
But
Deuteronomy.
he didn't write anything. He didn't write Genesis. Genesis is written in an Aramaic script. Aramaic. We have fragments of Paleogenesis that clearly don't actually date back to the 9th century. And when Moses lived, Hebrew didn't exist yet. Hebrew was still a part of the Proto-Sinaitic family. We don't have Proto-Sinaitic script of anything in the Bible. Also, he was Egyptian.
None of this is really applicable to any of my argument, but
it is. Moses didn't write that shit.
Okay,
what if we had an archaeological discovery that absolutely contradicted the Bible?
Oh.
Had a what? Sorry? Say that again.
What if we had an archaeological discovery that actually contradicted the Bible explicitly?
Go ahead and I'll decide for myself.
So in the 19th century, we discovered this little thing called the Babylonian Chronicles, which has a list of kings from ancient Babylon. Tell me, according to the book of Daniel, there's a king named by the name of Belshazzar, whose father was Nebuchadnezzar and was succeeded by Darius the Mede. The problem is, one, Belshazzar was never king of Babylon. He was only vice-regent. And two, his father was not Nebuchadnezzar. The Babylonian Chronicles gives us a complete list that after Nebuchadnezzar died, his son Amil-Marduk became king of Babylon. And then he was killed and was succeeded by Nerigal-Esar, who was the son-in-law of Nebuchadnezzar. And then he was overthrown in a coup by Nabonidus, and he was the final king of Babylon. And there was no Darius the Mede. So this is a piece of archaeological evidence that kind of runs contrary to what Daniel tells us.
I'm sorry, I was not following totally because I wasn't picking out which parts I was supposed to pay attention to there. You mind highlighting the main pieces there?
Sure, let's start with number 1. Daniel chapter 5 says Belshazzar was the son of Nebuchadnezzar, right?
Okay.
Do you agree?
I can pull Daniel up on my phone here 1 sec.
Did you not read Daniel? You don't know this?
I don't know a tiny passage of Daniel off the top of my head, no. But
it's mentioned like 5 times in Daniel. Hold on.
But I agree with it, yes.
Yeah, Daniel 5:2, Daniel 5:11, Daniel 5:13, Daniel 5:18.
So it tells us that Daniel's father was Nebuchadnezzar. The problem is, Reese, not only was Belshazzar not the son of Nebuchadnezzar, he wasn't even related to Nebuchadnezzar. His father, Nabonidus, who was the actual last king of Babylon, only was king of Babylon because he overthrew the previous ruler.
Okay, yeah, I have no knowledge of the history on any of this, so I'm not going to be able to comment or say anything about it. I don't know.
Not only did Nabonidus usurp the throne, but we know his father, the father of Belshazzar, rather, is firmly rooted in history. If you look at the Nabonidus cylinder, which was translated by Paul Elaine, says, "As for Belteshazzar, my eldest son, my offspring, and still reverence for your great Godhead," so on and so forth. And we've got inscriptions from the actual palace showing the ledger of donations at the palace that lists Belshazzar, son of the king, in the 5th year of Nabonidus, king of Babylon. Belshazzar is the child of Nabonidus. The problem is the author of Daniel didn't live in that time period. He lived hundreds of years later in the middle of the 2nd century, and he just didn't know history. He got it wrong.
All right, yeah, like I said, I don't really know any of this history or anything, so I can't comment on any of this. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I'm taking in what you guys are saying, and I agree. I'll do some research into that or something. But I don't know anything on that topic. You guys are way more well versed into that than I am.
So what's the archaeology that proves the Bible?
Oh, I wouldn't say anything totally proves. I just said like a lot of this stuff just kind of builds on each other for myself personally. Like
Like
another
what?
one is the conquest of Jericho and what we found when we dug up that site as well.
What do we find?
Well, the Bible records that the walls fall outward. There's a wall that's fallen
When?
outward. It records
When?
that. Sorry, what did you say?
When?
Oh, well, I'm saying when we dug up the tell of Jericho, that's what was discovered. That was in
Right.
the archaeologist report.
Right. When was that wall toppled? Is what he's asking.
I don't know the date for the conquest of Jericho, if that's what you're asking. I don't
It's
know.
not from the date of the conquest. Not even close. The Bible can't even tell you when the conquest was, by the way.
There's two different reports on. There's two different archaeologist reports on that exact tell. One of them lines up with the biblical account, and one of them does not.
Neither one of them do. This has been long known, like since the 70s. Israel Finkelstein got like famous for talking about this.
Well, that would.
The reality is the conquest narrative is silly. It didn't really happen. It's mythology.
I definitely disagree with that.
We have no evidence that there was ever a mass of Hebrew people that left Egypt and then made war with the locals.
According to one of the timelines of the Bible, the conquest of Jericho took place around 1400 BCE. The walls of Jericho fell around 1550 BCE. 150 years before Joshua would have ever gotten there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think their dating is completely wrong there.
On what grounds? You brought up the archaeology reports. Now you're saying the archaeology reports are wrong?
So what I know like from the archaeology is the lady
You disagree with the archaeology, Reese?
What?
The archaeology doesn't state that the walls fell during the time of the middle of the 15th century.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is I disagree with that notion that you're bringing forward that it didn't fall then, because the lady that said the reason she said she didn't think it was during that period is because she didn't find the pottery that she wanted to find there. She made an argument that there should have been imported pottery there when there wasn't, instead of just simply looking at the pottery that was there and dating the pottery that was there to that time. And if she would have just dated the pottery that was there that she did find, she would have dated it to that time period.
And how do you know this? What do you know about dating pottery?
I've just listened to other archaeologists that talked about it.
Like who?
Joel Kramer's a big archaeologist.
Joel Kramer?
Yeah.
You think Joel Kramer wrote a report on what happened with Kenyon's Jericho excavation?
No, he didn't write a report, but he goes over what she did and he talks about it and stuff.
Was he there?
He was not, but he was. He talked to a lot of people, different people that did excavate there.
Okay, so there's a guy who wasn't there, who didn't do any excavation there, and you think he just disagrees with the findings.
He disagrees with the findings, yes.
On what grounds? Tell me about the pottery. Tell me why we
On
should
the-
date this. Tell me why
on
we
the
would date the
grounds that-
pottery to the 15th century.
Because they found 15th century pottery there.
According to who? According to who?
It's still there. He was actually there, and
According to who? You said he wasn't
dug it
there.
back up a little bit more.
You said he
Well, no,
wasn't
he
there,
went
and
there.
he disagrees with the findings.
No, he
Those
was
were-
there. In
Those were
present
your
time,
words.
though,
You said he wasn't
now.
there.
Okay, well, can I change my words then?
Yeah, you can change your word. Yeah.
Okay, he was there in present time, not when Kenyon excavated it, but in present time now. And when he was there now, he finds 15th century pottery.
Right, according to
Yeah, like
him.
religious.
Yeah, so what you're trying to say is I believe this one guy,
Yeah,
not
according to himself, he's an archaeologist.
Yeah, okay, so why would we believe his claims over Kenyon
Yes, because
or
when you listen to him, his
Finkelstein or-
arguments very
No, they're not.
because Kenyon because they're both archaeologists. Listen to their points.
I have.
Of why they say this is this and why the other one says this is that.
You know, we
listen
also
to Joel Kramer's
we
points
also
on it.
we also radiocarbon.
So what do you disagree with him about?
We're disagreeing that Jericho wasn't destroyed under an ambush of Hebrews in the middle of the 15th century. The destruction layers predate and postdate the 15th century destruction. So this is kind of a wild goose chase, right? What you're attempting to do is say, well, there's this one guy who disagrees with the other archaeologists. And that's adorable that like you think there's a guy that disagrees with them. There's more than one, by the way. I've got a membership to the Biblical Archaeology Review, and I know that there's a diversity of opinions only among the religiously devout archaeologists, the ones that are
of course.
impartial,
And the other opinion is only among the seculars. So
no,
you can
wrong
say it both
again.
ways.
Most of the archaeologists aren't secular. They're just not dogmatic religious folk.
You are aware that there can be someone can be like a Christian, for example, but also be honest with the data.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, so they're not all secular atheists who are conspiring to supplant the truth of the Book of Joshua.
Nope.
Yeah, but Kenyon was secular. Okay. Joel is Christian.
Wait,
so
Kenyon?
it's not a matter of
wait. Kenyon was secular?
She definitely didn't agree with the Bible.
No. You said secular. I don't care if she's a Christian. Do you know what the word secular means?
I was under the understanding it was more just like unreligious. That's how I'm using it, but correct me.
Means without God. Like a secular society is a society without God. You know that there's a lot of Jewish archaeologists, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, they're not Christian.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so the reality is the destruction layers at Jericho have nothing to do with the Exodus. The Exodus can't even establish when it happened or how long they were in Egypt for. For example, it says in 1 Kings chapter 6 that the Exodus happened in the middle of the 15th century, about 1450, because it says it happens 480 years prior to the building of Solomon's temple, which puts it into the middle of the 15th century. So it has to be from that time period. However, it also lists in Exodus chapter 1 and in Genesis, I think chapter 47, it lists the Pharaoh as Ramses. Obviously, Ramses II. Talks about the storehouses.
That's a mistake.
Talks about the storehouses of Ramses. Yeah.
Ramses is the place, not the Pharaoh.
No, the storehouses of Ramses
Yeah,
Doesn't
they
doesn't matter.
named the place after Ramses the Pharaoh.
We're making it worse for yourself, not better. If they named it after
Yeah.
Pharaoh,
But he
then
was a
that still means that the Pharaoh
he
lived
wasn't the
200.
Pharaoh at the time though.
That still means the Pharaoh would have lived 200 years too soon.
He wasn't. You have no idea
When
when he was the Pharaoh though.
when did Pharaoh Ramses live?
I have no idea.
In the 13th century. He ruled for almost 75 years in the middle of the 13th century, 200 years after the Exodus. You can't name lands after Pharaoh Ramses 200 years later. If they built the
Why not?
storehouses of Pithom and Ramses, Pharaoh must have already been there.
I don't know why you can't name the city after he's been there.
It was named
No, he
after him
hasn't been
After
there.
he was
while he
already
was
dead.
alive. Pithom and Ramses were built and named for Ramses while he was still alive.
So why couldn't it have been destroyed? Somebody else takes it over, then somebody takes it back and names it back to
No,
Ramses.
no, you don't understand. The story of what's happening in Exodus took place 200 years before Ramses was ever Pharaoh.
Well,
I
I
can
don't
dr-
think Ramses
I
is the Exodus Pharaoh.
can draw a timeline. Yeah, we'll just pay attention. Hold on.
Would you find it suspicious if we had a document that claimed to be from the time of the Revolutionary War, and in that document it says that one of the names of the roads was Martin Luther King Jr. Road? What would that tip you off about the document, Reese? Reese?
Reese. Hello?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Your mic is very low. And there's
why.
I don't know what happened to your
now
connection, but
there-
your connection just shut the bed.
Oh, I don't know what happened.
Let's try it now.
Oh,
Is it better?
We'll see.
I have no idea. I didn't change anything, so I don't know what happened.
so Reese, if I had a document claiming to be from reporting on the time of the Revolutionary War, and the document mentioned that there was a road in the main square by the name of Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, what would that tell you about the document?
That it's false
And why is it false?
because it's talking about something that wasn't established yet.
Yeah, someone who wasn't born yet. Now, the Exodus story tells us that there was a place named after Ramesses, but Ramesses wasn't born for hundreds of years after the Exodus would have taken place. What does that tell us?
That Ramses isn't the Exodus Pharaoh.
And that the story is...
But I don't believe that Ramses was the Exodus Pharaoh.
I agree, because he would have lived 200 years later.
Yeah,
So
I
they
think
can't
there's a
name
different Pharaoh
the
that
place
was the
after
Exodus
him.
Pharaoh.
You think that there's
Why
another
can't they
pharaoh
name the
named
place
Ramses?
after? I think there's
Ramses
another
wasn't
Pharaoh
born
that's
for because Ramses wasn't born for more than 200 years after the Exodus would have taken place.
I just don't think that verse is saying that Ramses is the Pharaoh
No,
of the
Reese,
Exodus.
just
That's
lock
what I'm
in.
confused on.
Lock in. No one said that. Not a single person here said that Ramses was the pharaoh of the Exodus. You're missing the point entirely. What we're
Okay, I
saying is
apologize.
the storehouses that were built and named after this guy were done while the Egyptians had the Israelites enslaved, which means Ramses had to have lived in the middle of the 1400s, but he didn't. He lived in the 1200s.
It's just like the analogy I just gave you, where you have a story that takes place in the Revolutionary War times, and yet there's a road named after someone who wouldn't be born for hundreds of years. In the same way, the Exodus story has a storehouse named after someone who wouldn't be born for hundreds of years later.
the storehouses of Pithom and Ramses were named for Ramses while he was alive. That happened. It also happened in the 1200s.
Okay.
Which means they could not have been built and named Pithom and Ramses when the Egyptians built them, or when the Hebrews built them in Egypt, because he didn't live yet. Those cities didn't exist yet.
Gotcha. I'm not gonna lie, I'm just like totally confused. I think I'm getting tired and probably about done.
Yeah, sounds about right. All right. Well, Reese, thanks for having a chat with us, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys. I thought you were pretty respectful. Enjoyed it. Thank you.
Sometimes. Good to hear from you, bud. Cheers.
Yep. See you. Bye.
This is so much fun.
Super easy point. I don't know what was so hard about that. You could just say it's a problem and move on. Oh, well. Let me grab a couple of super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest in here. Devil Doc? Okay, interesting name. Having an argument with a dude who believes in transcendentals, claim math, logic, and reason are classical transcendentals. How do I shut it down? Well, they're not transcendental. Make them prove that they're transcendental. As far as anyone's concerned with a brain, they're just abstract concepts that human beings came up with. They're a language that we use to describe reality. They're not transcendental at all. They have no individual ontology on their own. That's a claim that he can't support or she can't support. I'm assuming it's a he because women are smart enough to not to do dumbass tag arguments. But the reality is they'll never be able to support the claim that transcendentals exist. Not ever. They'll try it all day long, but they'll never be able to do it. Eris says, some people think Haggai 2:23 removes the Jeconiah curse. Is it true? No, it's not true, because Zerubbabel was not a king in Judah. He was a governor for a short time period after the exile and the return of the Israelites, but he was never a king. So I understand why people would think that, but that just wasn't the case. Dwayne, thank you for
Justin, I needed to introduce you to this beautiful woman I met. Here she is.
Wait, what is that? Oh, I got a fucking rib bone.
It's a potential woman, maybe. I don't know. I'm just gonna let it sit here and see if God does anything.
I like that. You know, I got a coffee mug. I don't think I've ever used it on stream, but it's one of my favorites. It's got a picture of a rib, and it says Genesis 2:22, when men were men and women were ribs. It's horrible. I made it myself. Oh boy. Dwayne, good to hear from you. Thank you for the super chat. Says Yahweh equals Jewish Thor. Actually, I agree with this sentiment. Also, it's only a scientific theory. The battle cry of confidently clueless. Dwayne, that's 1,000,000%. I will never understand how a believer can get up here and say it's just a theory and not pause for 5 seconds to think about everything else that they believe in that are theories. Germ theory, electrical theory. I mean, everything is a theory. A theory doesn't mean that it's just a postulate. It means that it's an explanation for something. And in science, theories are using facts to come up with the explanation.
In fact, if anyone ever brings up to you the line, it's just a theory, you can just send them to a little website. It's literally called notjustatheory.com. It's a real website. It's dedicated only to explaining this small concept.
I love it. Sonic, thank you for the super chat. Says, can someone open a barbecue and grill restaurant and call it the Tabernacle? I would, actually. I'd open it in a fucking church too. It would be amazing.
Would it be kosher?
I'm not. I don't know. I love my Jewish brethren because they don't worry about what atheists are up to, but I don't know if I'm going to make it kosher just yet. I got to have bacon in there somewhere. Come on. Zach, thank you so much for the $19.99 super chat. Appreciate that. It says, arguments are super easy to win when all you have to do is make claims you can't even begin to defend. I agree. But Zach, have you considered what if you presuppose the conclusion of the argument? Then, I don't know. It sounds a little better because without my conclusion, you have no explanation. Except I just have to hope and pray that you don't have an explanation. RD Killa, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I'm enthralled with all of your Bible analysis. Bible history is a super interesting subject, and there's so much meat on that bone. I could not agree more. Regardless of beliefs, the book and movement has shaped the world. Well, I do agree with you that the book and the Jesus movement certainly has shaped the world. You won't get any pushback from me. Unfortunately, I think it's been for the worse. That's my opinion. Drew says, why does God need a starship? Well, I don't know if he does. Unless there's a joke in here that I'm missing. But
this is a line from Star Trek. It's a line from Star Trek.
I'm sorry, friends. I'm not a Trekkie. I'm not up to snuff on Trekkie lines. I probably would like it if I watched it, to be honest. I love outer space. I just I don't know. I guess I never got around to it.
I'd never seen it, but I think the background story is that there's an alien claiming to be God, and one of the captains says, "What does God need? Why does God need a starship?" Yeah,
that's wild. Yeah. And why does God need a body? I don't know, Jesus. The Viking Chef again, thank you so much, my friend, says, okay, I've stayed up late here in the UK. You were supposed to go to bed a long time ago. Nearly full bottle of Jack Daniels gone, and I'm in trouble. Listen, Viking Chef, I know tomorrow's Saturday, but you're in a world of hurt. You stayed up all night with a bottle of Jack Daniels? Buddy, you are fucking cooked. You're cooked. Says, been worth it. Rock so hard for Doug and Sinfully Wet for Sharon. Shout out to Dalton. Dalton, you're getting a lot of new fans. Guys, make sure you're following Dalton on YouTube. We have to get him over 1,000 followers. We have to do it. It's time for Dalton to get monetized so that he can go live more often and do as much cooking as possible. Because guys, I'm only live like 3 to 4 nights a week. When I'm not live, we've got Dalton, we've got Ian, we've got Dr. Blitz. There's so many good people live streaming. I want, as they say, a rising tide to lift all boats. Alexandru Marvi, thank you for the 25 RON. Greetings from Romania. Well, I hope things are going well for you over in Romania, friend. And the Atheist Mechanic, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. Says, hey, Justin, hope you're doing well, friend. I hope you're doing well, Atheist Mechanic. May the monad be with you. These callers seem interesting. They have been interesting, actually. Very interesting. I had to admit, though, that last caller I did enjoy only because we got to nerd out on some Bible stuff. I realize it's not for everybody. It is for me. And Design, great to see you. My friend says, watching the religious consistently failed to exhibit a kindergarten level understanding of morals and ethics drives to summon the Holy Ghost of Mr. Rogers. I love Mr. Rogers. I have to tell you guys something, though. It's tragic. I was not allowed to watch Mr. Rogers growing up because my mother thought he was gay and he would turn us gay. Isn't that terrible? I got to miss out on Mr. Rogers because of homophobia. It's crazy.
That's insane.
At least I had Bob Ross to raise me. And last one for now from Lock Forey. Thank you so much for the 1999, my friend. It says, poor Reese, so confident, but so undereducated. That is the case. But to be fair, I think you have to be a little bit undereducated in order to have that level of confidence. I think that's how it works. You know what I mean, friends?
By the end of it, we turned them into Reese's Pieces.
That seems to be the case. I do love some Reese's Pieces. All right, we got Whack Job coming back from our last stream. Last time Whack Job couldn't connect. Hopefully we'll have better luck this time. How you doing, Whack Job?
I'm all right. How you doing?
Doing well. You still got a really weak connection, but it looks like it's not quite as weak as before.
Okay. Yeah.
So, Whack Job, are you at least
my Bluetooth to stop wrestling between my phone and my iPad?
It sounds like you need to wrestle with your Wi-Fi. You're cutting out bad. Yeah. This is why you couldn't connect last time.
Okay, right. Yep. I can tell that's happening with you.
Sorry, Whack. Got to cut you. Come back when you get better Wi-Fi, though. We'd love to talk to you. Let's get Angels of Light. I know. I heard he's wild.
So bad. No, he thinks he's the Jacob from the Book of Isaiah.
That's wild. Yeah, that's the insanity. Yeah. Angels of Light. How you doing?
Yeah, good. What's going on, man?
Not too much. How are you?
Yeah, good. So, you think God is fake, right? I have evidence to support God, and it's scientific.
I'm sure you do. So we'll start at the beginning. Are you at least 18, and what kind of a God do you believe in?
Yeah, I think it's the God of the Bible.
Try again. Are you at least 18?
Yes, I'm obviously over 18.
Awesome. We got the requirement. So you're at least 18 and you believe in the Bible God. Do you believe in both testaments, Old and New?
Yeah, I think so. Yep.
Do you believe in Trinity?
I'm questioning it, but yeah, still do.
Fair. Okay. What's the evidence?
All the gas laws in the second law of thermodynamics. So if we're inside of a car and I spray gases in the car, the gas molecules spread out in all directions and fill the car up. If we open the sunroof, those gas molecules escape
No, they
because
don't.
the gas is no longer contained.
He's
That's
a
not
flat
how that
earther.
works at all. Do you know what happens to nitrogen?
Wait, you're saying that if we spray gases in a car and I open the sunroof,
Angel,
it's
do you
not
know
gonna...
what happens to nitrogen?
What happens to nitrogen?
It sinks to the lowest point. It doesn't fly out.
I'm not talking about nitrogen. I'm talking about the air we're breathing currently.
Nitrogen is part of the air we're breathing. It's more nitrogen than oxygen.
So if I get a shovel and I'm going to scoop up nitrogen from my ground, am I?
I didn't say it's in the ground. It's in the atmosphere.
Okay, so then it's irrelevant. So I'm talking about if
No,
I am in the car.
It's not irrelevant. You said if you open the window or a sunroof, gases fly out of the car. Only the ones that are heavier, or not heavier. The heavier ones don't float out.
Okay, wait. When you pass gas and you open the sunroof, does it escape?
Those gases partially escape, but not all of them.
So
because
so
they're lighter, they have a different density than the rest of the atmosphere inside of the car. The stuff that's denser doesn't escape.
What, are you joking?
No, I'm not joking. It sounds like you don't know how like density works.
Do gas molecules move randomly in all directions, or do they just move
No.
down?
No, they don't move randomly in all directions. They
Well, I wish I could
disperse.
bring them up
And
to you.
the heavier gas molecules sink, the lighter ones rise.
Okay. The air you're currently breathing, is it only
This guy's
moving
crazy.
down?
It sounds like he's been huffing some gas. This can't be your best argument.
So hang on a second. You just said that the gas molecules don't
It sounds to me like what's about to happen is you're about to try to prove that the earth is flat and therefore the Bible's true.
No. What I'm going to tell you is you don't even know how to.
There's going to be a painful conversation.
Well, wait. Do you disagree that if we open the sunroof of the car, the gas molecules escape? You disagree with that? Are you serious?
Yes, because that's not what happens. And I know this because I had to design actual fucking gas chambers for work and measure the gases inside of that chamber. And I know that certain gases are heavier than others. Some of them leave the chamber and some of them don't.
Right. So yeah, but some of them leave, right? So
some of them leave, the ones that are not as heavy.
Thank you. So now if we have that gas chamber or the car, let's say it's a perfectly sealed car, we drive it inside of a vacuum chamber, inside NASA's power facility. They pull a vacuum on the outside and we open the sunroof. What happens to all the gas molecules?
All of it or some of them?
They pull a vacuum on the outside of the car.
Well, try again. I said all of them or some of them. Yes. That's the question.
What happens to all the molecules in that car?
They're going to disperse, but they're not going to. They're not going to be sucked out of the car.
Yeah, the gravity of the car is not going to be strong enough. The gravity of the car is not going to be is not going to be strong enough to hold them in the car.
Who's talking about gravity of the car? The car's on Earth, correct, guys?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so does gravity hold the gases in the car?
It still will. Yes.
The car does have no. I mean,
it still will. But you just told me it would disperse out. Right?
No, the car's on Earth. I said yes. The lighter gases are going to disperse.
Oh, so not all the gases now. You think some of the gases are going to stay in?
Yeah. Because nothing forcing it out.
Have you seen the demonstrations where it's like two chambers and a valve between them? One side has a vacuum.
Is the car pressurized?
Yes.
Well, if the car is pressurized, then yes, the gases will leave the car because it's pressurized, dummy.
Thank you. So
do you know that cars are not pressurized, right?
Thank you. So is your
Do you
Earth
know that
pressurized?
cars are not pressurized, right?
Are you saying that? Wait.
Let's
So
try this
yes, they
again.
are.
In your example, do you know that cars are not pressurized?
I've got to get a clip. Hang on 1 second.
This guy's crazy.
God.
Yeah,
I'm just.
I'll
Okay,
never
so I'm
not be
just ready.
amazed by the stupidity of flurfs. It's crazy.
All right.
So what
The
you're
car-
trying to do, I'll just skip ahead in the conversation. What you're trying to do is make an explanation for why the atmosphere of the Earth doesn't drift off into space. Is that what you're trying to do?
So according to the entropy and the second law of thermodynamics and all the gas
Entropy has
laws,
nothing to do with this.
yes, it absolutely does.
No,
According
entropy
to
has nothing to do with how gas behaves.
it absolutely does. So there are
No,
examples.
it doesn't. The only thing entropy gets you is a measurement of the heat within the gas system. What do you think entropy is?
Have you seen those demonstrations?
What do
where
you
it's
think
the gas
entropy is? I've seen all the
Entropy is-
demonstrations. I took thermodynamics. I know what happens. What do you think entropy is?
So if you have,
What do you
have
think
gas on
entropy
one
is?
side,
Angel, I will ask
gas
you
heats
100
it.
times till you answer it. What do you think entropy is?
I'm trying to answer it, but you keep asking the same question like
It's
10
a
times.
it's a 5-word answer. What is entropy?
Entropy is the seeking of equilibrium of gases.
No, it's not. Not even close.
Yes, it is.
Nope. No, it's not.
Does gas fill
No.
available space?
That has nothing to do with entropy.
Answer the question. Does gas fill available space? Yes or no?
No, not always.
No, not all. So if we have gas pressure on one side, a vacuum on the other, and a valve between it, every time we open that valve, does the gas rush into the vacuum? Yes or no?
Only because there's pressure inside of the vessel containing the thing.
Thank you. So now let's go back.
So if you have a closed vessel and the closed vessel is pressurized and you open it in a non-pressurized vessel, the pressure from the closed system gets pushed into the larger system because it's pressurized. If the smaller vessel isn't pressurized, then the gases aren't going anywhere. They'll randomly they'll randomly disperse based on their density, and some of them won't go anywhere.
Thank you. I agree. So your Earth is in an infinite space vacuum, correct?
No.
No. Oh, so you know the image of the
Do you know what a vacuum is? What do you think a vacuum is? No, it's not. Try again. What's the definition? Go to Google and Google the definition of a vacuum.
Hang on a second. So a vacuum is not a low pressure system.
No, it's not.
Okay, so
it's crazy that you don't even know basic definitions.
Okay, is a spaced vacuum a low pressure system? Yes or no?
It's a no pressure system because it's void of contents in most locations. That's what it means to be in a vacuum. It's void of content.
Right. So is it low pressure?
It's a no pressure.
You can't have no pressure. 10 to the minus 17 torr is still a positive pressure. You realize that, right?
What I'm saying is, when we say vacuum, a vacuum is an absence of matter.
Can you have a perfect vacuum?
Not really. I mean, you can try. I've designed machines that are designed to get close to a perfect vacuum before, but you can't get to a perfect vacuum here on Earth.
So then zero pressure, like you said before, is false then?
In space.
Is false then? You can't have zero pressure, correct?
In space, a vacuum has nothing to do with pressure. Pressure is irrelevant to vacuum. They're not the same thing.
Oh, well, look, you know the pale blue dot from NASA, the image?
This is crazy that he can't focus. I know that you think vacuum has something to do with pressure because like you used a vacuum cleaner before, but they're not related. A vacuum isn't a lack of pressure or a negative pressure or positive pressure.
What? Wait, how does a vacuum cleaner work? Can you describe it?
A vacuum cleaner works by sucking.
No, it creates a low pressure system inside of a container, and then high pressure seeks low pressure according to the second law of thermodynamics. You're scientifically
that's not the second law of thermodynamics.
High pressure doesn't seek low pressure according to the second law of thermodynamics.
That's not the second law of thermodynamics.
Does high pressure seek low pressure according to the second law of thermodynamics?
No, because that's not the second law of thermodynamics. Do you know what the word thermodynamics
Wow.
means? Do you
Wow.
know what the word means?
Yes. Yes.
What's it mean?
So, are you aware that the
What's
second
it?
law of thermodynamics has
What's it
entropy? Yeah.
mean? Pay attention. What's it mean?
Uh,
What's the word
heat,
thermodynamic means?
heat,
Okay,
transfer.
here we go. Heat transfer. The pressures are irrelevant. The second law of thermodynamics doesn't say anything about the transfer of pressure from one system to another. It's about the heat transfer. And entropy is a measure of that heat. That's what entropy is. It's a measure of the energy, typically referring to heat. So the reason why the atmosphere on the Earth has pressure is because the gravity created by the mass of the Earth causes particles that have mass to come to the Earth. And those that have more mass are technically heavier than the ones with lighter mass. Though there's actually a force, because of the curving of space-time, moving particles into a particular collection, and the more mass you have in that collection, the stronger the pull becomes, and it creates a pressure. Gravity does that.
Okay,
So
wait.
the lightest elements of our atmosphere that are on the edge of space, they're so light that they don't have enough mass to be pulled down. But they have enough mass that they're not flying away. To be sure, there are things on the Earth that do go into space. Heat from the sun radiates back into space. The heat that our Earth loses radiates back into space.
Okay, so is the ozone layer real?
Yes, it's fucking real. I cannot believe I'm having this conversation right now.
So you just said the lighter gases are higher up. You know that ozone's more dense than air?
I
How does
don't know
that
the
work?
density of ozone.
It's more dense than
Have
oxygen.
you bothered to look it up?
Yeah. So how does
What?
ozone layer exist?
So
If you just
tell
told
me,
me.
what's the explanation?
So it's not my claim. This is a burden of shift reversal fallacy now. So you're asking
No,
me how
no, no.
your
You said you looked it up. I want to know what the explanation you found.
so ozone is more dense than air. You just said all the lighter gases will be higher up. So where's the ozone layer, bud? Is it on the ground or is it higher
I'm
up?
asking you, did you actually look up the explanation?
You just said, did you not, that the lighter gases will be higher? Yes or no?
So the explanation is actually pretty simple. It says ozone is above oxygen because it's formed in the upper atmosphere. So it's formed in the upper atmosphere. That's where it's being created. It's created when ultraviolet radiation, sun, breaks apart the molecular oxygen into singular oxygen atoms. These atoms then react with the oxygen or the O2 molecules to create ozone, which is O3. So ozone is made from oxygen. It's O3 and O2. This process, known as ozone oxygen cycle, is concentrated in the stratosphere where there's enough UV radiation to drive the reaction. So the reaction's happening in real time because the sun is coming from the outside, and when it hits the oxygen, we get O3. That's why it's up there.
Right. Right. So the ozone that's more dense than air is not on the ground, like you said earlier then.
No, the ozone is being created in real time at that level.
So answer the question. You said the lighter gases will be higher. So the lighter gases are not higher now.
No, they literally are. They're being created higher.
How is it, bro? Is ozone more dense than air? Yes or no?
We'll try this again. Ozone is oxygen.
It's more dense than air, correct?
Is it oxygen?
Ozone is a different element to oxygen.
Is
it's a different
ozone oxygen?
It's a different combination.
What's the combination of?
You just read it.
O3. What's O? What's O?
It's
oxygen. What's O? Okay, so it's made from oxygen.
Right. Is it more dense than oxygen?
It is oxygen. It is oxygen.
Google what's more dense, ozone or air. Go, do it.
It is oxygen.
Is ozone more dense than oxygen? Yes or no?
It is oxygen.
Hey, bud. You're getting me good clips here, dude.
That's what O3 is.
You're getting me great clips here.
Ozone is 3 oxygen atoms. Obviously, the O3. Ozone is oxygen.
So you know your law of atmospheres, your train wreck law of atmospheres describes how as you go higher up due to gravity, the density of gases decrease, like you said. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Well, you panic. Okay, great. So how is ozone, that's more dense than air, higher up than lower down?
It's oxygen.
That doesn't answer my question. Why is ozone higher up? Why is ozone gas higher up?
Did you hear the explanation that I just literally Googled and read to you?
Is ozone gas? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, why is it more higher up if it's more dense than air?
What's it higher up then?
What's it higher up then?
Yeah. What's underneath of it?
Bro, according to your religion, right, your globe religion,
We don't
the
have a
ozone
religion.
is
Okay,
it's
so
higher up.
so we'll explain this to you really slowly. I want you to listen to it, okay? So
Google.
ozone is created when the sun hits the actual oxygen molecules. It creates O3, another form of oxygen. It's 3 oxygen molecules rather than 2 oxygen molecules. And the heavier oxygen does eventually float down. It does drift down below the O2. It's just that the sun is constantly creating ozone all day, every second that the sun is hitting the outer layer of the atmosphere. That's why there's an ozone layer. If you spent 5 minutes Googling this, you would know this, but you're a clown.
Right, so is ozone more dense than air?
We'll try this again. Ozone is oxygen. Air, you're referring to air as oxygen. They
James
have
is in the box.
they have one molecule different of density, and
Holy
it does
crap.
and it does sync. Listen to my words. The oxygen molecules, the O3, do sync, and they're replaced by new ones created by the sun as it hits the existing oxygen.
Okay, so first of all, you said, okay, that as you go higher up, the density of gases decrease. Now, you were wrong on that because you didn't know that ozone was more dense than air.
We'll try this again. You didn't hear anything that came out of my mouth. The sun creates this denser form of oxygen, the 3 molecule oxygen, and then it does in fact sink because it's denser. It creates enough of it that there's a constant layer of ozone constantly replacing the last one.
How high is the ozone layer?
I don't care. It's not relevant.
It is relevant because you said as you go
It's not
higher
relevant.
up, you said as we go higher up, the gases will get thinner, correct?
The reason why the ozone is there is because the sun is creating it at all times. It's like if I took a hose and I put it on the roof of my house, yes, the water's going to fall to the ground. You can't then say, well, why there's fucking water in your house? Because that's where it's starting from. The ozone starts out there when the sun hits the oxygen. That's why there's ozone there.
Okay, look, if we get a container of gas and put ozone, air,
He can't
and
help
helium,
himself. He can't help himself.
Is it going to layer out? Is it going to layer out? Yes or no? Is the gas going to layer out? Or
yes, it's going to layer out. Did you hear me talk about how ozone does in fact sink?
So hang on a second.
Angel, did you hear me tell you that ozone sinks?
Okay, so now it does sink. It doesn't. It's not up there.
I told you 5 times that ozone sinks. It's constantly replaced by new ozone created by the sun every second.
That's a cool story. So
it's not a cool story. That's how it works. That's how ozone is formed. Ozone is formed from radiation from the sun hitting oxygen.
Let me give you an example. Okay, this is very simple.
No. Don't give me an example. Tell me how ozone's formed.
You just said it from the sun. Whatever. That's a cool story.
No, do you disagree?
Well, I don't agree. Yeah, I disagree. But
okay, so then tell me how ozone. No, tell me how it's formed then.
I don't make a claim as to. I don't claim.
No. You can't disagree. No. You're the one quiz. You're the one to do quiz here. It's quiz time now. Your time to answer some questions. How does ozone form if it's not formed from radiation from the sun?
Burden shift reversal fallacy is what you're doing.
It's not
now.
a burden shift. No, you want to be a coward. I'm not going to let you do it. Answer the question.
I don't believe in an ozone layer.
We'll try this again. Oh, you don't think it even exists?
No, gases don't lay around, moron.
Yeah, they literally do lay around, moron.
Oh, really? Okay, so
tell me what your science credentials are.
Sent to me,
Tell
yeah,
me
credential fallacy.
tell me why some asshole on TikTok should be trusted over the thousands of scientists that actually study the atmosphere.
Yeah, you know that there's thousands of scientists that do entropy experiments prove that gases seek the vacuum. Do you know that?
No, they don't.
But no, they don't. So if we have
No,
two
they're not.
chambers,
They're not entropy. We've already covered this. Entropy has nothing to do with the flow of gases. You're an imbecile.
wow. So answer me this: if we have gas on one side,
No, I'm not entertaining this conversation even one more second. You're a child.
You have a lot more patience than me. I don't even let them talk in my live.
You know, usually the flirts are fun, but he wasn't fun. He was just an ass. Oh well. Literally, he could have just spent 5 minutes on Google and had all the answers to his dumb questions. Oh well. What are you gonna do? Friends, I'm going to grab just a couple super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Mellow Matt, thank you for the super chat. It says, electricity question. Apartment e-bill is high despite having AC off. Is shared electricity in apartments possible? Could an electrician fuck that up? It is possible. I've lived in apartments. Typically, they have a meter for each apartment, so they know how to bill people, but it's not entirely necessary. You could theoretically have a duplex that has one breaker box. I wouldn't recommend it, but it certainly is possible. So I don't know if you have a shared system. You probably need to look for a parasitic leak. You probably have something that's drawing the electricity from your apartment, even though it's off, like a malfunctioning piece of electronic or an old electronic, like a refrigerator that's no longer running efficiently. Or it might be that your electricity bill went up and they just didn't tell you. So if they charge you, like, I don't know what your cents per kilowatt is, but if they charge you like 12 cents per kilowatt, I mean, without your notification, they can just start charging you 15 or 20 cents per kilowatt. They don't have to tell you that. So first, look at your bill and see if you're actually using more electricity. If you are in fact using more electricity, then you might want to look at your devices that are plugged in, because you've got something that's drawing on your circuit that shouldn't be drawing on it. Gene says the problem with Tag energy drinks is that it contractually required to taste awful. That would be the thing. It'd be hard to stomach, just like the Tag arguments. And Mega, good to see your friend again, says, I accidentally put scientific instead of Philbro Caller's name earlier on a super chat. I pray Doug and Sharon and scientific will forgive me. Absolutely. Absolutely will forgive you. No worries. Scientific is already gone, I'm sure. Philbros never stick around to hear the dialogue. They just come to Philbro and then move to the next one. Becky, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, dispel, way to represent God and make people want to believe. That's what I'm thinking. Way to really represent Christ up here. And Jeffy, good to see you tonight. I love peanut butter. Says, I noticed when I became atheist, I was way less angry about things. Why are Christians so quick to anger? I think it's because they feel the pressure from logical arguments, and it makes them uncomfortable. And I don't know. I think that seems most likely to be the case. Although some of them are just angry. I think some people are just angry. Sometimes angry people are religious. Jeff says, rock hard for abiogenesis. Couldn't agree more. Her and Forrest should collab. I'd love to see a Snitch and Forrest collab. I bet we'll be able to work that out eventually. I know she's in school, but should be done eventually. Becky again says, God drives a Toyota Supra. I thought they were always in one accord in the Bible. Wrong car, my guy. Listen, I can appreciate a joke like the next one. That's a classic. It's a classic.
You know what car? You know what vehicle John the Baptist drove? A 4Runner.
Oh, of course. Of course it was a 4Runner. That's good. I don't think I've heard that before. Space Lord says, dispel your lack of evidence is not our problem. Yeah, that is great. It's funny that like they'll ask us for answers to questions, and then when we question them, be like, well, I don't care about that. Well, you should fucking care about it. Matthew Harrison says, the Lord did say, I am before reality and prior to reality and am nothing. Thus saith the Lord. I don't know that one. I think you're reading like the Message. Are you reading the Message? Listen, I love Eugene Peterson, but the Message is not a real Bible translation. That is an artistic rendering of his particular interpretation. His other books are good, though. And Charissa Whelan, thank you so much for the 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I appreciate that. And last super chat for now from Double Donkey Surfer, love the name, says, dispel, faith is belief in the absence of evidence. It means you're gullible like a child. It's okay. It's how Jesus wants you to be, i.e., doubt Thomas. Yeah, you're right. Jesus said that he needs you to come like a child. That's the only way he'll accept you, which means he wants you to be dumb and uninformed.
You know, Justin, I actually have a translation that in my stock that's worse than the Message.
No.
It's called the Orthodox Jewish Bible, and here's the kicker: it's actually a Messianic Jewish Bible.
Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much.
It's filled to the brim with Yiddish, and every other word is Hebrew with English letters, and a lot of Old Testament in parentheses in the New Testament.
You might as well be reading, what's that book that came out in the early 90s? It was called Word on the Streets Bible Translation. It was a UK edition of like what young people were saying. It's like the Gen Z Bible, but late 90s or early 90s.
With British slang?
Yeah, I've got it. I can show you a copy. It's crazy. It was called Word on the Streets.
I'm gonna send you some verses from the OJB later.
Yeah.
You'll hate it.
We're gonna swap some awful scriptures. Maybe we could put a good list together and read them sometime.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna grab Ghost from the YouTube queue. I think Ghost was waiting the longest. Let me make sure the audio is actually set up, and we should be ready to rock and roll. Welcome in, Ghost.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Not too much.
Can you
Ghost,
hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure I was able to be heard. How you doing today, man?
Good, man. Can't complain. Ghost, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
I am. I believe in God. I believe Jesus Christ is the true God, incarnate in the flesh as the Son of God, the hypostatic union, the God-man, made flesh. So that's what I believe.
All right. Can you speak a little closer to your microphone? They're having trouble hearing you.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me better?
I can hear you right now. I can turn it up a little bit louder. You still can't hear them?
Hold on. They can't hear me?
No, just hold on. It's not you. It's not you. Give me 1 second.
Oh, okay. Let's see. I know what it is.
It's not you. If I can hear you, they can hear you. Just hold on.
Can you hear me better now?
That is better.
Okay. So, yeah, I don't know my webcam, but how are you today?
Not too bad. Okay, so I've got your audio turned up a little bit. They should be able to hear you. You got your microphone working, so that's helpful.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. Synthetic Dreamer, that is the thing. My microphone's turned up. I just have to turn his up to match it. That's why. And I do that. The reason why I do that is because so many TikTokers come in and their microphone is so jacked that no one can actually hear the host. All right, Ghost, I think we got your audio set up, though. I think we're okay. So,
yeah, we're good.
Okay, so you're a Trinitarian Christian.
Yes. Yes, I believe that's what the scripture teaches. Absolutely.
Okay. And so what would be the greatest evidence or argument for the biblical God being real?
So what would be the greatest? Well, the greatest argument would be that God is sitting with that, outside time and space. And that, reality has not changed, since the dawn of creation. And the fact that I can observe the word in all the judgments written therein, and those judgments are unchanging, shows an unchanging God by his substance. So that would be the greatest argument.
So
now
God doesn't change his mind?
If you're going to bring me to Genesis where he relents on disaster because of repentance, yes, he does change his mind. And there's many conditional prophecies where God does relent from disaster. And I could show you if you'd like to before you go and put that snare in front of me.
I'm just looking for a yes or no. God does or doesn't change his mind?
Just wanted to catch you before you decided to put a snare in front of me. That's all.
I'm just asking, does God change his mind, yes or no?
It depends on what you're asking. You have to be more specific. I'm not going to step into that snare. I'm not like any normal Christian.
Yeah, you're certainly not. Yeah, you're special like all the ones before you. So,
Sure.
does the Bible say whether or not God changes
If
his
that's what you
mind?
think, I think I'm just the same as you. But anyways, what?
Does the Bible say whether or not God changes his mind?
It says that Jesus Christ the same yesterday, today, and forevermore.
Then to answer the
That's what it
question,
says.
does the Bible say whether or not God changes his mind?
It says in Numbers, shall he not? God is not man. Hold on,
Yeah,
one second.
Numbers 23:19. God is not a man that he should lie, nor mortal that he would change his mind.
Correct.
It's
Correct.
almost word for word repeated in 1 Samuel 15, verse 29. And if you believe that God is all-knowing, which I assume you do, that means he can't change his mind. All-knowing entities can't change their mind.
In what aspect are you saying that? What, like, basically, I've seen God change his mind in the. So I think
So he's
Numbers
not all-knowing then.
23:19. Excuse me.
Then he's not all-knowing.
Why is he not all-knowing?
The definition of changing your mind means that you knew you were going to do one thing and then you changed your mind about it. Like, so for example,
So
if I was going to drive to the store, in my head at
I was
that
gonna bring
moment,
an analogy.
I was going to drive to the store, and then I don't know what's in the future, which means I can change my mind. I can say, okay, now I'm not going to drive to the store. But God
Oh,
doesn't
you're
have
talking
that.
about okay. So you're talking about
But
the will of
God
God.
doesn't.
Yes.
So God doesn't
Yeah.
have.
Yes. The
You're
will
not
of God.
You're not there yet. Just keep listening. I know you think you have it, but you don't. Okay. So if God is all knowing, that means he always knows what he's going to do. There's not a
Correct.
single thing that God doesn't know that he's going to do, which means he can't change his mind about what he's doing.
Yes, and the will of God is unchanging.
The mind of God is unchanging. He can't change his mind.
Yes, and that would be his divine will would be in his mind, would it not?
Yeah, so that means God can't change his mind.
What do you mean he can't change his mind?
If he's
Yeah,
all knowing, he
well, that's
can't
exactly
change
what
his
Numbers
mind.
23. That's what Numbers 23:19 states, and that's what
I know,
all
that's
those
the whole
scriptures point to.
point. That's okay. So then
Okay,
God, so God can't change
God
his
cannot
mind
change.
then.
God cannot change his mind. Correct. If
Okay,
that's
so then
what we're talking about.
then you didn't witness God changing his mind.
I witnessed him saying that he would do something, but he put a condition on it, and if they met that condition, then he would relent from disaster. And I thought that's where you were taking me. I apologize.
No, I was going to take you to Exodus 32:4. I'm sorry, 32:14.
Sure.
I don't know why.
Okay. May I ask you a question real quick? I heard you said my Jewish brethren. Are you? Did you used to be Jewish?
No, never. Although all my arguments for Christianity being stupid works for the Jews too.
Well, of course it
Exodus
does.
32:14 says the Lord changed his mind about the disaster that he planned to bring on his people.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, what you talking about? Exodus 32:4. Say it one more time.
Yeah, it says the Lord changed his mind about the disaster that he planned to bring on his people.
Yes, because they repented.
Okay, so God
That's
does
what I
change
just
his
said.
mind.
Yes, and the will of God is what? The
Well,
will of God.
They didn't repent, by the way.
Hold on.
And there was no conditional either.
Give me one more.
Yeah.
Let me bring up the scriptures so we can make
just
sure.
begs for their lives.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Exodus 32, 10 through 14.
So,
Moses
the golden
has to
calf,
talk him off
then-
the ledge.
Oh, yeah, when he interceded?
Yeah, so Moses talks him off the ledge, and then he changes his mind.
That was actually a prophetic display of the Son of God, and
Yeah, you can call it whatever you want. The question is whether or not he changed his mind.
that was intercession. And
you can call it whatever you want. Did
So
God change
hold
his
on,
mind?
hold on. I'm going to show you in context. I'm going to show you in context where he doesn't
I know the
change his mind.
context. He does.
He says, "Then the Lord said to Moses, Go down at once, for your people whom you have brought out of the land of Egypt have corrupted themselves. How quickly they have turned aside from the way that I commanded them." And what was the covenant that was made?
This was
the covenant?
golden.
What was the covenant? No, hold on.
This is the
What was the
golden
covenant?
calf
What was
incident. He's
I
mad
know. And
about
what was
the
the
golden
covenant
calf.
that was already made? What was the covenant that was already made?
We already know about the covenant.
What was the covenant?
This is the golden calf. We
Okay.
have
And
to
what is the
follow
covenant?
along. So God is mad about the golden calf.
Correct.
God is upset that they turned their backs on him, and so
Mm-hmm.
Moses intercedes, and then God changes his mind about the disaster.
Yes, in other words, the high priest, the mediator of the covenant, Moses,
That's
basically
Aaron.
prevent. Huh? Excuse me.
Aaron is the high priest, not Moses.
No, Aaron is the prophet. Not
No,
what?
Moses is
No.
the prophet. Aaron's the
Aaron.
high priest.
Oh, okay. My bad. Excuse me. I apologize.
So
My mistake.
this is not a typology of Jesus.
My mistake. My mistake. Oh, wait, no. Actually, no. Hold the phone. That's incorrect. Why are you lying on stream? And y'all clearly have biblical
It's
knowledge.
not
Why
incorrect.
are you lying to
You're the
these
one
people?
lying.
I can
Moses
show
wasn't
you.
a high priest.
I can show you. He was the high
No,
priest.
you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, his brother was.
I would love to see this Bible passage that says that Moses was the Kohen Gadol, the high priest.
Okay. So Exodus 7:1. Let's see. And it says, the Lord answered Moses, see, I've made you like God to Pharaoh, and your brother Aaron will be your prophet.
Yeah.
Liar.
Did it say priest? Ghost?
Yeah, you tried to say it was the high priest.
Did it
Why
say
are you lying in
priest?
front of these people? Why are you lying in front of these people? You clearly
Well,
wanted
pay
to
attention.
rebuke
Who-
me. You wanted to rebuke me
Ghost, pay
and act
attention.
like you knew it all.
You're making
But
yourself
you're
look
lying to these
stupid.
people. Well, hey,
You're
you have
making
no
yourself look
morality.
stupid, Ghost.
You're lying on purpose to try and be
Ghost, you're
go
making
on an
yourself
ego
look
trip
stupid right now.
to get your little super chats, man.
Ghost, you
I'm
don't
just
even
saying.
know. You don't even know what
I'm
the
just
question
saying.
was. All right, so we're just gonna do this.
I'm just saying, brother.
So you don't even know what the question is right now, dum dum. The question is, who was the high priest? Who was the high priest? And between Moses and Aaron, which one of them was given the priesthood? Which one?
They were both in the Levitical. They were both the Levitical priesthood.
No, they were not.
They were both the Levitical priesthood.
Wrong
Are they not both
again.
Levites?
The
Are they not both
priesthood was
Levites?
given to Aaron. The priesthood was
Are
given to
they-
Aaron.
Yeah, the
The
priesthood was given to Aaron.
was given
and the
to
high
Aaron.
priest was Moses. He was the
It was
mediator of
not.
the covenant.
Nope.
Yes, he was.
Wrong again.
Yes, it was.
Wrong again. Wrong again.
Yes, he was.
Prove it.
Show me in the scripture.
Show me a single
You're the one
passage
making the
that
claim.
says
You're
Moses was
you're
a
the
priest.
one
Show
making
me
the
a
claim.
single.
Show me.
Show me a single
You're
passage.
the one bringing me into your sandbox. You show me.
This was
You
your.
show everybody here. I did not.
This was your talking point, child. You said that he was a mediator as a high priest. It's up to you to demonstrate that he was ever a priest. Now, there's not a single Bible passage that says he was the high priest. I want you to validate your claim. Stop being a coward.
I got you. Hang on.
Do you want some help, Ghost? How about you look to Exodus 28, verse 1.
So he served as a high priest during the 7-day consecration period for the tabernacle, after which the role was transferred to his brother Aaron. So actually, we're both correct.
No, we need the verse. I want the verse that says he was a high priest.
You need the verse?
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
This is embarrassing.
Literally, you could just Google the word priest in the Bible.
Yeah, I could use the Strong's.
Exodus 28. No, a dummy would use the
Strong's.
Strong's. Then bring near to you your brother Aaron and his sons with him, for among the Israelites to serve me as priests, Aaron as his sons. Among the Israelites, Aaron and his sons.
Okay. Let's see.
All this work.
Establishing the Levitical priesthood, the high priesthood was specially assigned to Aaron and his descendants. The Bible states that God commanded Moses to appoint Aaron.
He's using
as the high
Google
priest.
AI right now.
Correct. Right now, I'm Exodus 30.
Could you just show us?
It's in Exodus 30.
Could you just show it? Exodus 30 tells us that Moses was a priest.
Can I show you where Moses was a priest? Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what we've been asking for 5 times.
Yeah.
It needs to say that he's a priest directly.
Okay. So, wait, why does it have to say directly?
Because that's what a priest is.
Hold on. No.
So
if
to be
somebody,
to be
if
clear, we have
somebody,
an
if so-
explicit Bible verse.
what is a priest? What
So
is a
so we'll try
priest?
this again.
What is
There's
a
an
priest?
explicit Bible verse that says
What
that
is a
Aaron.
priest?
I don't know why you think you're going to talk over me. This is never going to work for you if you think you're in control of this argument. You're not. You have no control here. You might as well just comply. So Exodus 28 says that the priesthood was given to Aaron and Aaron's sons out of all of the Israelites. That's an explicit reference to Aaron and his sons being priests. What we need from you is an explicit reference that says Moses was ever a priest.
That shows Moses was ever a priest? Okay, I got
Yeah.
you. What is a priest, first of all, by definition?
A priest is someone that God personally selects to be a priest to minister to him over the sacrifices and offerings brought by the Israelites.
Okay.
Which in the Hebrew Bible are the descendants of Aaron.
Okay, let's see.
This is what happens when you haven't actually read your Bible. You just heard talking points on the internet.
All right. So, but Moses replied, "You must also provide us with sacrifices and burnt offerings to present to the Lord our God. Even our livestock must go with us. Not a hoof will be left behind, for we will need." So he's offering sacrifice.
You're in Exodus 12. No. Were you reading
Exodus
Exodus
10.
12? Yeah, those are
Exodus 10,
Passover
actually.
instructions. Try again.
Correct.
Those are Passover instructions. Try again. The priest has to kill the sacrifice, not Moses.
Okay. Gotcha.
Every family gets to kill their own Passover lamb, just so you're aware.
I haven't read Exodus in a while, so honestly, this is probably out of my realm of knowledge. So can we move to a different argument? I will concede. You are right.
Fair enough. What we're trying to
I'll
establish
concede the argument.
What we're trying to establish is whether or not
that's
God changed his mind in Exodus 32:14.
Yeah. But he was not ordained into the Aaronic priesthood established for Aaron and his descendants.
The priesthood's irrelevant. We're asking, does God change his mind?
Wait, why? Hold on. What does this have to do
I think
with
you're
him
lost.
changing
This is literally the point we were at before this Moses nonsense.
Yes, it was about changing his mind.
Does
we were talking about Numbers 23.
Have the ability to change his mind? Yes or no?
According to his covenant, no. And he was well within. He was well within. The Lord. Hold on. The Lord and Moses were acting well within the covenant that says regarding the priest. Regarding the blessings of Israel and the curses of Israel, and Deuteronomy 28. Was he not?
Deuteronomy
Did he change his mind?
Hadn't been given yet. You're 40 years too early, so you're way off. Deuteronomy is given just before they enter the promised land. 40 years later. Deuteronomy has nothing to do with this. So
then it's
what I'm asking about the ability of God.
Then it's prophetic.
Does God? It's not prophetic. Does God have the ability?
Hold on,
Ghost.
can you
I'm
show
gonna
me? First, can I ask you?
Just lock the fuck in, Ghost. Stop spiraling and just pay attention to the conversation. Stop trying to pivot to your next talking point. You're muted. No one can hear you. I need you to stay in the conversation. I'm not going to have another conversation with a 5-year-old where I have to wrangle you like a bag of cats, okay? The question on the board right now that we're trying to answer is whether or not God has the ability to change his mind. You already said prior that all-knowing beings...
He does not.
There you go. All-knowing
will.
beings do not have the ability to change their minds, which means there's a clear contradiction in Exodus 32 when it says that the Lord changed his mind.
Changed his mind according to his namesake. What is his namesake?
Take a breath.
What does his name? Hold on.
Think about it for 5 seconds.
What does his namesake mean?
It doesn't matter. We're asking, does he change his mind?
What does?
No one cares. It's irrelevant. I'm not going to entertain
his
another.
namesake is literally his divine will.
Stop the fuck talking on irrelevant talking points. The question is, can he change? No one can hear you. You're muted. There's a brown thing across your screen that tells you when you're muted. Pay attention. Okay, so we're not going on any more irrelevant rabbit trails. I don't give a fuck about his name. I'm asking you whether or not God did in fact change his mind. Did the all-knowing being change his mind in Exodus 32:14? It's a yes or no.
Yes.
Okay,
And
so
hold on. You can't hog
so
tie me to it. Yes, I'm going to
yes,
say
yes, I can hog tie you. I just did it. So if the answer is yes, God, no one can hear you. You're muted. Your phone tells you you're muted. Pay attention. This is not your yap session. You don't get to yap. All I needed was a yes or no. If you could follow the conversation, then we wouldn't have to do that. No one can hear you. You're muted. Why are you talking? No one can hear you. No one can hear you. Not even me. Okay. So if you want to have a conversation, what you're not going to do is yap on your relevant talking points. The only thing we need to know is whether or not God changed his mind. Is the answer still yes?
And the thing is,
The
man,
answer is
if
a
we're gonna have a
yes.
conversation, you can't say yes or no when there is
Yes,
context to be involved.
you
Yeah,
can.
look,
I know.
you're muting.
You're muted now. I know the context. I need a yes or a no. If I asked you, are you inside or outside? You don't need context for that. I don't need the context. I need to know the yes or the no. Did God change his mind?
Are you done with your snare?
Did God change his mind?
Can you read the verse for me?
It's on the screen. Can you not see it?
No, I'm not. I'm literally
Oh,
only on Video
nope.
Ninja. I don't see what's going on.
No, you will in a second.
So
Sorry.
I
That's
don't
my,
see.
hold,
Yeah, I'm not
just
even.
stop talking.
Okay.
You'll see it in a second.
All right. Thank you. All right. So it's a little foggy, but this land that I have promised. Okay, now I can see it. This land that I have promised, I will give it to your descendants, and they shall inherit it forever. And the Lord changed his mind about the disaster that he planned to bring on his people. So this was now what were the verses beforehand?
We
What
don't
did
care.
Moses
The
do?
question is, did he change his
No,
mind?
because there are verses beforehand that
Ghost, we
explain
read them
why it's
already.
happening.
We already read
What
it. The
his
why is
name
not
say?
important.
Moses
For
made him.
fuck's sake, Ghost, lock the fuck in and pay attention. Nobody cares about the context. The only thing we need to know is, did he change his mind? You're muted. No one can hear you. It requires a yes or a no. A yes or a no. Did God change his mind? Yes or no?
What you say, I'm answering according.
We'll try this again. You're muted. No one can hear you. Your phone tells you you're muted. There's a bar on the screen that says you're muted. I need out of your face a yes or a no to the question. A yes or a no is all I need. I don't need anything beyond that. Did God change his mind? Yes or no?
I will ask you a question.
Nope. You're going to answer my question. You're so fucking concussed. You're not in charge here. I think you're confused. Listen, I don't know who you talk to on a regular, but you're talking to the wrong person. I'm asking you the question and you're running away from it like a coward. You're muted, Ghost. No one can hear you. Why do you keep talking while you're muted? Why? What's wrong with you? I already told you 5 times. The only words that need to leave your lips are yes or no. Are you capable of doing that?
Do I obey you? Why should I obey you? I'm asking you a question.
Because I'll keep muting you, or I'll move on to a real adult that will actually have a conversation.
Well, I mean, you're not going to just make me answer yes or no because
yes,
it's a
I
lose-lose
will.
situation.
I will.
They tried to do that to Jesus.
I know it's a lose-lose situation because it's a fucking contradiction, you coward. It's a lose-lose because you're dishonest. No one can hear you. No one can hear you. It's a lose-lose because you're a coward. So we need you to grow a spine and answer the question.
What does it say beforehand?
What did Moses do? We've read it twice.
What did Moses say?
We've read it twice.
What did Moses say to get God to relent?
We read it twice.
Scroll it up.
We've read it twice, Ghost. You were here. You were in the room when it happened. You listened to us read it. We told you the story, then we read it to you. We know what happens. I don't care about the context. All I need to know is, did God change his mind? It's a yes or a no.
He did not change his will for the Israelites. So
I didn't ask about his will. I asked about his mind.
Yeah, because that is his mind.
Then he changed his mind. If his will is his mind and he changed his will, then he changed his mind.
Oh my gosh, dude. Yeah.
That's how words work.
Do you understand?
All right, we'll start easy. We'll start easy.
All right, you know what? Let's talk about it there. Let's go to a different.
Yes. we'll try this again. I told you twice already what's happening. We told you. The calf incident happens. Moses intercedes for the Israelites because God's so pissed off he wants to destroy all the Israelites. Moses talks him off the ledge. Then God says, I won't do it. He changes his mind about the disaster that he was going to bring upon them. I've given you the context 3 fucking times now. Did you hear it the 3rd time? Do you need it a 4th time?
All right. So, can we go to Ezekiel
No.
36:22?
Not until you're honest with this passage.
No, yeah, and I'm going to be honest by bringing you to another verse and asking you what he means, because
I'm
it's
asking
obviously
you
have to look
whether
at the whole
a
word
yes
in
or
truth.
no
You can't just
question.
cherry pick
I have.
and then hog tie me to a yes and no.
Listen,
And
you
then
can
not only
cry.
that,
You can cry
use
all you want, but
tyrannical force
you're gonna
to silence
answer.
me because you're scared to answer a question
You're
from
gonna
me.
answer the
Because
question
you'll
before we
no,
move
I will
on.
not answer how
Yes.
you want me to.
Yeah, you absolutely fucking will do it, or I'll keep you on mute. You can cry all day about it, but that's what's gonna happen. No one can hear you. You're muted. Nobody can hear you. Your lips are flapping. No one can hear you. You're not in charge here. I think you're confused about what's happening. You're not in charge. If you were an adult, we could have a real conversation, but you're clearly not an adult. Listen, you can ask whatever fucking question you want to when we're done with this. When we're done with Exodus 32, you can ask me 10 fucking questions. I don't care. But we're not doing a damn thing until we finish this Exodus 32. You're not going to run away like a coward. You're not going to run away like a little chick. You're muted, Ghost. No one can hear you. Nobody can hear you. So, are you going to finish Exodus 32 with me?
Yeah, if you'll scroll up and we actually talk about what is being discussed, the back and forth, the call and response, yes. I will
told
answer your
you
question
3 times what's happening here. Did you
You're-
not read
dude,
it? What to what, Ghost? I'll make you a deal. Go open your fucking Bible and read it right now. Read the passages right now for the 5th time, and then we can
I
talk
don't know
about it
why
because
you're getting
I already
so
know the
mad. Yeah,
context.
didn't you just say that we were the ones who get mad? Because
You're
I'm seeing you getting very
you're
upset for what reason?
you're an incompetent
What
child
reason?
right now.
Why am I? Am I though?
Yeah,
Who's
read the
acting like a
verses.
child in front of 800
Stop
people?
talking.
You.
Oh, 800 is the least of your worries. I got 2,500 people watching right now.
Oh, well, good. Because you're acting like a child in front of them.
They're watching you get yelled at like a child because you are a child. Read the passage.
So, and am I yelling at you?
Stop talking and read the passage.
Am I yelling at you, or do I?
You're
want
not
to
yelling
actually
because I
talk?
muted you 15 times. Read the passage and stop talking.
Okay, Exodus 32. So, let's see. And context is king with the scriptures. You know this.
Read
You're
it.
not a fool. All right. So he took the gold from their hands, and with an engraving tool, he fashioned it into a molten calf. And they said, "These, O Israel, are your gods who brought you up out of the land of Egypt." When Aaron saw this, he built an altar before the calf and proclaimed, "Tomorrow shall be a feast to the Lord." Okay. How far down do we go?
All the way to verse
so
14. That's the verse in question.
perfect. All right,
Obviously, you have to read through verse 14.
Perfect.
Ghost,
So
do you
the
think
next day,
maybe Ghost, do you think maybe why I talk over you is because you talk over me? How about you stop talking over me and I'll stop having to talk over you?
and then we can actually have a peaceful and respectful conversation.
Yeah, that's how
I
that
would
works.
appreciate that. I would appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. So when Aaron saw this, he built an altar before the calf and proclaimed, "Tomorrow shall be a feast of the Lord." So the next day they arose, offered burnt offerings, and presented peace offerings. The people sat down to eat and drink and got up to indulge in revelry. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Go down at once for your people." So he literally is seeing from the top of the mountain. So he's omniscient, all knowing. "Go down at once, for your people whom you brought up out of the land of Egypt have corrupted themselves. How quickly they have turned aside from the way that I commanded them. They have made for themselves a molten calf and have bowed down to it." So that is the god Utis or Uris. I forget which pagan god they were worshiping, but from Egypt.
That's not in the book. Don't even worry about it. Just keep reading.
I'm just talking about historical context.
That's not
so
there. You made that up.
the calf god that they're worshiping, that's the actual Egyptian god.
No,
the calf is Yahweh.
The calf is Yahweh. There's a whole. We're not even gonna get distracted on that. Just read the verse.
All right, whatever. And no, it's not.
It is. Just read the verse.
So then the Lord said the Lord also said to Moses, I have seen this people, and they are indeed a stiff-necked people. They are stubborn people who do not obey. Now leave me alone, so that my anger may burn against them and consume them. Then I will make you into a great nation. But Moses sought the favor of the Lord his God, saying, O Lord, why does your anger burn against your people, whom you brought out of the land of Egypt, with great power and a mighty hand? Why should the Egyptians declare he brought them out with evil intent, to kill them in the mountains and wipe them from the face of the earth? Turn your fierce anger and relent from doing harm to your people. So there's a mediator of the covenant, right?
No one cares. That's
This
not
was
relevant.
the covenant that he made. So this is within his word.
Ghost,
This
pay
is within
attention. All right, you're getting muted. Just stop it. The covenant has nothing to do with this. The only question we need to answer is, did God change his mind? That's the only thing we're talking about. You're not going to deviate on any other topic. I will stop you every time. So lock in. The question on the board is, did God change his mind?
Sure. All right. Do you know what relent means?
Yes, it's a Hebrew word nakam, and it means to change one's mind or to change one's course of action.
It means to soften, to dissolve, to mollify, to cause to be less harsh or severe.
Wrong again.
Instead of going all the way to Deuteronomy.
All right, I'll just show you in the dictionary. You guys never learn. Never learn.
Sure, man. Okay, good.
What dictionary are you pulling your definition from? Yeah, I guarantee he's reading from the Strong's or something even dumber.
Can you just show everybody, dude? I'm not disrespecting you, but go ahead.
There we go. Let me find the knee fall stem. Give me a second.
Yep. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull it up on my screen, so just in case, and I'm gonna cross-check you.
Yep, it's gonna be the knee fall.
Deuteronomy.
Oh wait, by the way, we don't use the Strong's Concordance here.
Why
use
not?
the Brown drivers.
So you just use whatever you want, right?
No, we use
you just use whatever suits your.
We use a real lexicon. If you stop talking, you'd understand why.
How about we use Safari and use that?
Okay, so if you stop talking, we'd explain why. Because the Strong's Concordance isn't a lexicon. The Strong's Concordance is only a concordance of the King James Bible. The Strong's Concordance can only tell you how words were used in the King James Bible. In order to research languages, you actually have to use a real lexicon. The most widely available free Hebrew lexicon is the Brown Driver Briggs lexicon. If you want to pay,
you mean the ones that actually changed Isaiah 9:6 after Jesus?
No, they don't.
Yeah, they did. Yeah,
they don't. No, they don't.
Yeah, they did.
No, they don't.
It's well proven.
No, it's
Dead
not.
Sea Scrolls prove it.
No,
Dead
you're
Sea
wrong.
Scrolls prove it.
Nope, wrong again.
Yeah, no, they changed Isaiah 9:6. Yes,
wrong
they did.
again. The lexicon
Yes,
doesn't change.
They also changed. They also changed.
Fuck's sake, lexicons don't have anything to do with Bible verses, dummy. The lexicon of the language tells you what the words mean. They're not doing theology. No one can hear you. You're muted. No one can hear you, Ghost. You're muted. Lexicons are not doing theology. They're just telling you what words mean. That's the goal of a lexicon. The Brown Driver Briggs did not change the meaning of any word in any passage of the Bible. You don't even own a BDB. You can get one for free, though. It's on the internet.
All right. Are you done?
Am I?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm just wondering because I mean, I did make a good valid point, did I not?
You didn't. You made a terrible point, and you would have heard how
that
you would have heard
Dead Sea Scrolls that were before Christ are contrary to the lexicon that you are using.
No, they're not.
Yeah. They're not. Show the people Psalm 22.
In what?
Where it says in the one that you're
Psalm
using.
22 is not Isaiah 6, dummy.
Hey, no, just go to Isaiah. Go to Psalm 22.
Psalm 22 is not Isaiah.
They pierced my hands and my feet.
That's not in the word.
Show them in
That's
the same
there.
one. Show
It's
them in
not
yours.
there.
Show them in yours.
It's not there. It's not
show
there.
them.
There's
Show
no
them.
word.
Show
What's
them.
the Hebrew word for pierce?
Show them. Are you a coward?
Ghost, you're gonna get muted every time you won't let me talk on my own live stream. I don't know why you're like this. I don't know if your parents didn't love you. I don't know if like you got bullied in school, but like you're not giving Christ a good name right now. So if you'd actually stop talking for 5 seconds, just to be clear, I actually have an education in this. I went to school and learned Hebrew. I went to school and learned Greek. I have actual fucking credentials in this field of study. Psalm 22 doesn't say the word pierced. Psalm 22 is not even a prophecy. Psalm 22 does not use the word for pierced. The Hebrew word for pierced is dakar. It doesn't show up in the passage. That word is not in Psalm 22. The word that you have there is either ka'ari or ka'aru. Ka'ari means like a lion. Ka'aru isn't a fucking Hebrew word. It's a misspelling of possibly the verb kara. Nobody knows because the earliest manuscript from the Dead series, the Necha and Hever 5-6 scroll, has the misspelled word. The oldest manuscripts we have two misspelled words. It spells kara probably wrong or ka'ari wrong, and then it spells hands wrong. It's got a problem, which is why our later Hebrew texts, the Masoretic texts, say ka'ari, because one of the most common problems when transcribing Hebrew is that the yod gets elongated into a vav. It's a very common mistake. So the text was amended to say ka'ari rather than the misspelling of maybe ka'ara or kara. Kara doesn't mean pierce, by the way. Did you hear any of that? Were you paying attention?
Yes, I was paying very close attention. A half stroke, a scribal error was made, and it could either mean they pierced my hands and my feet, which, by the way,
that's not what I said at all. We'll try this again.
No, I'm saying
neither
that
one of those spellings.
it changes the meaning of it, whether it's a half stroke or a full stroke. So,
but neither one of them
mean
mean
full
pierce.
stroke or a half stroke.
Wrong again. You're reading from the internet. I don't know what you're reading from, but you're wrong.
Can you show them? These
so what do you
people
want to see?
don't speak Hebrew. These people don't speak Hebrew. I don't speak Hebrew.
Actually,
so why are we even arguing this high-minded stuff? Because it doesn't
you
really even
you
make
brought
a
it up.
point.
This was your talking point. You brought this shit up, not me.
You did say something. You said Psalm 22 was not a prophecy. I'd like you to show me somewhere that David died.
You brought up
in such a.
Show me David.
David.
I don't know why you're insisting on getting muted. You are the dumbest guest we've had in a long time. I don't know why you do this to yourself. I have no idea why you do this to yourself. You're muted now because you can't control yourself. I'm going to show you the actual fucking scroll, okay? This is what it looks like. This is the Necha Hever scroll from the Judean desert. This is the 5-6 document. And it says Ka'aru right here, if you can see my mouse. Ka'aru Yadi with a spurious hay at the end of it. Those two words are misspelled. Ka'aru isn't a Hebrew word. There's no Hebrew word Ka'aru. If it's a misspelled word, it's either Ka'ari, which is a word, or it's a misspelling of kara. Kara is a word. The word on this scroll is neither of those words, which is why the later Hebrew... No one can hear you, Ghost. Stop. No one can hear you. You're muted. Which is why all the later Hebrew scrolls amend this to ka'ari, because the most common mistake when copying words in Hebrew is that this was once a yod, and then it gets turned into a vav. It's very easy to make that tail just slightly longer when you copy it, and then the next person thinks that it's a vav, which means the original manuscript probably actually read ka'ari, and this is a corruption of the Hebrew text. So even if it was kara, kara doesn't mean to pierce.
Okay. And I'm looking at exactly what you're looking at. So the argument concerning the Hebrew text of Psalm 22, and I'm just going to read this for everybody.
You're not.
Psalm 22 hinges on the distinction between...
We're not. We don't know what you're reading. We don't care. It's wrong. No one can hear you. You're already muted again. I don't know why you insist on doing this. No one cares about your Google AI overview. You're talking to an actual expert. Just pay attention for 5 seconds. Maybe you'll learn something. No one gives a shit about Google AI, okay? So for anyone who's actually gone to school to learn Hebrew, they know why this problem is a problem. Anyone who's even got something as simple...
I didn't go to school. I know this is not right.
Yeah. All you need, literally, if you don't know Hebrew, you can just read the .net or the Net Bible with the translation notes, and they have a whole write-up in the Bible that explains the whole problem to you. You don't even have to know Hebrew. The reality is, anyone who learned Hebrew in school knows the nature of this problem, and they know why this is not about piercing. There's nothing in here about piercing.
The thing is we
actually,
go.
you know.
Now, hold on.
Here's the thing.
We're not done yet. I'm not going to get distracted on a bullshit Psalms 22 sidetrack that started with Isaiah 9 as a diversion to avoid Exodus fucking 32.
Isaiah 9:6. You're talking about the young woman.
No,
okay,
that's Isaiah 7. That you're quoting Isaiah 7 as though it's Isaiah 9.
7:14.
7:14 is still a distraction.
Oh right, yeah, my bad.
We can go there next.
Anyways, okay.
Okay, so we are still in Exodus 32. This could go a lot faster if you would just answer the question.
I will read it.
Okay, so
I was looking at it, and what I see.
Ghost, just stop talking for 5 seconds. No one cares about your explanation. We need you to pay attention. So, in Numbers 23:19 and in 1 Samuel 15:29, what word in Hebrew is used that it says God does not do?
I was typing something. You talking about changing? You talking about numbers? Are we back on numbers again? I apologize.
We're still trying to finish this. Okay, the verse that says that God doesn't change his mind uses the word in Hebrew nacham. This verb is the identical verb used in the exact same verbal nephal passive stem that is used in Exodus 32. So when it says that God does not nacham, it's a lie, because Exodus 32 says that God nachamed.
Okay, not a problem. The thing is I'm not a literary expert like you are. And when you get into Hebrew, you could literally lie to my face and I wouldn't be able to say anything. So can we get off of
then
since
why are you arguing it then? Why wouldn't you just say I don't know?
I just said what it says in the BSB, the Berean Standard Bible, which is an authentic Bible to the Septuagint. It is an authentic translation that says relent, which does not mean change. It means
that's what
relax,
means.
slack off.
It doesn't matter.
It means to slack off. It doesn't mean to change. They were still judged for 40 years in the desert and destroyed. So he didn't change his mind. He actually destroyed them. No, he actually destroyed them. He actually did.
So I have to mute you again. No one can hear you now. You're muted. Okay. So to relent means to change your mind. Relenting is changing your mind, which is why almost all the Bible translations say changed his mind. To relent means you were going to do something and then you didn't do it. That's changing your mind. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you say relent. It doesn't matter if you say change your mind. It means the same thing. It means you've changed your position on something. And again, it doesn't matter because it's the identical same Hebrew word in both passages. When it says that God doesn't change his mind, and when it says God does change his mind, it's the same Hebrew word.
Okay, that's fair. Now, can I ask you a question? Did God destroy all of his people and let a new generation go in with Joshua and Caleb into the promised land? Did he change his mind?
It says that the warriors and the rest of the Israelites that you're gonna let me answer the question or no?
Good.
It says that the men, because they came with a bad report, cursed the Israelites for that generation to die off. Now we don't know if it was
so what
all
the Lord
of
said was fulfilled.
Are you gonna let me fucking talk or no?
Good.
We don't know how many of the Israelites died because it was only 40 years. Do you think 100% of the Israelites died and were replaced in 40 years?
Yeah, they did die.
No,
that's
wrong
what it says.
again. The generation
Caleb and
died.
Joshua and the whole generation died. The whole generation was destroyed, just as the Lord talked to Moses about. And so the thing is that even Moses died and didn't possess the promised land.
We're aware of this.
Joshua and Caleb.
So he didn't actually change his mind.
Joshua and Caleb and a bunch of the warriors and Joshua and Caleb's children were still alive.
What?
So he did change his mind. The text explicitly tells you he changed his mind.
Concerning a few people.
To
Yes,
be
concerning a few
clear,
people who were obedient to him. Yes, absolutely.
the
That were acting
execution
within his will, which was to do what
the
they agreed to do,
execution
which
the
was to be obedient to his
execution
word. That's his divine
the
will. That is
execution
his mind.
the
That is his mind.
execution was supposed to be for all of the Israelites and to make a nation specifically out of Moses. That's what the passage said. God says, I'm going to destroy all these Israelites other than you, and then I'll make a nation out of you. God didn't do that. God continued on his plan. The verse you're referring to in Numbers 13 is separate from what's happening in Exodus 32.
God didn't continue the Levitical priesthood, the Levitical lineage.
Try this again. God said, I will make a nation out
a nation,
of
which
Moses.
is a conglomerate of people, which is the Levites.
Wrong again.
It's a conglomerate of people, which is the Levites.
Nope.
A priesthood.
Wrong again.
A royal
Wrong
priesthood.
again.
Absolutely.
Wrong again. Nope.
Absolutely.
Not a nation.
That was a nation.
We'll try this again. I'll read the
That was a
passage. I know you didn't hear it the first 5 times we read it, so
man.
we'll read it again.
Sure.
So God says, leave me alone so that my wrath may burn hot against them and I might consume them. And of you, I will make a great nation. What he's saying is, I will kill all the other Israelites. And since you're the good one, I'll replace all of them with your lineage. The same way I made a nation out of Jacob, I will make a nation out of you, Moses. That's what God is saying is he's going to do. He didn't do that. He didn't destroy all the Israelites. He didn't destroy all the Israelites.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
So
did he change his mind?
Yes.
No, he didn't.
He did.
You just literally came out your mouth.
No, God changed his mind.
No.
We'll try this again. I'll read it for the 15th time. God said he's going to murder
sure
all of the Israelites.
Right.
He said, I'm going to consume them.
Did anybody hear him contradict himself? Because I love that snare. That's such a good one.
And of you, Moses, I will make a great nation. He's saying, I'm going to replace all these other people with you, Moses. Your nation will replace these people that I'm consuming. Did that happen?
Did that happen? Yes.
No, it did not. There would only be one tribe left. It would only be the It would only be the tribe of Levi. If God destroyed all of the Israelites. You just said that the individual tribes or nations. All right,
I never said that.
All right, now you're muted. No one can hear you. You literally just said that Levi is a tribe. You said that. Those are your words. Those left your mouth. If Levi is a tribe, that means the only tribe that should have been left that is a nation should have been the tribe of Levi if God wiped out all of the Israelites and then made a nation out of Moses. He didn't do that. All the 12 tribes are still present, which means God didn't wipe them out. They were still there. Do you understand now? So God changed his mind. He didn't wipe out all the Israelites and leave Moses.
Yes, which was his will. So that means that he changed his thoughts that he wanted
changed
to
his
do.
Mind.
He was thinking about doing it, but he didn't change his mind because he knew that he didn't want to become a reproach to the heathen. So he changed his thoughts, not
then he
his
lied.
mind, not his will.
Changing your thought is your mind.
There's a difference. I'll give you an analogy. I'll give you an analogy.
Changing your thoughts.
I'll give you an analogy.
I can't believe these words left your mouth.
I'll give you an analogy.
And just so you know, you fucking won't, Ghost. You'll never talk over me. I don't know why you don't get this through your head. There will never be a time in this entire live stream. I will never let you talk over me. It will never fucking happen. I'll mute you every goddamn time. You either learn now or you never learn. I'll continue to mute you. I don't care. I will mute you 5,000 more times if I have to. So if you change your thoughts, you are changing your mind. Your mind is made up of your thoughts. So God can't change his thoughts and then not change his mind. That's a silly sentence.
Hold on. So if my heart, so I'm going to ask you a question. If my heart says that no matter what, I will always love Israel and save Israel, but my mind says they are sinning against me so gravely that I want to destroy them. What is there? Is there not two different mindsets happening there?
Do you think your heart thinks?
Actually, it's been proven that there are neurons in your heart.
They don't think. They don't think.
Okay, sure. Anyways, let's
Your
go to
heart does not think. Your heart does no thinking capacity for you.
so if I think I want to punch a hole through my camera, but I don't do it, did I change my mind?
It depends. Were you determined to do it?
I was pretty determined, yeah.
Did you think you were going to do it?
I envisioned myself punching a hole through the screen and punching you in the face for being an
Did
idiot.
you commit to it?
Nope.
Then no, you
But I
didn't change your
changed my
mind.
mind.
If you didn't commit to it, then you didn't change your mind.
There you go. So God did what?
He committed.
He did not change his will. He did not change his will. He changed his thoughts.
mind.
He
Changing your
changed
thoughts
his
is changing your
but
mind.
he did not change his will.
This is crazy.
The
that
will
we're
is
having
what
this
matters.
conversation.
That is what's unchanging. The thoughts of God can change. The thoughts of God can change.
Ghost, you're burying
just
yourself.
like the thoughts.
Ghost.
Why?
Why?
Hold on.
Because do you want to hear the? Do you want to hear the explanation, or do you want to get muted?
Go ahead and explain.
Okay, because if God didn't will, if God didn't intend to wipe out the Israelites, then he lied. He either lied or he changed his mind. You got to pick one.
He changed his thoughts.
That's his mind.
Are part of his mind.
That's his mind.
He changed his thoughts.
He changed his mind.
He changed his thoughts.
That's what it means to change your mind. It means to change your thoughts.
But his will remained the same because his will was always
to be clear, if you're all knowing, you can't change your thoughts either.
His will has been ever the
did God
same
think?
from
Did God
the dawn of creation
Did God
to save Israel?
Did God think he was
Period.
going to wipe them out?
What?
Did God think he was going to wipe them out?
Did God think? Did God want to? Sure.
Did he think he was going to wipe them out?
Did God want to because of sin? Yes.
Did he think he was going to do it? Pay attention.
But did he? That's what he said.
You're not answering my question. You're answering the question you want me to ask. The question is, did he think he was going to do it?
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Nope, you're going to answer mine, coward. Did he think he was going to do it?
I mean, I don't know why you're hurling insults in front of me. Like, why?
Because you're acting like a child.
Why,
you get treated like a child.
That's okay to be. That's okay. So you treat children like that?
You get treated like a child, a petulant little child, when you act like one. I need you to stop pivoting, stop crying, stop evading, and answer the easy question. We could have been done with this verse a goddamn hour ago. You're the one dragging this out. I don't know why you're so childish. You can't just answer simple questions. The question I asked that you refused to answer is, did God actually think he was going to wipe them out?
Yeah. Morley, by the way, you just admitted that you would call a child a retard. So
yes,
I
or no, I didn't say that.
Sure.
To be clear, the R word will never leave my mouth. That's not a word that is in my vocabulary, and you're disgusting for even thinking that I would be talking about that. You've got problems. Your projection needs help. So again, I need an answer to my question. My question is, did God think that he was going to wipe them out?
Did God think he was going to wipe them out? Yes. Did he? No.
Okay. Did he know if he was going to wipe them out or not?
He knew whether. Yes, of course. He was all knowing.
Okay. So he knew he wasn't going to do it, but he thought he was.
No, he just started talking to Moses.
We'll try it.
He does it with Abraham.
No, I didn't ask about Moses.
He does the same thing with Abraham.
Now you're fucking muted again, Ghost. Pay attention. Pay fucking attention. This is an easy conversation. Okay? Pay attention. The question is, did he know what he was going to do?
Question. Since you're going with that, I'm going.
Need the fucking answer, Ghost. You're not asking the questions. We're never going to finish this dialogue until you lock in. Stop yapping. This is an easy. No one can hear you. You're muted. This would be so fucking easy if you just pay attention. The question is, did God know what he was going to do?
Did God know what he was going to do? Yeah, I'll bring you to Genesis 18:17.
No,
and the Lord said, "Shall I?"
Nope, you're not fucking reading another Bible verse. All I need is a yes or no. No, you're muted again. Every time you say something other than the answer to the question, you get muted. The answer to the question is either yes or no. Did God know what he was going to do?
It sounds like you want God to shut up.
It sounds like I want you to shut up. Now you're muted again. I need you to say yes or no. We will never end this conversation until you say yes or no. I've got all fucking night. I don't have anywhere to be tomorrow. I'll waste your entire fucking night until you answer my question.
Honestly, I like watching you.
The question is, did God know what he was going to do? Yes or no?
No, I'd rather you just, you know.
Did God know?
In front of your viewers.
Did God know? This is not. They're not. They're not shocked about this. Answer the question.
No, you should
answer the question,
in front
coward.
of your viewers.
Answer the
because
question.
You hypocritically said that we are.
Answer the. Now you're muted. No one can hear you. No one's here for the meta. No one gives a fuck about your meta commentary. Everyone's here to hear an answer to the question. You're going to answer it, or you'll stay muted. Those are the rules right now. You've done this to yourself. You're the one that can't have a conversation. That's all we need. Yes or no? Did
How can
God
I have a conversation when
you can't have a conversation until you pay attention? Now you're muted again. We'll try this again, Ghost. The words out of your mouth need to be an answer to my question. If they are not an answer to my question, I will mute you immediately and no one will hear what you're saying. Did God know what he was going to do?
Did he know what he was going to do? Yes.
Okay. Did he know then that he wasn't going to destroy them?
Of course.
Okay. Did he think the same as he knew?
Perhaps. And can I say something real quick
No.
instead of you muting me?
Nope.
Because I'm going to answer the question in this.
Nope, you're not. You're not going to do any diatribe. It's yes, no, or I don't know. Those are the possibilities. You don't get to yap. You're muted now. I already told you. If you say anything other than an answer to the question, you get muted. The answer to the question needs to be a yes, no, or I don't know. The question is, did God think the same as he thought? Or the same as he knew? If he knew he wasn't going to do it, did he think he wasn't going to do it?
Hey, if I ask you to testify, do you just say yes?
I don't want any of your yapping. I want an answer to the question. Your yapping's muted already. You didn't even get maybe a full sentence out. Until you decide to be an adult and answer questions, you get muted. Listen, I want this conversation to go. I would love to move on from Exodus 32. I'd love to do it. I don't want to talk about this anymore. But you're the one holding it up. All you have to do is answer questions. We can get through this. We can actually do it. You need to grow a spine and answer the question. So the question is, did God know what he was going to do? And did what he think he was going to do match what he knew?
Can you testify with a yes?
No, you're muted already. Nope, we don't care about your testimony. We want to answer to the question. You're muted. No one heard you. Again, the answer out of your pie hole needs to be yes, no, or I don't know. Those are the only possible answers that need to leave your mouth. Anything beyond that is an instant mute. Try again.
Then it would be a lie for me to answer.
Okay, so we'll try this again. Did God... You can say I don't know, by the way. I'm not asking you to lie. You can say I don't know the answer to the question. Did God know what he was going to do, and did what he thought he was going to do match what he knew he was going to do?
You are forcing me to go.
I'm forcing you to be honest and stop being a coward. Listen, I got all night. You can be a coward all night. You can do this all you want. You can do this. You can do this as long as you want. I will never let you yap on my live stream. It's never going to happen. So we'll try this again. Did God's thoughts match his knowledge? That's what we need right now. Does God's thoughts match his knowledge?
I don't lie for your people.
We'll try this again. Now you're muted. I need a yes or no. To be fair, I already know the answer to the question, Ghost. The answer is yes. God's thoughts can't be contrary to his knowledge. That's the answer to the question. You wasted 30 minutes on this. Just say yes. God's thoughts cannot contradict his knowledge.
Exactly what I've been saying. God's thoughts.
You haven't fucking said anything yet. I needed a yes. The answer to the question was yes. Okay? I don't know why I have to pull your teeth to get... You're muted. No one can hear you. Because all you do is yap. All I want are answers to easy questions. You want to yap. You're never going to do it. I'm not going to let you yap here. It's not going to happen. It's never going to happen. I'll never let you yap, and I'll never let you talk over me. It's never going to happen on this live stream. So now we finally get to a position we can work with. So you agree with me then that God's thoughts...
No, I don't agree with you. I never...
Okay, we'll try this again then. We'll start with the question. Does God's thoughts and does his knowledge always match?
I don't know, bro. I'm a dummy. Can you move on now?
No, you're going to give me an answer to the question.
I don't know, bro. I don't know. When somebody's trying to make me go against my Christian principles to lie...
I'm not asking for a lie.
You're using
I'm not asking for you to lie.
You're using the...
And now you're muted. No one cares about the meta. Nobody cares about you crying. Nobody's here for crying. We want an answer to the question. Is it true that God's thoughts, what he's thinking, must match his knowledge? And keep in mind, the answer is yes, because God can't be wrong about what he knows.
I'm sorry. You lost me. You've been trying to make me lie, and I'm not going to.
Can God be wrong about what he knows?
I'm sorry. I don't answer yes, no, or I don't know to a person with using deceptive tactics.
You're going to.
I'm not going to.
Now you're muted. You're going to answer the question, or you stay muted. This is what happened. You can stay up here as long as you want. You can waste all night on mute. I don't care. You can waste the next 5 hours on mute. I don't care. Every one of these people claiming that they're tired of hearing you yap, I'll ignore them just to piss you off. So you're going to stay on mute or you're going to answer my question. That's what's going to happen right now. The question is, can God be wrong about what he knows?
I don't follow deceptive tactics.
Try this again. The question to the answer is yes, no, maybe, I don't know. Can God be wrong about what he knows, Ghost?
I said I'm
muted. Again, no one heard you. It's a yes, no, or I don't know. The question is, can God be wrong about what he knows?
I do not answer using your snare.
I'll just give you the answer. It's not a snare. You're just a coward. So the way this works is God can't be wrong about what he knows because God is all-knowing. God can't be wrong about anything. God can never be wrong about anything if he's all-knowing and if he's perfect, which means God's thoughts and God's knowledge must always be in accordance. God can't know he's going to do something and then think he's going to do the opposite. He would be contradicting himself. God can't do that. God can't contradict himself, which means one of two things is true. God lied because he said he was going to wipe them out when he knew he wasn't going to wipe them out. He lied to Moses about wiping them out, or God did in fact change his mind and he's not actually all-knowing. Those are the two logical conclusions of this argument. Do you see why I've been pulling your teeth to get to the end of this argument so you can realize that either way you look at it, whether he changed his mind or not, there's a problem.
Wait a second. Hold on. Isn't he asking Moses to move out the way?
Oh my God.
Then
this guy can't focus for even 5 seconds.
No. Hold on.
It's like
it
a
says
fucking
I have seen
goldfish
this
in
people
here.
and they now leave me alone. Now leave me alone, so that my anger may burn against them. So in other words, if Moses wasn't interceding, does it not say this? Now leave me alone. All right, can I answer now?
You haven't heard the question.
What's the question? Sure if I was muted. I thought you were going to mute me.
What question are you answering?
I thought you were going to mute me.
What question are you answering?
I'm back at Exodus 32:10.
What question are you answering?
I have an answer.
Ghost, just shut the fuck up and answer a goddamn question. I don't know why this is so hard for you. You want to ramble and you know I won't let you do it. I asked you a simple question. You said, can I answer now? You asked me, can you give me an answer? And I don't know what you're answering, which is why I asked you, what question are you answering? So I know what you're about to do. I want to know the question. Stop fucking yapping and running away with the conversation.
Your question was, did God change his mind? Did he lie? Or did he do the other thing which is contradict himself, which is a lie. So in other words, you didn't read it properly because it says, now leave me alone. Condition, effect, so that my anger may burn against them and consume them. So if Moses doesn't leave him alone, he will let his anger out and burn against them and consume them. Is that not what I read with proper English?
No, that's
Sir.
not what you're reading. Moses says,
Now leave
of
me
you.
alone so that my anger may burn against them and
Try this again. So what it says is, of you I will make a great nation. There's no conditional here. There's no if. There's no if statement here. No, you're muted, Ghost. I don't know why you keep thinking that you're not muted. Try this again. So again, we wouldn't have to do this if you would focus. Listen, Ghost, I don't want to have to keep muting you. I don't want to do it. I don't want to. Listen, I didn't have to mute all the guests before you. Do you think there's a reason why you're getting muted like this? Do you think maybe you're part of the problem? Okay.
Okay. So now the thing is,
that's wrong again. Wrong again. No. Us having a conversation is not you monologuing. You don't get the monologue here. You're muted, Ghost. No one can hear you. You're muted. No one can hear you. You're muted. I'm not unmuting you till you stop talking. There you go, baby. All right. So we hadn't finished yet. We're still talking about verse 10. Is there a conditional in verse 10?
Yes. Now leave me alone so that. Now leave me alone so that. So
you know
if Moses, now my question to you is.
No. Do you know what a conditional is?
Now don't leave me alone.
Do you know what a condition is?
Yeah, it means that if something doesn't happen, so he is perpetually in the presence of God.
And how do you form a conditional statement?
Stopping God.
How do you form a conditional statement?
What?
How do you form a conditional statement?
Comma.
If you do this,
so that.
No.
Yes.
If you wrong.
So let's read it. Let's read it.
You're about to fucking get muted. Stop talking.
Okay.
Conditional sentences are formatted with if. In Hebrew, it would be im. Im would be if or when. That doesn't appear in this sentence. The sentence doesn't give you a conditional. It just says, get the fuck out of the way so that I can consume these people. There's no conditional.
But he didn't.
No, it doesn't matter. There's no conditional here. A conditional.
No, there is.
Ghost, stop it. I don't want to mute you. A conditional would be, if you don't move, I will do this. If you do this, I will do this. There's no conditional here.
There is a conditional, actually.
Where? Show it to me.
I'm trying to, but you keep cutting me off. Can I read the verse and then ask you a question?
Give me the if.
Because you've been asking me a question. Can I ask you a question, please?
Does it include the conditional?
Why does it have to be if? It could be when. It could be why.
Well, neither one of them are there.
Many ways. There can be many clauses in grammar that shows a condition and effect if that condition is not met.
Then show it to me.
So
which
cause
word?
and effect.
Which word is a conditional?
Cause and effect.
Which word is a conditional?
In context, would you agree? Would you agree that Moses is standing in the gap?
Nope, we're not there yet. I said,
would you agree?
Which word is the conditional?
Well, we have to talk about what's happening from 1 to 17.
Ghost, everyone knows. We read it 5 times. My question is, which word in this sentence sets up a conditional?
Look, bro, I'm trying to say it. Now leave me alone. So if Moses doesn't leave him alone, then the anger will not burn against them and consume them.
No, that's not true.
So all he has to do is stay in a perpetual fast and stay in the presence of God, acting as intercessor.
Nope.
Yes. That's all he has to do.
Nope. That's not how conditionals work.
That's literally what it says.
Nope.
Dude.
That's
literally what I read. It's very easy English. My 12-year-old could do better than you.
No, your 12-year-old hopefully has better brain than you because there's not a single conditional here. It's a command. What's the difference between a command and a conditional?
Okay, well, where are you seeing a command?
What's the difference between a command
Did
and
you
a
see?
conditional?
Did you see Moses move out the way? Where are you getting a command?
I didn't say anything
Did
about
you
Moses.
see?
Ghost.
Did you see?
Ghost, pay attention.
Moses move out the way.
Pay attention. I said, what's the difference between a command and a conditional?
Bring it down. Anyway, sorry, what?
What is the
A command is something that has to happen. If God commands it, Moses has to move.
Wrong again. In language, in languages, what is the difference between a command and a conditional?
I don't know. You know the answer. Teach everybody in the chat, please.
A command is just an instruction to do something. Whether or not you obey it's fucking irrelevant.
Okay. Well, there's still a condition there.
Like, I've commanded you 100 times to stop yapping, and you didn't obey it. That doesn't mean that I didn't give you a command.
Why would I have to obey you?
That didn't make it a conditional. So just because Moses didn't do what God commanded him to do doesn't mean that anything in here was conditional.
So, if I say it's conditional, in other words, conditional means, hey, if you don't stop yapping, I'm going to mute you. If I start yapping right now, are you going to mute me?
Depends. You want to yap? You'll find out.
All right, then you changed your mind.
Well, you didn't yap.
I'm literally proving that you're wrong.
Oh, now you're yapping. Now I muted you. Okay, there you go. All you had to do. Okay, now, what was the difference between a conditional and a command?
That's the point I'm making. Yeah. I don't really care. I'm not here to talk about language with you.
I'm
not here to talk about semantics.
You are. Yes, that's the whole point of this. You brought up the semantics of this passage, and I'm trying to demonstrate to you.
I don't have the knowledge. I don't have the knowledge.
I know you don't. There's nothing in this passage that makes it conditional.
You just
want it to be conditional.
That is completely okay. Now, do you know anything about quantum mechanics? Can we go on to another topic now? Because we're not going to agree. We're just not going to agree.
I can guarantee
we're just not going to agree.
I don't know why.
Because I see what I see, you see what you see.
Why do you repeat? Why do you repeat?
Can we move on to a new topic?
Why do you keep repeating yourself while I'm talking? You know, you can say something once. You don't have to say it 5 times.
Okay.
Okay. Cool. So, do you know anything about quantum? Did you study quantum mechanics in school?
No. I'm just asking. Do you know what it is? Because I'm appealing to your beliefs. It's not about my beliefs. I'm appealing to your beliefs.
I'm not qualified
just
to talk about...
Just how you appeal to my beliefs to try and convince me that my God is imaginary, when my God just preaches that I don't slap people in the face, I don't disrespect them, I don't treat them like dirt, I do unto others what you would have them do unto you. You're the one that is literally trying to prove a God of peace. Jesus did.
Jesus is God, is he not? Is Jesus God?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, did God say you can own slaves?
There's a new covenant.
Did Jesus say not to own slaves? Did Jesus say not to? He changed his mind? Oh, God changed his mind?
No.
Oh, no! God changed his mind!
He changed his covenant.
This is painful. Did he change his mind? Did he change his mind? Did he change his mind, though? But did he change his mind? But did he change his mind?
He changed his covenant.
Ghost, I don't know why. I'm going to mute you. Ghost, I don't know why when I ask you a question, you answer questions that I didn't ask. So, again, I didn't ask you if he changed his covenant. I asked you, did he change his mind? What's the answer to that question?
No, because it says in the
okay, and now you're muted. I already told you, no yapping. It needed a yes or a no. It didn't need no and then yap. No one cares about your yap. No one's here for that. No one's here for you. You're muted. I don't know why you keep talking while you're muted. No one can hear you. No one. No one's listening. Okay. So...
I'm saying no. Did God, command that you can own slaves? Yes, but what was indentured servitude back then?
It wasn't indentured servitude. I said slavery.
Okay, show me in the Old Testament with its historical context behind it that there is actual slavery happening.
I will. And before we do this, Ghost, I just want to point out the fact you haven't been right about a single thing all night. I don't know why you're still so confident that you're going to win this talking point. Where is your confidence coming from?
Huh? Oh, because I've actually seen God. That's why.
But you haven't read the Bible. We're talking about what the Bible says.
Okay.
Okay. Why are you confident that the Bible doesn't say that you can own slaves?
No. That's not what I said.
Does the Bible
look,
does God say in the
look,
Bible?
I'm gonna show you something where
Does
Paul.
God? You're not. You're gonna get muted again. Does God say in the Bible that you can own slaves? It's a yes or no.
Sure.
Oh, so he
Yeah, he
does.
does. Yeah, he does.
Okay. And this is part of the law of Moses, right?
Correct. It's part of Torah.
Okay.
Yep.
And do we consider this owning another human being as property for life?
I've seen in the Torah, if we go into Leviticus or Deuteronomy, we can literally see that when slaves, hold on, we can see that slaves put themselves into slavery due to poverty if they are Israelites.
No.
Now, if they are of the heathen,
If
then
they're foreigners.
yes. If they're no. It says to treat them as Israelites if they come into the land. So do you have the right context? No, you don't.
I do. You want me to read the passage that you
It
never
says
read
to
before?
treat any no. It says
All
to
right.
treat any foreigner among you.
All right, I'll just read you the passage since you've never read it. Leviticus 25:44 through 46. As for the male and female slaves you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you, and from their families who are with you who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves, but as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. So what he says is, of the foreigners, you can own them for life. They will become your property. When you die, they'll get passed on to your children. It also is true that if these slaves have children, their children become slaves. That's not voluntary.
Hold on. Then are you forgetting about the 50-year Jubilee period?
It doesn't apply to the. It doesn't apply to the foreigners.
It does apply to foreigners.
It doesn't.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
No,
it
it doesn't.
Actually,
no,
yes,
it doesn't.
It does.
Ghost,
Yes,
you've
it
been
does,
wrong about everything you've said so far. Do you want me to show you?
I'll read the scripture, bro. I'll read the scripture.
I'll just show you why you're wrong. Okay, it says, if any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. No one can, you're already muted, Ghost. I don't know why you're still talking. They shall serve you until the year of Jubilee. Are you listening? Are you actually listening right now? They shall serve you until the year of Jubilee. These are Hebrews, and the reason why we know they're Hebrews is because the next 3 verses. Then they and their children shall go out from your authority. They shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property, for they are my servants, who I brought out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves are sold. You shall not rule over them with harshness, but you shall fear God. As for the male and female slaves who you may have, is from the nations around you. So the year of Jubilee, if you had actually read the verse, rather than pretending like you've read the verse, you would know applies to the Hebrews, not the foreign slaves.
Okay, are you done? Can I speak?
Are you going to address what you just read?
Hey, hold on. What slavery are you comparing? Because you do know what you're doing.
I'm not comparing it to anything. I'm saying owning another human being as property.
All right. Do you know what the chronological snobbery fallacy is?
He can't help himself.
Hold on.
He can't help himself. Ghost.
Do you know
what is slavery? What's the definition of slavery?
Do you know what chronological snobbery is?
Ghost. What's the definition of slavery?
Presentism or chronological snobbery fallacy. It's a logical fallacy.
Ghost.
It's what you're pulling.
No, I'm not.
It's what you're pulling.
Yes, you are. No, I'm not.
To judge Moses.
We'll try this again. I'm not judging anything. You're the one that said the Bible didn't include slavery. I'm showing you where it includes slavery, and you're losing your fucking mind over it. The question I'm asking is not whether it's right or wrong. I didn't ask you that question. You feel like I'm asking you that question because you know in your own mind that you don't think it's right. You're the one asking yourself that question right now. And again, Ghost, you're muted. No one can hear you. Nobody. So, the question on hand is, what is the definition of slavery?
What?
What's the definition of slavery?
I'm literally not going to answer because you're in chronological snobbery fallacy and literally.
Try this again. The answer to the question needs to be, what is the definition of slavery? It needs to describe slavery. You're muted, Ghost. I told you, you don't get to yap here. No one cares. Everyone sees you sulking over there, crying that I won't let you yap. It's never going to happen. I've told you 100 times. The question you need to answer is, what is slavery? Because what you're attempting to do is say that somehow this isn't real slavery. I want to know, what is the definition of slavery?
I already told you I'm not answering that question because it's a chronological snobbery fallacy. Oh,
Nope, it's not a fallacy. I'm asking you for your definition, Ghost. You're muted. You're muted. I told you you're not allowed to yap here. No one can hear you. No one can hear you. No one can hear you, Ghost. No one heard anything you said. Again, I told you every time you yap, you get muted. Try again. I'm not committing a fallacy. I'm asking for your definition. I didn't say anything. I didn't make an argument. I didn't make a proposition. I didn't make a claim. I'm asking you a question. Questions are not fallacies. My question is, what is your definition of slavery?
what is my definition of slavery?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm a slave to righteousness. Okay.
Oh, for
So
fuck's sake. All right, we're done with you. Get out of here. You're an embarrassment to your entire family. I will never understand why people like that exist on the planet.
Man, I am so glad I got to be here for the historic event to witness the second Inquisition.
I will never fucking understand why Christians will get on a live stream and fucking pettifog and lie and refuse to answer questions and then complain when I mute them for yapping. I don't get it. I don't get it. Like I've gone on other people's live streams before. And you know what I do? I answer the fucking questions. I don't. What am I supposed to do with these people?
That's because you get the facts. You get the facts on your side. That's why the super chats are gonna be wild.
Yeah, actually, super chats can be off the hook. Sorry, I made you wait through that. Chet, I think has something to say though. Sorry, I didn't see Chet in the queue till just now. Chet, how you doing, buddy?
Pretty good. That was great.
Well, I'm glad that was entertaining. It's way too late at night for me to like deal with that tomfoolery.
Yeah.
Yeah. Easy question, Chet. Does God change his mind?
Oh yeah, so much.
Ah, that wasn't hard. I wonder why that was so hard for him to answer. Oh well. What are you gonna do?
You were forcing him to lie. You were forcing him to lie.
Yeah, I was forcing him to answer a question. All right, I want to take one more guest, and then I'm going to read all the super chats. I'm sorry, I got a ton of super chats that didn't get read yet. I'll get them as soon as we get our next guest. We've had a guest that's been waiting for a while in the queue, and they've got a microphone, they've got a camera, and they're ready to go. So I know that they're ready to rock and roll. So let me grab Simon from the queue here. 1 second. Actually, we've got a couple in the queue now. That conversation went on so long. Let me turn the echo cancellation on real quick, just in case. Welcome in, Simon.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, how you doing?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you okay. Everyone can hear Simon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm actually watching from the UK. So I was just scrolling through YouTube. I came across your live stream, and I seen the question in the background. Your God is imaginary. Prove me wrong. And I
Right.
thought it was, fun challenge. So I've been listening for the last hour or two. You're very respectful. I like the way you speak to your guests, and I'd just like to bounce some thoughts off you and have a friendly discussion / debate.
Sure. Yeah, I'm certainly down for that after that at that last guest. So, are you a Christian?
No.
Oh, are
Is
you
this
believing?
channel only for Christians?
No.
Yeah, I'm a believer in God.
Okay. Okay. So, do you believe in a particular God?
Yes. I'd like to say I believe in the same God as all the prophets, the same God of Adam and Eve, Noah, Abraham, Moses, Jesus,
You're
and
Muslim?
what we believe to be the final messenger,
So you're
Muhammad.
Muslim.
Yeah.
I don't know
For
why they never
10
just come
years
out
I've
and say
been
it.
converted.
I mean,
because it can be, you know,
you're very nice, Simon, but I don't. What is it with Muslims? How come we always have to pry it out of them? Why can't they just say I'm Muslim?
because I feel like even the word, it causes triggers sometimes in people's mind. You know, we've been quite
No,
programmed
not
that
here.
the word
Yeah,
Muslim can be a trigger, or you know, because people would say Muslim, and what's the first thing that comes to your mind? A lot of people might
um,
think, you know, terrorism.
pedophilia,
Aisha?
murdering
Yeah.
apostates.
That,
Yeah,
so that's why you had to pry her out of it, because that's the thoughts that have been programmed into a lot of people. It's like
but
a
it's
trigger word,
true.
Muslim. Okay, but anyway,
Didn't
I didn't
Iraq
want to
just
get
change
too
the age of
caught.
marriage? Didn't Iraq just change the age of marriage to 9?
Okay, so the argument was just about whether God exists or not. I didn't want to get in too much into the weeds of
Yeah,
other things.
I would not want to talk about my religion if it promoted pedophilia either. But go ahead.
Yeah, so just on the original argument of whether God exists or not. Ada, can I ask you a question? Are you atheist? You're quite knowledgeable on, you know, I've been listening to you, you know Hebrew and things like that. So that's why I was more interested to hear your thoughts, you know, to bounce my thoughts off of you and get feedback. And that's how we grow and we learn, isn't it?
Well, the goal is to discuss the existence of your God, right? So,
Yeah.
like if you have an argument or a piece of evidence or something of that nature for your God,
Yes,
that's
please.
kind of the
Yes,
thing that
please.
we're interested in.
Yeah, yes, please. I feel like I've got a strong argument and some, you know, evidence to back it up and some references from the scripture.
Sure, let's have it.
Yeah, so usually I like to, you know, reverse engineer my argument and go all the way back to sort of creation. I feel like, isn't there a lot of design in creation?
No,
I mean,
I don't even
it
think there was
seems
a.
quite irrational. It
I don't
seems
think there
quite
was even a
irrational to
creation.
believe. Can I just finish? I feel like it's quite
Yeah,
irrational to
if you could
believe
talk
that
slower,
all
that'd
of
be
this
great.
was random.
Cool. What's the evidence that there was a creation?
Um, so then we would establish whether or not the Quran is a miracle.
Well, we haven't got that far yet. I know it's not a miracle because it contradicts itself. I'm asking, what's the evidence that there was a creation?
Yeah, so in the Quran, it often mentions some quite scientific facts that have only been recognized in the past 100 years.
No, it certainly doesn't. Only if like you go on a diatribe about how words don't have real meanings. But like in terms of creation, the Quran can't even get it right. The Quran says in one place that it was created in 6 days, and another place at 8. It says that babies are made from semen that comes between the ribs and the backbone. It
Not to
says that.
mention that it
I'm
gets.
talking about creation of the universe.
What about it? The word universe doesn't appear in the Quran ever.
No, but the fact that the universe was once a joined entity and also that it's expanding
Joined
and
entity. What do you think that
expanding,
means? It was a collection of
meaning the
entities.
Big Bang of gas or density, whatever was
Yeah, the
there
Big
at the
Bang.
Big Bang.
The Big Bang is certainly not mentioned in the Quran. Now, the Quran does talk about the expander, meaning the expander of the heavens, but the heavens is not outer space. Nobody at Muhammad's time knew there was outer space. In fact, the Quran explicitly states that the heavens are the area that's just fixed on top of the earth. It's laid out flat, fixed on top of the earth in a layer.
Um, I'm not sure about that. Okay, so what about another scientific miracle? The fact that iron
It says
is actually
in
extraterrestrial. That
that's not
iron,
true.
most of the iron on
So,
Earth was formed and came down. It
well,
specifically mentions
I
came
mean, literally
down.
everything on the earth is extraterrestrial. Everything that is part of the earth was once not the earth. Quran 13:2 says, "It is Allah who has raised the heavens without pillars." As you can see, then
Okay.
established himself on the throne. He has subjected the sun and the moon, each orbiting for an appointed term. The sun and the moon don't orbit. There's no need for pillars under a sky. That's the Quran 13 is trying to say, how cool is it that he erected the skies without pillars? Because
Yes,
they thought
because
the
the
earth was
Arabs
flat.
at that time, no, at the time, Arabs believed that the sky was held up with pillars. That
A
was the
lot of people
belief
did,
that the,
actually. Yeah.
yeah. So that was just to,
Right, but there's no mention of outer space in the Quran. The word for heavens in a lot of the English translations we have just means sky. Same is true in the Hebrew and the Greek in the Bible.
Okay, so what about the verse? Can I just give you the verse? 57:25.
Sure. What about it?
The fact that iron was sent down. I mean,
Yeah,
there's
we
no
know.
way that those
They
people could have known.
Yes, they would have. The Egyptians were already making tools out of meteorite iron and writing about it. The Egyptians knew it way before the Arabs ever had a clue. In fact, they were a lot of time
What knew the all-
the iron from meteorites were specifically reserved for the pharaoh.
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
Hmm.
Okay, so what about the? Can I give you a quick list of sciences mentioned in the
I mean,
Quran?
I don't care about the list. I've already heard them
Astronomy,
all, but you're welcome to
geology,
run each one of them
oceanography.
by me, and I'll just tell you why they're not. It doesn't mean what you think it does, or it's actually not that special.
Yes, please. Astronomy, geology, oceanography, meteorology, physics, chemistry, biology, embryology, botany, zoology,
Yeah, and it gets all
medicine,
of it wrong.
psychology,
Every last thing it
sociology,
gets wrong.
economics, and history.
It
So,
says in Quran 2 that women are basically deficient in memory because you need two women to do a financial contract for the value of one man in case the woman forgets. But we know from science that women actually have better memories than men.
okay, that's getting a little bit away from our discussion of creation and,
Well,
creation
my
of the
my
universe and
point
the light.
is the Quran might say some things that you personally don't know how to explain, but it just says a lot of things that are not true as well. Like it says that jinn
Um,
are made from smokeless fire. It says that
oh, well,
Satan
so
was made
imagine
out of light.
Satan was made out of light.
Actually, that's in the Hadith. The jinn, it says in the Quran, was made out of
Yeah,
smokeless
the
fire.
jinn and Satan
Uh,
is a jinn.
I'd be interested to know, does Simon know who Miriam is?
Maryam, who? The mother of
Yeah.
Isa, the
It'd
mother
be
of
good.
Jesus.
Yeah, huh? Okay. And does the Quran tell us who her brother is?
The Quran tells us who her brother is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe so.
It does in Surah 19. You get the passage,
Yeah, let me
Justin.
grab it real quick.
Maryam's brother. I know it mentions her lineage, the family of Zechariah, but I didn't know it mentioned her brother.
Yep, yep, yep.
It tells us who her father is too, which is going to be important.
Oh yeah.
See, which verse in 19 are we looking for?
Here, let me take a look.
Yeah, I know it's in here.
It is going to be in. Let's see.
So
This is a long
basically,
one.
my argument
Well,
was
you
that
don't have an
if
argument
these
yet. We're looking for
28.
Miriam.
Verse 28.
the sciences in the Quran would confirm that there's no
We'll
way
get to
Muhammad
that
was
in a
the
second.
Prophet.
We'll get to that in a second,
Yeah,
Simon.
we'll fix that. So the
But we're
Quran
getting
says,
far
"Oh,
away from that argument.
just pay attention." It says, "O sister of
Okay,
Aaron, your
sorry.
father was not an indecent man, nor was your mother unchaste." Okay, so
So
Miriam is being referred to here, and she's called the sister of Aaron. All right, go ahead, Dalton.
yeah, do you know who Aaron is, Simon?
Off the top of my head, I would think is that Moses and Aaron, sister of
Mm-hmm.
Aaron, being from the lineage of Moses.
That's the right
Yeah.
Aaron.
So the Quran is
Okay.
saying that Isa's mother Miriam was the sister of Aaron. Aaron was the brother of Moses, but do you know why this is a problem?
No.
There are in fact two Miriams in the Bible. There's a Miriam in the Old Testament who is the prophetess, and she is the sister of Moses and Aaron. And then there is the Miriam of the New Testament who is the mother of Isa. And your prophet has mistaken one Miriam for another.
Your father was not an indecent man, nor was your mother unchaste. So why would he be mentioning your mother was not unchaste?
Because
That's
that's
irrelevant.
Mary. Yeah, it's not relevant. The question is, how is Aaron the sister of Miriam? That wasn't the case. No,
That's just talking like
to be clear,
lineage.
Aaron did have a sister named Miriam, but it wasn't the mother of Jesus.
Absolutely not. I don't
Okay,
know
so
where this is going from the creation argument.
Well, this
it's not
shows
about
it's
creation. Sorry,
this
check.
Yeah,
Go
shows
ahead.
it.
I asked you if we were talking whether or not God exists, and I was trying to establish about a creator.
Yeah, I
Well,
And
did
know.
so
God
And
write?
sorry, we
Is the
and then
Quran?
and then we started talking about the Quran, and now we're talking about the Quran. When we're done with this passage, I'm more than happy to go back to the creation talking points. But I mean, we have to
oh,
actually
so
finish
from
the.
this you're trying to establish whether or not the Quran is truth.
I mean, obviously, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wouldn't Allah know that Miriam, the mother of Jesus, was not the sister of Aaron and Moses? Wouldn't he know that those
Of
are two
course.
different women?
Absolutely. That's why I can't see that I don't understand. We're trying to say that this verse is mentioning the sister of Aaron, not the mother of Jesus.
No, it's
So
talking.
this chapter is Surah Miriam. It's about Jesus's mother, and it claims that Jesus's mother is the sister of Aaron, but Jesus's mother was not the sister of Aaron. That's a different Miriam. Your holy book, doesn't know the difference between these two different Miriams.
But the rest of the chapter describes the miraculous birth of Jesus and then,
That,
his life and things like that.
yes,
So
So why would it be any
this is the
different?
problem. Yeah, the Miriam that is the sister of Aaron lived hundreds of years before the Miriam that was the mother of Jesus. And so to call Miriam the mother of Jesus the sister of Aaron is to confuse two people who happen to have the same name. This is also confirmed by the fact that in the Quran we are told that Miriam, the mother of Jesus, her father's name is. It's Imram, which is the Hebrew Amram, which is also the father of the Miriam that lived way back in the time of Moses.
Okay, that's interesting.
It's kind of damning for the Quran.
It's kind of obvious that the author of the Quran just heard a bunch of stories from Christians and Jews and mistakenly thought that these two different Miriams were the same woman.
Okay, that's been quite a rich argument for, throughout history. He was a traveling man with the caravans for trade and things like that. So yeah, of course, people think he might have come across these stories from those people, Syrians and south to Yemen in the caravan trade. But then that doesn't explain the scientific miracles in the Quran that I just mentioned two of
There are
them.
none. There are as many scientific miracles in the Quran as there are scientific miracles in the Bible, being zero. You just retroactively are reading scientific facts into the Quran.
So, but the Arabic language, I don't know Arabic, but the Arabic language is very precise. And, scholars have confirmed
So
the
is Greek.
precision of the Arabic language.
The Greek language is very precise too, and Christians read scientific facts into the New Testament that aren't there.
Okay, so how would you explain that the Arabic hasn't been changed since the revelation?
Well, that's not true.
Are
You know that
you
there are multiple
following
Qurans, right?
Arabic?
No, but you
Yeah.
know there
So
are
why?
multiple
Do
Qurans.
you know what a hafiz is?
Hadith?
Hafiz is someone who's memorized the whole Quran.
That's irrelevant. The question is whether or not the Quran has ever been changed, and the answer is certainly yes. There have
No,
been
but the
multiple
science of
redactions and multiple editions,
no,
and even in
the
the early days,
science of
they had people running around burning additional copies of the Quran because they wanted to weed out the alternative readings.
so how has the science of Hafiz been preserved since the beginning?
It hasn't.
You
It
have
hasn't.
9-year-old children from the Philippines who don't even know Arabic and have memorized the
It sounds
entire
like child
Quran.
abuse to me.
Okay, when
You
did
know
you
that
learn
there,
Hebrew?
you know
What age
that
did
there
you
were
learn
little
Hebrew?
Jewish boys that memorized large portions of the Hebrew Bible. Like
Okay,
being
so
able to
that sounds
memorize,
like child abuse. That
being
sounds
able
like
to.
child abuse.
Well, I agree. Being able to memorize something has nothing to do with whether or not it's from God.
No, but then that can be cross-referenced with another Hafiz. If you make one
Yeah, but
mistake as a
no one
letter
cares.
or a verb like that, it can be, that's a
Yeah,
science also. So
no one
that
still no
proves
one cares.
Quran.
This has nothing to do with the contents of the book. The book is just clearly wrong in many locations.
Okay, so we just throw out the entire billions of people across planet Earth are
Yeah, the
Muslim who
same way you
follow.
throw out all the billions of Christians, you think the
I
Bible was
don't.
corrupted. I think that the
Oh yeah,
Quran
I think the Bible was corrupt.
was a load of bullshit, just like the Bible.
Oh, so what about the scientific miracles? I know you just throw it out
There
and
are
say there
none.
is none.
There aren't none. Show me one.
I just did about iron coming down.
Did you
But
actually hear the explanation for that?
You mentioned something about Egyptians. They already knew that.
People already knew it. The cultures, the Greeks and
Okay.
the Egyptians both knew about this already.
Okay, so did they know that the universe was expanding?
Nobody
it
in the
doesn't say
Quran says
expanding.
it. The universe doesn't say that the Quran doesn't say the universe is expanding.
It says he
Okay.
stretches out the heavens, but that was already a concept found in the Hebrew Bible. And
Yeah.
the idea was that the sky above is a dome, is stretched out by God. It has nothing to do with an expanding
Okay.
universe.
So if that was already mentioned in the Hebrew Bible, then wouldn't that confirm a design from a creator,
No,
therefore
it
being a
wouldn't,
god?
because they
You heard
thought
Because
that
half of what
they
I said.
mentioned in previous scriptures.
the heavens, which was the skies, was spread out over top of a flat disk Earth.
Who believed that? The Hebrews.
The Bible says it.
Yeah, it says it stretches out like a tent. That wouldn't be describing the expansion of the universe. That's
Yeah.
describing a false
Okay.
concept of what the sky is.
Hmm. Right. So we're throwing out the Quran. You said you knew Hebrew. We're also throwing out the Hebrew texts.
Yep.
Okay. Can we pull up any other sciences mentioned in the Quran, or it's all been thrown out?
There are no sciences. Science in the Quran that wasn't already available to anyone in the ancient world.
The expansion of the universe, was it not Hubble that founded that?
There is no expansion in the Quran.
Okay, can I just quickly check
It
the
mentions that the
radiation?
heavens are stretched out. This is not expansion. To be sure, there's nothing in the Quran which gives us scientific information that was not present in any other among any other ancient peoples, and it gets science wrong. It doesn't even know where sperm comes from.
Okay, well, we'd have to, know the
We lost you
Arabic
there. What'd you say?
language, but um, I'm not a scholar of the Arabic language, but the Arabic language is very, very precise, and the way it describes heavens and the earth is definitely different to the way you guys are presenting it.
Nah, that's not the
The
case.
word heavens doesn't mean like heaven is in paradise, but it does mean the
No.
skies above.
Yeah, the skies.
So
Yeah,
that
the
was where the
clouds.
distinction, yeah.
Where the
Well, of
birds
course,
were.
they wouldn't have known. They wouldn't have known beyond what they could
Yeah.
see at that time, would they?
Yeah, you're right. They exactly. They didn't know anything. They thought the Earth was flat and there was a flat sky above it, and then there was nothing outside of it. They don't know about outer space. It literally talks about the celestial bodies in the heavens being in the lowest level of the heavens. Let me grab the passage. Actually, hold on.
Yeah. There's seven heavens, and the lowest heaven is adorned with stars.
Yeah, the lowest
So
heaven. Yeah, the lowest
yeah,
layer of the sky is adorned with stars. Literally, the opposite is true. The opposite of that is
not
true.
the
The stars are
lowest.
the
I
are
wouldn't.
the other than the sun. The stars are the furthest things away.
The
Yeah,
Greeks
we
already
would have to
believed this, by
cross.
the way.
We would have to cross-reference that with the hadith when the Prophet mentioned about the seven heavens and the size and the scale of the heaven.
The idea of the Earth being having seven concentric circles surrounding it, which are the seven heavens, wasn't new with the Quran. That was already something expressed within Judaism, and it's also incorrect. It's not true.
Okay,
There are
so
not seven
okay,
concentric
you
spheres
mentioned it's
that surround the
incorrect.
Earth.
Yeah, because I was just about to say, well, if there is a theme going through all of the scriptures previously, wouldn't that bring about the truth of a creator?
No, because that cosmology
No.
is incorrect.
What
If you travel up
cosmology?
into the sky, if you travel up into the sky long enough, you're not going to reach the first heaven and the second heaven and the third heaven. That's not how this works. There are no seven
No, he
heavens.
said
This is
that
an ancient, outdated
first
cosmology.
the first heavens were adorned with stars. That means if you get to the edge of the known universe, is there something beyond that? Of course, science
You're
hasn't
reading in
confirmed
your
that.
No,
But
you're
you're
reading
what about
backwards.
you're
black
reading your
holes and things?
You're backwards.
you're retro you're retroactively reading your modern understanding of the universe into the Quran. That's not how they would have seen it.
Oh, okay. Maybe I am guilty of that. I didn't realize that. So thank you for pointing it out.
So the stars, it says, are in the lowest of the heavens, meaning the
Yeah.
closest to the earth. But that's clearly not the case.
No,
Also, it
because then if you bring up the hadith that mentions the scale of the heavens,
we
then that
can
would
we
cross
can do that. Just pause for 5 seconds.
Okay.
It says we
Sorry.
adorned the lowest heaven with stars like lamps and made them as missiles for stoning eavesdropping devils. It says that the stars are in the lowest form of the heaven, and that they get sent, like shooting stars get sent to the earth for stoning devils.
Hmm.
That literally is impossible. Like even the smallest star would devastate our planet.
Yeah, I wouldn't get into discussions on something like this about the devils and metaphysics and things like that. I'm just trying to talk about the science and the rationale and the logical things.
Yeah, ignore all the obvious supernatural, superstitious elements of the Quran and just focus on the parts that you want to retroactively read modern science into. I would do that
No,
too.
I mean,
Yeah,
people in
I
the
would
modern
ignore
world,
this
we like
altogether.
logic. Like if I was
Yeah,
going to speak to my mum, I wouldn't be speaking about jinn and, the smokeless flame and
but
things like
but
that. I would speak about the science,
but
the
your book
logic.
does. So just pay attention. Your book says that the stars are used to stone eavesdroppers.
Yeah.
How is that possible?
That's deep theology, isn't it? That's something I'm not a
It's
scholar. I
not
wouldn't
that
not
deep.
deep
explain those
theology. It's
things.
nonsense, brother. Come on, be honest. It's nonsense.
Yeah, okay, so that's why I wouldn't cover those parts. I want to speak about the
Yeah, I
science
know. Yeah,
and the
I would ignore
logic.
the parts that are just nonsense. I would do that too.
No, it's not about ignoring those parts. It's starting at A and then carrying on to B, C, D. Starting at A to establish, is the Quran truth or not?
Well,
Is it
it's
from
not.
God or not?
We just showed you like multiple passages that are clearly false. They can't be from God. So no, it's not from God.
By the way, do you know why the ancients thought that there were 7 heavens, Simon?
No.
The 7 heavens were meant to be like, they were meant to correlate to the sun and the moon, and then 5 celestial planets.
Okay.
Okay, that's not how there. Yeah, you wouldn't like travel to Mars and then reach a barrier, and then travel to Jupiter and reach a barrier. That's not authentic. We know that they just had an
No, you would
outdated and
reach the
archaic
edge of the universe. You
That's
would
not what
reach
the
the edge
Quran
of the
says.
universe.
There's no edge.
That's what the Hadith says.
Why would you think
Do
there's
you
an
know
edge to the
about the
universe?
Hadith?
Yes, we
Okay,
do.
you know
The
about the
Hadith says, yes, the Hadith is what tells us that Aisha was 6 when she got married and 9 still playing with dolls when the marriage was
That's a different
consummated.
argument.
We know about the
Let's not
Hadith.
get sidetracked.
I'm not. I'm just making
That's
a
a different
dig.
argument.
I know. I'm not making the argument. I'm digging at you. I'm letting you know we do know the Hadith and it's damaging for your position. So the reality
so what
is
about the Hadith of the night
the reality
journey?
is
You
it
know
doesn't
the
matter
Hadith
what
of
it doesn't
the night
matter what
journey?
it doesn't matter what the Hadith said. We're talking about what the Quran says. If the Quran says things that are truly are just not true, they're completely false, then it doesn't matter what a single Hadith says.
But he's mentioned about the 7 heavens and said that it was something to do with the sky that we can see, when actually the Prophet explained the 7 heavens, the lowest being adorned with stars. That was explained in the night journey, if you know
When
that
he's
hadith. And
yeah,
that's a
when he
deep
rode the flying
theological
horse,
part
the
of
horse with
Islam.
wings.
Yes.
The night journey. I know
Again,
about the night
listen,
journey.
when
Yeah,
he
we're
was-
aware.
Imagine at that
Where is the
time
mythical winged horse? By the way, I don't know if you know about like body weight ratios with flying objects, but a horse with wings is absolutely impossible. It's got way too much body mass to fly.
Can I share something with you? Because I respect you guys a lot. And I respect your position. I respect you, obviously educated guys. I'm not that educated. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
I just want to hear your feedback because, like I said, I respect your opinion. If the Prophet was trying to describe that, let's call it a vehicle, or however he traveled, wouldn't he have to use words that they would understand at that time?
No.
So would he say a horse with wings? He couldn't.
No,
He couldn't describe what he was experiencing.
He could just identically describe what it was.
Yeah, I'm sure Allah could give him the words.
Can God do anything? Right?
Arabic
If God is limitless, he could give him the words to explain it properly. Did we lose him? Oh, I think he lost connection. Simon.
Oh.
Oh.
He was taken away on a flying something. I don't know.
I've heard debates on whether or not it was a flying donkey or a flying horse. I don't really know, to be honest. I haven't dug into the hadith to find out. But I'd be curious to know if somebody has actually dug into that, whether it was a flying horse or a flying donkey. Dalton's on it. All right, guys, listen, we stayed up way late. I'm going to read through what's left of our super chat. Sorry, I can't stay up till 2 in the morning. It looks like I'll be up past 1 o'clock already as it is. But Chet, it's good to see you, buddy. Did you work today?
Yeah, I did.
That's good to have you in. While I'm reading super chats, friends, please make sure you're following Chet and Dalton already, and make sure you're following the YouTube pages for both creators as well. Dalton, how close are you to 1,000?
Oh, okay. Let's take a look. Because last time I checked, I was like at 590 something followers.
We gotta pump it
now
up.
we're currently sitting at 666 subscribers.
Hell yeah!
Screenshot.
Praise Nero. And if you're not, Chet, you have in your link tree, you've got your YouTube listed too, right?
Well, I haven't gotten around to a link tree yet. I do have a YouTube. It's at Cheddarson blog. Cheddarson was taken. So my TikTok and my Twitch, I think, are at Cheddarson. And then no, my TikTok and my Rumble are at Cheddarson. My Twitch and my YouTube are at Cheddarson blog. So
Good. Well, we'll have to get you hooked up with a link tree so we can get all your stuff organized. But guys, make sure you're following Chet and Dalton, two fabulously intelligent people. And I'm going to read some super chats. Erzmont, hey, thank you for the super chat. Erzmont says, congratulations on surviving another rapture. Hail, Doug. And we are past the what I understand to be the last rapture prediction. I think was this prior Tuesday was the last one. So I think
For
we're good
now.
till next September, right?
Yeah.
I think that's the case. I'll never get this name right. Aposematic apostate. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says, say no to A1. Doug gave us brains for a reason. Well, you mean A1 sauce? I actually like a little bit of A1 sauce. Not too much. Don't drown your meat in A1 sauce, but I like a little bit of tang with that. And It's Just Me says, tag, you're it. It's just me. Now, you're probably not here anymore. This was an early super chat, but tag, you're it. We'll see you next live. Mellow Matt says, why does an absolute contingency need sentience? It doesn't. Actually, another person was asking the same question. The contingency argument always fails because there's no need for, even if there was a need for a prime mover or something that was non-contingent, there's no need for it to be sentient. There's no need for it to have thoughts or feelings. It could just be a supernatural force or a naturalistic force that we don't know about. And It's Just Me says, Zumafoom, Doug's great steed, gets my vote. I think it was Zaboomafu, which I actually think was a cartoon character in the 90s.
Yes.
Wasn't it?
It wasn't a cartoon. It wasn't a cartoon character. It was a live action children's show with a puppeted lemur. How do I know this? Because it was my favorite fucking show as a kid. Had it on VHS.
There it is. There it is. We got some Dalton lore. Zaboomafu might eventually might be joining the pantheon. I would imagine. And Gus says, does the channel need a playlist? We listen, we do need a good atheist playlist for our Discord that we can link up somewhere for everyone to have, because we get a lot of good recommendations and they kind of get lost into oblivion. But if somebody wanted to put together a list and put it in the Discord, we could like pin it somewhere so that we always have it. Yeah, Tim mentioned Mitcheny, or he's really funny.
So, according to Epic Magazine from Lancaster University, Al Barak, which means like little lightning flash, was a white half mule, half donkey with wings. It's meant to invoke the imagery of like Abraham and Jesus riding on the donkey.
The image is wild. I mean, well, listen, we already know that Jesus can do two donkeys at once. So
some of these paintings are crazy, where this thing has a donkey body but a person's head. It looks crazy.
That's wild. It's wild. Well, I mean, they got nothing on Ezekiel. Ezekiel's got some. Anyways, that's Josh. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says, only thing Toast Man's missing is between his ears. That is the case. Toast. I was a little hard on Toast, to be honest. Not that other guest that we had. The guy that didn't answer any questions. I was hard on him on purpose. But not Ghost. The prior guy that we were just talking about a second ago, I may have given him a little too much spice. Bjorn says, I'd love for you to debate William Lane Craig. I would. I don't think he would debate me. I think he basically only debates people with PhDs or with like 1 million followers. So I think that's off the table. But I would definitely debate William Lane Craig. And I think he'd actually provide a good debate because I've watched him for a lot of years. He does respond in arguments. He has a real back and forth. He doesn't just come hoping to spit talking points. And so to be fair, I kind of like William Craig's debate style. John says, Doug AI, all hail Doug, lock in. Yeah, we had trouble. Guests could not lock in today. They were all over the place today. And I wasn't having it. Jordan, thank you for the super chat. It says 30,000 subscribers. We get a brother reveal. Maybe. We'll have to wait and see. I do know this. We're a little ways away from 30,000 subscribers, right? We're still like 25,000 subscribers or something of that nature. But yeah, we're getting close, friends. I don't know what we'll do for 30,000. Of course, we're at 61,000 on the main channel now. So maybe by the end of the year we can hit 75,000 on the main channel. We'll see. We'll pray to Doug for it. Tim says tag energy drink and the power of God theoretically. That is good. We do need an we might have to do a tag energy drink emoji. That might be a next thing coming. And Eric says a Toyota Supra is more Supra than God. Yeah, that argument that he was trying to do with Supra was really bad. I wasn't having it. That's why I cut him after like a minute or two. I wasn't going to tolerate that. Sonic says, have you thought of doing God's an idiot, prove me wrong? Oh, so I've been meaning to do God is incompetent as a talking point, but God's an idiot. I kind of like the sound of it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you think it would get flagged?
I don't know. I feel like a lot of Christians won't be able to pronounce the word incompetent. So that's the problem.
Well, they don't.
Could do God is impotent.
Oh my gosh, yes. We could do a series of I's. God is either incompetent, impotent, or I don't know, incomplete. We have to come up with something.
Is this your answer to C.S. Lewis's Liar, Lunatic, Lord?
Yes, volume forthcoming. Chambermaid says, can we please find out why Scientific Snitch is so happy so we can celebrate with her? She kind of explained her test results. I didn't understand any of it. I felt like a Toast when Toast was getting an abiogenesis lesson. I didn't know what those numbers meant. The test she was taking, I thought, was for her oxygen level. She's a PCR test, right?
You know what? You'll have to go back and watch it and then run it through ChatGPT.
Yeah, I thought she said a PCR test, which is a laboratory technique used to amplify and detect specific sequences. Oh no, it's a DNA. Okay, the DNA test. Okay. Well, yeah, you know what? I have no idea what she's talking about. I apologize. I thought I did have a slight clue. I don't have any clue, but definitely.
But we're all happy for her.
Yeah, we're happy. Slide into her DMs and congratulate her. Don't be perverted, okay? Respect her. But yeah, let her know you're happy for her. And Rainbow says, I'd like to order baby paste, please, for the chat. Oh, we didn't do any baby paste tonight. You know what? With those guests, we probably could have got one to do baby paste. I'm a little sad we didn't. Oh well. You win some, you lose some. Worshipper of the old god says, I don't care about prophecies, says the guy whose religion requires prophecies to justify its existence. Yes. Yeah. I'll never understand why people want to ignore those. And Hammond, good to see you, my friend. Hammond says, Justin, what's your view of the Quran from what you've read? I know you're just started reading it. I have just started reading it. I'm in chapter 1 and 2 are really stupid long. I've been documenting errors along the way and highlighting stuff. Here's my initial impression, and something I remembered a little bit when I read it when I was in high school, because I was like 15 or 16, probably 16 or 17 actually. I kind of skimmed through it pretty quick just to see what was going on, and I'm doing a deep dive on it right now. But like, they are obsessed with people burning in hell. Like every single page, there's a mention of people burning in hell. Like the whole shtick is just to scare the shit out of everybody.
So I think before I read the Quran, I really need to find some scholars who are like, I don't know what you would call them in Islam, but non-confessional Islamic scholars who won't give me any dogma. And I know that I don't half-ass things. I learned Hebrew and Greek when I started studying the Bible. I don't want to learn Arabic, but I feel like it's going to come if I do.
Yeah, to be fair, so my ex-wife was from an Arabic-speaking family. They were Egyptian, and there's a lot of crossover with Arabic and Hebrew. Like if you already know Hebrew, you can learn
reading it.
You can learn to speak it real easy. Learning to write it is a different story, but
reading
you can
it's
learn
a
to speak it.
nightmare.
Oh, I believe that. I didn't even attempt to it. I learned some phrases here and there and then promptly forgot them. But there, I was
You actually
surprised
have,
by what's that?
right? I was gonna say you actually have to pronounce the ayins. You can't just go with the vowel in Arabic. It's
Yeah.
Yeah. And
hard.
it's kind of like playing the trumpet too, where there's a couple sounds where the difference of the sound is just how hard you pronounce it. And like you have to, your ear has to be trained for it. And it's wild. It's a crazy language. Um, the first time I heard my ex father-in-law speaking Arabic, it sounded like he was upset. And my ex was like, no, he's not upset. That's just how you have to pronounce some of the syllables.
It's like German. You
Yeah,
can't say it and not sound angry.
yeah, it's crazy. Susie says, please summarize the Jezebel story, Justin. Well, I think I did that earlier. I think I might have read the super chat twice, but to summarize, Susie, Jezebel. Oh, from the Bible, not interviewing Jenny. Jenny was nicknamed Jezebel. If you watched the stream from yesterday, Jenny was called Jezebel. But in the Bible, so Jezebel was the daughter of a priest. She herself, I think, at one point was called a priestess of Baal, from the region of Tyre and Phoenicia, and she marries Ahab, and of course Ahab's kind of a poo-poo king. Jezebel is this foreigner who married into the fold with a different god. And to be fair, she gets up to some shit. She tries to get rid of some of the prophets. At one point, she has a guy murdered so she can steal the vineyard for her husband. So she does some things. Nevertheless, there's a prophecy in the Bible. God sends a prophecy that says that dogs are gonna, actually to Ahab too, it says his blood will be licked up by dogs, and it also says that Jezebel is gonna essentially be eaten by dogs. And it happens at the end of her life. She's basically thrown off a balcony. Dogs eat her before the rescuers can come find her, and she has this very ignoble death because she was eaten by dogs. And that's kind of the short. There's obviously more to it than that, but that's the Cliff Notes version. I hope that helps. Sarah, thank you for the $1.49. And Libby, thank you for sending out 5 deconstructions of memberships. I super appreciate that, friend. And Delve, thank you for the 666. Praise Nero says it has to be true. You have Peter, Paul, Ringo. Cheers, Justin. I can't imagine how much time you spend studying this material to be this good. Well, I mean, as much as Chet and Dalton, because they're really good too. So I don't know. To be honest, like the more I know about Dalton and I were like eating and breathing the stuff. Like it was an everyday thing.
I didn't go to parties in high school. You can do better things with your time.
Yeah, and I grew up with Chet. I knew how dedicated Chet was to the Bible. So like the three of us were we were incredibly dedicated. I make the joke sometimes that if it's not a joke, it's true. I literally slept with the Bible next to my pillow. I read it every single night because it didn't make sense not to. It's the most important thing ever written.
I was known in high school. I used to read the Bible all the time in high school. I was known as the Bible guy. Origin story? I mean, it just makes me sound like the really lame sidekick for Bible man, but whatever.
I mean, it's a decent origin story. It's better than what was that Bible superhero from the cartoons in the 90s?
Bible man.
Oh yeah, it was Bible man.
Yeah. Bible guy sounds like his lame sidekick. Just saying.
They have nothing original. Stonus, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the 666 ARS. Says after the initial "Are you over 18?" and "Are you a believer?" you should add and "Can you answer yes or no questions?" You know what? I've had a lot of people say this, but I'm at a point now after like the guests we had today where I might make that mandatory. I might start the conversation with, "Can you answer yes or no questions?" You get 3 chances and you're done. That's it. 3 strikes and you're out. If you can't answer a yes or no question, we got to move on. But to be fair, that kid who had a forehead even bigger than my forehead, I really just wanted to light into him because he was such a nuisance.
I do something very similar. I do the "Are you at least 18? Are you a believer?" and then I ask them for their pronouns because
They
it
lose
shows
their
me
minds
if
at
they're
that.
they hate it so much, but it's such a good like little test to see who gets to come into the club.
Yeah, they do not like that. Oh man, I do love watching that transaction, by the way. AR, thank you for
Yeah.
the super chat, says nothing exudes confidence in one's position quite like refusing to state which God they actually believe in. Yes. Yes. Like when I was a Christian, like I wanted nothing more than talk to you about my God. It's crazy that so many people up here are embarrassed about the God they worship. And Mia, thank you for the $10 Euro chat, says, oh goodness, I'm sorry to hear that I was graped again today and no one gives a shit. Mia, I give a shit. I tried to talk about it, but everyone are against me. My partner isn't even gonna go. My partner isn't even. I think you mean your partner doesn't care. Got
He
to
hasn't got
home and
home.
doesn't know. Okay, it has happened to me. Mia, I'm really sorry to hear this. This is terrible. And trust me, there are 2,000 plus people here right now who do care about you. Please, Mia, if you need help, please, please, please get into our Discord. We will make sure you get hooked up with the right people to get you the help that you need. If you need protection, if you need assistance, if you need a safe place to go, we can get you the help, Mia. We can make sure it happens. Please, by all means, Mia, don't feel like you're burdening us. Please reach out to somebody in the community. We can get you the help that you need. We don't want this to happen again. We do care and love about you. I promise. I don't know what your situation is, but you have a lot of people in this community that care about you, that can help you to get to a better place if that's what you need. So please, by all means, Mia, reach out. Tim, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says several days of hard travel just to get to a town and go, so is anyone here one of the 500? No? Well, it's a big town. We'll be at this for some days. Yeah, it is the craziest thought. Well, the 500 people were there. You could just go interview them. No, you couldn't. That was an interesting talking point, though.
Even if there were the 500, I mean, Ashlyn, my friend Ashlyn, sent me this really interesting paper about this group in London, a charismatic church, about 650 who were having similar sort of experiences, and it's completely psychological in nature.
I'd love to hear about it. Like these group hallucinations aren't that rare. They happen pretty frequently. My favorite example is the dancing plague from France in the 16th century. That's one of my favorites, where they were all swore that they were compelled by God to dance themselves into exhaustion, some of them near to death. It was pretty crazy.
I'll get that paper from her and I'll send it to you. It's because it's roughly the same size as the 500. It's a good example.
I always like to mention how Josephus mentions the warriors fighting in the sky before the destruction of the temple, and he says it sounds so crazy, but so many people were saying it happened, and the tragedy was so big as to deserve this kind of a sign. It must have happened, it just shows how badly people, even a historian like Josephus, the methods they used to evaluate evidence like that weren't incredible.
Right.
They were presupposing the existence of God and miracles. So, it's not like these were a bunch of secular people, atheist materialists, who were, being critical from that end. And people forget that.
Right. Yeah. Very good point, Chet. Cryptic says, have you ever debated a Pentecostal preacher? I would love to. I would love nothing more to debate a Pentecostal preacher. I grew up in that cult, and I'd love to hear it. I'll tell you one thing, though. The Pentecostal preachers, typically if they're UPCI, they at least got rid of like some of the nonsense with Trinity. They go to modalism or oneness, which has its own problems because like who the hell is Jesus praying to? They do have some copes for that, like he was just modeling prayer for you and things like that. None of them work, but at least they recognize that there's some weird, like the Trinity's got some weird problems. So we'll give them 1 point for that. Maybe a half a demerit for modalism being silly. Jennifer, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, pretty sure Peter's bit about Paul was a backhanded, he's not as smart as he thinks he is in the Greek. Actually, I've never thought about that. Jennifer, I haven't read it in Greek, so I don't know if it reads different in the Greek. I do know this. The word order in Greek can sometimes have a I don't want to use the word a hidden meaning, but sometimes the word order in Greek can be very intentional as like to emphasize one thing over another. So sure, there might be something in there I've never seen before. I'll definitely have to give it a look sometime though, because I'd be curious if there is a backhand in there, and there are backhands in the Bible. James is backhanding Paul like crazy over the situation with works versus faith, but I've not heard of that particular backhand. Snipnut says, if someone tells you that unaliving an innocent person is the only way to have justice, they should be on an FBI watch list and as far away from children. Yes, 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 yes. I will never understand, Dalton, why that guy spent so much time arguing with us about the definition of justice, and he just couldn't grasp that killing an innocent person wasn't justice.
Yeah, you can understand why no Jewish person would ever be interested in Christianity, because it's completely antithetical to like the theology of the Old Testament, at least. Some to a certain extent. Some innocent people get punished in the Old Testament too. Well.
It's true. Tattoo Sleeve, interesting name. Thank you for the 10 Canuck bucks. Says this bumping boots with your mom argument is the best thing you guys have ever done. We need to do this one more. I've pulled it out a few times. It's one of my favorite arguments because when you get the Trinity nonsense, like when it talks, people appeal to the Trinity when they want Jesus to really be God the Father, right? When they want to eliminate all distinctions between Jesus and the Father, right? So the best response to that is obviously then if Jesus is identical to his father, that means Jesus knocked up his own mom. If they're identical entities, then it's just incest. That's all the way. I don't know. But anyways, there's probably another angle I haven't thought of to do with that, but that's my favorite angle right now. And Jennifer, again, thank you for the super chat. It says, if Mary is the mother of Jesus and Jesus is the Lamb of God, did Mary have a little lamb? Mary did indeed have a little lamb. That is 100% true. 100% true. Although this lamb is covered in blood, obviously, not white as snow. Judas Maccabeus, amazing name. Good to hear from you, Hammer. Says, all these theists have such low intellectual aptitude that following simple logic is constantly a life and death struggle. And that's 100% it. It really is. Like, they're up here fighting for their lives on basic logic questions. Like, can you follow? Like, I need to start doing flowcharts rather than doing the notepad with like the premises and conclusion. I need to actually put a drawing pad up and draw flowcharts for them to follow, because I think that's the only way we're going to get them to follow along. I don't know how else to do it. Zakul, thank you for the super chat, my friend. W666 says 2 donkey gang. Rock hard for Doug. Hey, we're with you. I know somewhere in the chat it's got to be double donkey Jesus. He's always here. Let us know if you're here. Say hi for everyone. But good to hear from you, Zakul. And Chip says the meteor paper was retracted. It was so bad. Wait, what meteor paper? I may not know what you're talking about, but we did have a discussion earlier with Ella about the amino acids that we found on meteors, along with water and whatnot. Are you saying that study has been retracted? Because I'm actually not aware of that, if that is the case. And Master Blaster says, sulfur ball emoji has been requested. Oh, maybe. We could probably...
God, so many... You know, thinking about the Sodom and Gomorrah thing, there's this pillar over there that they call Lot's wife. And they think it's like actually Lot's wife. Come to find out, it's like 30 feet tall.
Yeah, it's huge. It's gigantic.
He liked his women tall.
Lot was married to a Nephilim.
That's what it was. Yep.
Oh, God.
She had a tall glass of Don't Turn Around. It's still terrible. I mean, it's obvious that the story of Lot's wife was invented to explain the pillars of salt. But like, if that story was true, how horrific, because theoretically, she had family members that died in there. Why would she not look back when your family members are being destroyed by fire? That's crazy.
Not even theoretically. We know that Lot's nephews died there because they didn't believe him. So, right. Yeah.
No, that brings up another good question, though, is whether or not they had 4 daughters or 2 daughters. There's a possible reading where there were 4 daughters and only 2 of them got out. Because there are 2 daughters that are betrothed, and it's not clear if they're 2 different daughters or the same daughters that were in the house. So if there were 2 other daughters that died in the firebombing of Sodom and Gomorrah, yeah, obviously the mother's gonna look back as her daughters are getting firebombed by Yahweh. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Tim says, do you read Sutter Kane? Tim, not only have I not read it, I've never even heard of it. I know about Sutter Homes or Southern Farms. It's a wine. It's a cheap bottom barrel wine, but it's not bad. They got a couple flavors. Somebody in the chat probably knows what I'm talking about. I think it's Sutter Homes wine. I could be wrong. Anyways, listen, if you got $7 to spare, you get some drinkable wine from Sutter. Simon, thank you for the $20 Canadian chat. I appreciate that, my friend. Says, which archaeologists? The ones who support my preconceived ideas, of course. Duh. That is my favorite thing about biblical archaeology, is that when it comes to biblical studies or biblical archaeology, people are dead set on, no, don't listen to these archaeologists. Don't listen to these biblical scholars. You can only listen to this biblical scholar, which is why, friends, you're never going to find me appealing to individual scholars or individual archaeologists. I always appeal to a consensus of the field, because it doesn't matter what one person believes. You have to take the evidence and the consensus from the actual field. And even at that, it could change. That's why, appeals to authority are never that great. It's just not a great thing. R.D. Killa says, I don't know how you feel about this statement, but Justin, you are doing the Lord's work. Well, the Lord Doug. I'm doing the Lord Doug's work. But I do appreciate the sentiment, RD. Good to hear from your friend. And Red Shrek, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, even with the Exodus story, I think the later attribution to the P source has no idea of a period of slavery in Egypt. And this is actually a good thought. I haven't actually given any thought to the P source and whether or not it directly addresses the slavery in Egypt. Because, even when you read about the so-called bondage in Egypt, it's clear that they're not real slaves. They have their own households. They're separate from the Egyptians. They have their own livestock. They're giving birth in their own homes. So they must have been like some kind of forced labor, like a Deuteronomy 20 forced labor. But Chet, what do you think? Do you think the priestly source touches on the slavery? I haven't actually analyzed it before.
Yeah, no, that's an interesting question. I'm not incredibly familiar with where where in Exodus, particularly, like the priestly source, if it does or doesn't deal with slavery. We'd have to check that.
And we can find out. I've got Richard Elliott Friedman's book, The Bible with Sources Revealed. He does a pretty good job. It's not universally accepted, but it's a good book of trying to document the sources as he sees them. So we could go to like Exodus and just check whether or not most of the passages in Exodus are part of the priestly tradition.
So I got here, it says Genesis 46, which is a P section. Jacob and his family migrate to Egypt. P includes the genealogical list of those who went down to Egypt. Exodus 1 through 7, P mentions the Israel were fruitful and multiplied in Egypt. Gives the genealogy a list of Aaron and Moses' lineage, identifying them as Levites born in Egypt. So it does seem to mention them living in Egypt.
We do have in Exodus 2, verse 24 and 25, there is a priestly reference. It says, and the children of Israel groaned from the work, and they cried out, and their wail went up from the work, and God heard their moaning, and God remembered his covenant with Abraham and Isaac and with Jacob, and God saw the children of Israel. So God hears the groaning of them laboring in Egypt in Exodus chapter 2.
Which verses was that?
This is Exodus 2, verses 23, 24, and 25.
Okay. And Friedman attributes that to P?
Yeah, he attributes almost all of it to P except for the beginning of verse 23 that talks about the death. It says, and there was after those many days the king of Egypt died. That's actually the end of the prior section from the Yahwist. And then the priestly has just an add-on tag, the children of Israel grown from the work, so on and so forth.
I need a color-coded Pentateuch.
Oh, you got to get, yeah. Now, to be fair, like if you put like this next to Joel Baden's book, you're going to find some differences. Nobody agrees 100% on where the 4 documents or possibly more documents always fold. But I think you'll find that there's some kind of a rough consensus, at least about a lot of the popular passages. I don't know.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Good, Red Shrek. That was a really good question, by the way. I mean, I know there's some people that their eyes rolled in the back of their heads when we started nerding out on the Bible question, but that was a really good question. And Bryce Aroni, thank you for the 1999, my friend. That's huge. It says, in Star Trek V, Kirk encounters God on a planet this is the background, who asks to use the Enterprise to carry his essence throughout the universe. He was really an alien impersonating the planet, imprisoned on the planet. Kirk asks, what does God have need with a starship? That's where the saying comes from. That's a really good saying. I'm a little sad I haven't really done the Star Trek thing. I need to get it. I need to find a good long vacation weekend where I don't have a Saturday or a Sunday planned out and just watch as many as possible.
If you don't get around to watching Star Trek, you should at least watch the Orville. It's basically the same thing, but made by Seth MacFarlane. Super good.
Oh, yeah, I definitely watched that. Definitely. Nathaniel, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, glad the laws of thermodynamics proves the Trinity.
I don't even remember how that had anything to do with God.
Listen, if you get a flurf up here talking about thermodynamics, you know they're just shooting from the hip. They have no idea what's going on. D says the only cream of gas rises to only the cream of gas rises to the top. That's right. Oh yeah! If you know the WWF reference, you know what I'm talking about. Actually, I think he holds it this way. It's a Macho Man Randy Savage slogan.
Oh, I thought you were trying to be the Kool-Aid guy for a second.
No. It's a Macho Man Randy Savage. It's one of his most iconic moments where he's got a little creamer, like a coffee creamer, in a disposable tub, and he's holding it and he's doing the Macho Man thing, and he goes, "The cream always rises to the top," and it was just it turned one of the most popular Macho the Randy Man Savage memes forever, enshrined in history. Eris 3. See, I do know some pop culture, but my pop culture was so long ago nobody knows it. Iris 385 says the Australian callers tonight explained why the emus won the Great Emu War. What? There was an emu war? No.
Okay, so back in the I think maybe it was the early 1900s or something like that. A bunch of these farmers had emus that were taking over and destroying their crop and stuff. So the Australian government sent the army in to try to take care of the emus, but the emus were just so good at dodging bullets and weaving that eventually the Australians had to retreat, and the emus won the Great Emu War.
So the emus they're in charge now. Are they forming a government?
They get their pick of the land now.
That's crazy.
They were able to they organized into troops and things. It was incredibly intelligent and coordinated what the emus were able to do.
The fact that they were able to outrun bullets is crazy.
I've got nothing but mad respect for emus now. I already love the Limu emu. Now I love all emus. Fuck ostriches. Lockery says it is the maid, sir. She's gone from suck to good grief. She's gone from yeah. It's the mega maid, sir. She's gone from suck to blow. Is mega maid a phrase I should know about?
This is a reference. Oh, I might explain all the pop culture stuff today. This is a reference to Spaceballs. At the end of the movie, the spaceship turns into the Mega Maid and she sucks all the atmosphere out.
I actually forgot about that. I haven't watched that since I was in high school. So when the dinosaurs were on there still. Yeah, that's a wild movie. I have to rewatch that one. I got to get that. Thank you for the super chat. God Brew Culture, thank you for the $9.99 super chat. It says Asians, Latinos, Pacific Islanders, Europeans, Native Americans, etc. were all created by black humans. Oh boy, here we go. Boom, there's your God. Well, that's not how the definition of God works, and your disrespect of your God is why the earth is dying. No honor. Well, you've done nothing to further the idea that you actually have a God, but I think what you're saying is because black people were disrespected, the earth is dying. I certainly don't know how that's connected. I can only assume that you're like, are you the atheist version of the Black Hebrew Israelite? What is happening right now?
I was about to say it was giving me BHI, hardcore.
Definitely feeling some BHI stuff going on with that one. Anyways, thanks for your money. Helping Mega deconstruct his holy FS Angel wins dumbest person of the night. I gotta be honest. Angel got beat out by a later guest, by Ghost for sure. I think Ghost stole the prize, I think, is what I'm thinking. Although Toast wasn't all there either. Herman says ozone is super unstable. Actually, wait, was Angel? Yeah, Angel was the flurf. He might be the dumbest, actually. I don't know. It's a toss up. Shit, we got a tie. Herman says ozone is super unstable and that it will react with other gases or split into O2 very quickly. It can only exist in the upper atmosphere. Well, fuck, we learned things the whole time now. Yeah, these flurf talking points are never good if you know like literally even any science. All I had to do was just Google how the ozone worked and it already made sense. It's like these people are It's like they never check the lies that they're told. They just assume it must be true. To have the confidence of someone that's never fact-checked themselves. D says, is that Raygun's husband? Who the hell's Raygun?
Ray Gunn was the I started looking at it immediately. Rachel Lewis Gunn, known competitively as Ray Gunn, is the Australian academic and former competitive breakdancer. You remember from the
the one that didn't do the breakdancing properly. Well, I mean, she said fuck it and made fun of breakdancing.
Yeah.
Okay, so the question is that Raygun's husband, and you know, I got to be honest, we had multiple guests up here tonight that feels like Raygun's dance was their mental competency. That seems to be the correlation. Simeon, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says Angel definitely thought air was its own separate molecule. Oh my God, you're probably right. I didn't even consider that. It never crossed my mind that he was so dumb. He thought air was an actual, like the molecule of air. Oh no. Oh no. He probably did think that. Instead of what all of us non-smooth brain individuals know, it's a mix of different gases. And people are always surprised. We breathe in more oxygen or nitrogen than oxygen half the time. That's just the way it is. I mean, we still need the oxygen, obviously, but there's a lot of nitrogen. I think it's something like upwards of like 70% nitrogen, isn't it?
Yeah. And it would be very unhealthy if it was like pure oxygen. It would kill you.
Yeah, for sure. Sonic Shroom, and again, good to see you, my friend, says, in a vacuum, gas expands until uniform pressure. In gravitational field, gas expands until hydrostatic balance. I think hydrostatic balance is a good way to put it. The reality is gas is always going to move because there are pressures on it causing it to move. That guy really painted a weird scenario, though, that he was saying if there's a pressurized vessel inside of a vacuum and it becomes unpressurized, will it leave the vessel? Well, obviously, because it was pressurized. And he couldn't grasp the fact that it wasn't necessarily because of the vacuum sucking it out. It was because it was pressurized. Tim Davidson says, yo, kids, gods, skibbity on fleek, no cap, straight riz. Oh, my God. This is my 9/11. Those are young people's words. They really are. I think I know what Riz is. I think I learned no cap. That means no lying. And fleek is like on point. Is that right? Like if you're on fleek, you're
It's
on
like
point.
I think it's like people say when your makeup's really nice, it's on fleek.
Mm,
So
mm-hmm.
I think this is just a bunch of words put together. So, but it could be who knows? I don't know.
I think so. I still don't know what skibbity is. I might never know. The world may never know what skibbity means. Locke says, "Ghost
Here we
got
go.
that I haven't slept in 3 days." Look, you know what? Ghost looks like the type of guy who stays up all night and argues with people. Um, I know because I am one, but Ghost definitely had that look of like, I'm so mad that I can't steamroll this person. He really wanted to steamroll me. He did not want to stay
He
focused.
he looks like I don't know. Have you ever watched Doctor Who before?
No, I've never got to see it.
He looks like actor Matt Smith.
Yeah. Yeah, he does. Except he's got Matt Smith has got hair over the forehead. Although the guy we were talking to had hair. I think he had it back under his headphones. It
Yeah,
was hard to tell.
He's Matt Smith's evil twin. Yeah.
That's what it is. Yeah. Infamous. I think that's infamous with no vowels other than the I. Says I don't. A donation for the Flurf timer, rock hard for Doug. Well, I never thought about a Flurf timer. We might have to do that. We got a Philbro timer for sure, and we got a Yap timer. Although I didn't let anyone yap tonight. We didn't need a Yap timer. I just cut them off. I wasn't interested in Yap tonight. Wasn't going to do it.
When it hits 0, you have to say you're flat out of time. That's the thing.
Oh my God. I mean, obviously, it'd be criminal not to.
I tried calling Blitz in, but he didn't see the message until too late. But yeah, Blitz, he handled it quite nicely.
Oh yeah, Blitz is great with the Flurf stuff. Locke says hugs, not drugs, bro. Hey, I appreciate that, Locke, and I agree. You don't need substances to be happy unless you unless you have a chemical imbalance. Then you need a prescription substance, not illicit substances. Take care of your health, friends. Don't buy substances from people in alleys. Buy them from doctors that write you prescriptions. Calastia, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, "Yay, Super's Ghost." Well, Calastia, it's great to see you. I may not understand the comment. Am I missing something with this comment?
Don't know, but Ghost super appropriate name because you saw right through all his arguments.
That was good. That was good. In fact, that deserves a rim shot. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that, Colossia. Good to see you, by the way, friend. Alan says atheists need to stop using word scientific theory. No, we don't. They need to use the word scientific model. No, we don't. Instead, scientific theory has an actual definition. It's just an explanation for how things work. A scientific model is slightly different from a scientific theory. Not everything gets modeled in a theory. You can have a scientific model, or you can also have a scientific theory without a model. That being said, I agree with you. Most scientific theories have some sort of a working model that they use to test predictions with. Theists are too confused by theory. Well, you're not wrong. Theists don't know what theory is. And like every like science textbook that I've ever read has an explanation for what a scientific theory is. Because I think the misconception is so common. The problem is we can't get them to read a book. Like it's impossible.
Yeah, just send them to the website, not just a theory.com, everybody. Remember that. Very easy to remember.
Yeah. Josh Barber, good to see you tonight, my friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. This ghost motherfucker is cuckoo. His certainty is silly. What a douche. I couldn't agree. And I apologize. I was told after I cut Ghost that the audience was asking me to give him a good Justin MFer. And I didn't see it until it was too late. You guys know sometimes when we get really bad guests, I'll drop the MF bomb, and I didn't do it on Ghost. I don't know why. You know, it's maybe we need an MF emoji so you guys can let me know when it's time to drop a good MFer. Design, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says God chilled naked in the garden with Adam. I mean, technically true. He doesn't need clothes. Naming titmouses and boobies then banished his only living friend ever after a stolen fruit cup. Regret much? He had to have regretted it. It's such a regrettable story too. He could have just not let the snake in there. Like if his goal was to not have them needlessly tempted, then he certainly could have just eliminated the snake. Now they could have sinned still after that, but he at least would have not made it unfair. GH says, for the love of Doug, please give him 30 seconds. Oh my God, I didn't think of that. You're right. You know what? It's been so long since I've done it that I haven't thought about it. Ghost would have been a perfect candidate for the 30 seconds preach. That's crazy. For anyone who's new to the channel, I used to do this thing with people that wouldn't shut up. They would endlessly yap. That finally at the end of the conversation, when I was ready to cut them, I would say, listen, I know you want to preach. You get 2 minutes uninterrupted. You can say anything you want. I won't interrupt you. And then 5 seconds in, I just cut them and I laugh at them because I will never let you preach on my platform. I don't know why you thought I would let you preach here. This is not a preaching platform. Josh,
God,
thank you.
Ghost was going to get ripped into.
Yeah, like, he so would have fallen for it. He totally would have taken the bait.
1,000,000%. I think all the rest of these super chats are from Ghost. Dude, people were mad at Ghost. People were mad at me. I had a lot of people yelling at me to cut them. You guys, you know how stubborn I am. I'm sorry. I'm a stubborn mule. And I dislike this guy so much that I kept him on just to aggravate the shit out of him, hoping eventually he'd calm his ass down and we can have a conversation. He never did. Josh Barber says, Ghost looks like he cashes his grandma's SSI check while her mummified remains are in the basement. And that's 100% true. That's 1,000,000% true. That was the vibe. Oh my God. That exactly nailed it, by the way. There's somebody's fingers in his freezer right now. Simon, thank you for the $20 Canadian. I appreciate that. The famous Why You Angry. I know. I'll never understand it. They come up and act like an asshole. And then when I start yelling at them, they're like, why are you angry? Motherfucker, you know why I'm angry. Maybe because you're fucking annoying, man. Sadly, I don't think Ghost represents the typical Christian yapper. Actually, you know what? If the typical Christian yapper is nice, I let them yap a little bit. If they're nice.
You know, at the beginning of the conversation, he goes, "I'm not your typical Christian." I rolled my eyes, but you know what? He was fucking right.
Yeah, he was right. He's not typical anything. That guy was out of his gourd. Ivan, thank you so much for the super chat, my friend. Says this guy loves theological and intellectual ass kickings. I know. It was pretty immediate too that he didn't really know theology all that well. He just memorized talking points. That guy couldn't hang in theology. Good thing we don't debate theology here because it's not important. Design, thank you for the super chat. It says, I will not be trapped in my yes and no's. I should have said, let your yes be yes. Oh, he said it right here in the super chat. The Christian whose book literally says, make your yes be yes and your no be no. I literally should have made him read that verse with me. That's a fair point. Someone reminded me of that recently and I still forgot to do it. 'Cause even I just forget things. They fall out of my head. I'm like, I'm old. I'm at max capacity or something. Kiaru, thank you for the super chat. Says currently running for mayor of my hometown. If I win, I'm commissioning a statue of Doug. Yes, please do. Thanks for being awesome and an example of masculinity. Am I masculine? I didn't know that was the case. Shit.
You got a beard.
I got facial hair.
That would be wild. I would love to see a Doug statue.
Kiari, we want to see the statue, and thank you so much for the super chat, my friend. Ursmont here again says Christians lie a lot. Yeah, they definitely do lie a lot, actually. And I think sometimes they don't know that they're saying things that are untrue, like they think it's true. I honestly believe Ghost was just lying, though. He was cornered, and then he would just say something that was completely untrue, whether he thought it was a good talking point or not, just because he thought, well, this gets me out of the bind. He was just spitballing. Dr. Fudge, I really want to know what's behind this name. I've seen the name a few times, and I'm curious. I'm a big fan of doctors. Love what you do. Big fan of fudge. I'm curious, like, do you make fudge for a living, or are you a medical doctor? I got so many questions. But thank you for the $10 super chat. It says donating just because you deserve something for putting up with ghosts. He was fucking wild. I think he might genuinely be in the top 3 most obnoxious guests you've had, if not the most obnoxious. And I gotta be honest, he's got to be. There's no way he's not top 3. He's got to be top 3.
By the way, Dr. Fudge is definitely the name of a prostate doctor. Just saying.
That would be that. Yep, that would be the match. That's the thing. I'm told nowadays that when you get to like age 45, you don't have to get the prostate exam. I think there's like another procedure now you can do. I don't know. I'm not 45 yet, but I know this. I'm never getting a prostate exam. I'm just saying, I'll die of prostate cancer. It's like that, or like wearing contacts. Nothing gets close to my eyes. Nothing. Like not even
glasses.
No. These.
I'm too afraid.
It took me like 2 weeks to be able to put contacts in. It was so hard for me. I did make it though. I figured it out.
It's terrifying. I can't even put eye drops in my eyes. That's how bad I am.
Same.
It's one of those things. Dave, thank you for the super chat. Dave says, who are you going to call? Well, Ghostbusters is October. Do, 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 do. You know the song? Anyways, thank you for the super chat, Dave. I appreciate that. And Locke again with another super chat. We appreciate that. Says, it puts the lotion on the skin. That could explain it. That is something I would expect to come out of Ghost's mouth, actually. And Jennifer says, isn't Justin going to be Dr. Josh in a couple of weeks? Literally teaching Hebrew? No. I'm not teaching Hebrew. Listen, like, I'm not qualified to teach Hebrew. Like, I could, like, if I had somebody with me, I could teach them some basics. But to really teach, like, knowing the grammar and be able to explain, like, how accents shift and different things like that, that's a whole different story. I could probably get away with teaching like a 101 class or even a 102 class, but that's about it. After that,
if I ever decided to go for higher education, I think I'd probably get a degree in Hebrew Bible and teach Hebrew courses. And
you'd be really good at it. Yeah, you picked up Hebrew pretty damn quick. How many months and or years did you take to learn?
I've been since I started learning when I was 16. My KJV had a Hebrew alphabet in Psalm 118, and I just learned basic nouns. And then I had a Strong's. The definitions weren't useful, but I learned how to read and got a Hebrew Bible, and it just took over a decade.
That's awesome. My first. What's that, Chet?
Sorry, that was exactly how I got started, and about that time frame, age-wise too. But yeah, I had a King James, and the Psalms, you know, it has little aleph and bet and gimel. I remember having that. Yeah.
Yeah, my accent is Israeli because when I started learning to pronounce Hebrew, I would listen to Israelis on, like, just watch videos of Israelis on YouTube. So
yeah,
that's why I don't say Torah. I don't speak Ashkenazi.
Singer does that, and it's wild.
Do you ever watch like a show in Hebrew? I remember watching Mossad 101 on Netflix, and it's,
I'll have to give it a watch.
You can watch it with the subtitles, but all the speaking is in Hebrew. It's kind of cool.
I'll definitely watch.
It takes place in Jerusalem. It's about Orthodox people.
So it's about like the Mossad, basically, and like their hiring process, and their, you know, so like the different agents have to do these tests and that kind of thing. It's been a while since I've seen it, but it was kind of fun.
That sounds good. Jennifer, I won't be teaching Hebrew, but if you have questions, I can answer to the best of my ability. Chet knows a lot of Hebrew as well. He's really good with the grammar. So Chet is like, a lot of times when I have questions, I'll ask Chet or one of my old Hebrew professors. Chet's really good with that kind of stuff. Design says relents. Ghost relents stepping into the box. Yes, he absolutely does.
When he was reading Yahweh's line where Yahweh says, "Leave me alone," it sounded way too personal.
I will never understand how he read verse 10 and thought that that was a conditional statement. That was a crazy cope, insane cope. Helping Mega Deconstruct says, did you put call in if you didn't pass high school tonight? I need to change it. This is why Thinker only takes people 25 and above. That's why. That's why, because you get people like Ghost. And Nathan, good to see you again, says, so OCL, Ghost, doesn't trust your Hebrew qualifications, but trusts Strong's Concordance wholeheartedly. Doesn't even know what it is. Doesn't even know what the concordance is. It's crazy.
Funnily enough, he mentioned at one point he's tried to cite Sepharia, and I looked at the Sepharia, the way it defined, it was exactly the same as the Brown Driver's Briggs.
Yeah, so I forget which. I think they use Klein's dictionary on Sepharia, and Klein's and BDB almost never disagree with each other. Like they're not like drastically different in how they translate some of the words. So the guy's out of, he has no idea what he's talking about. Mr. Morpheus, in all caps even, says, has got to be the most irritating guest ever. And Mr. Morpheus, I love you, and you're right. That guy was unbelievable. Unbelievable. If I didn't have enough energy to yell at him for 2 hours, I probably would have just cut him after like the first 5 minutes. But I feeling spicy tonight, and I was like, why not? Let's fucking fight. Let's do it. Design, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, I was going to super chat, but I changed my mind, but not my thoughts. So here goes. I'll never understand that he changed his mind, but not his thoughts, or he changed his thoughts, but not his mind. I couldn't believe he doubled down on God knew what he was going to do, but he thought he was going to do something different, as if God could think he was going to do something he wasn't. Is crazy. Dude was pretzeled. Goblin Braid says, Ghost's combination of complexion, hairline, and arrogance is wild.
I knew they were gonna dog on this poor man.
Oh man, Ghost is getting ripped apart tonight. Ghost, if you're watching, buddy, you earned it. You did this to yourself. Oh my god. Jay says, what is Dalton eating? Is that a protein bar?
Oh, okay. Like as you were ripping into Ghost, I decided to take a snack break, so I was eating a lemon protein bar.
It's a booster for his mustache.
Yeah, it was mush. Yeah.
Oh yeah, those are not too bad. Nathan says, this is a great lesson for how to deal with abusers. Yeah, mute them. Don't let them fucking talk over you. That's what I would do. Don't let them gaslight you.
A ghosting roasting? Yeah.
Yes. I like that. Lila says, Ghost acts like he's the Joker, but he's just a clown. Yes, he is just a clown. And it was getting uncomfortable because his clown shoes were so big that he could barely fit into the car. But I kept him on probably longer than I should have. Who knows? I was entertained at least. D-Rock says, pouring myself some rum. It pairs nicely with roasted flambéed Ghost. His whining and pivots aren't ever going to work. Keep up Doug's work. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I got to be honest, the most shocking thing about that conversation is after being told and muted 500 times, it never sunk into him that the only way we're going to have a conversation is if he adequately answers the questions and stop yapping. It's like he was never going to catch it. Like, what world do you think we're living in that I'm going to let you take over my live stream? It's never going to happen. Susan Robertson says, just for muting Ghost over and over, what a putz. Oh, thank you. He needed muted. That guy couldn't control himself. Locke says, God told Moses to move, bitch, get out the way. That's exactly what he did. Exactly what. For those that are millennials, that was a song back when I was a teenager. For Gen Z, it's not that good of a song. Don't worry about it. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, welp, let me get comfortable. Ghost is going to be here for a while. You nailed it, Git. Yeah. I had made that decision pretty early on that Ghost was going to get absolutely roasted as much as humanly possible because he was such a prick. One of those things. GP says, hey, Justin, sometimes super chats on mobile will annoyingly autofill and autocorrect, so that's why you have to keep the occasional unintelligible super chat, or you have the unintelligible super chat. Keep up the great work, Rocker Doug. Well, GP, thank you for that information. I didn't know that. I've never experienced that before, but I have experienced where it will autocorrect before I send it. I want to try sending a super chat this weekend with something misspelled on purpose and see if it autocorrects it after I send it. I'd be really curious to find out, actually. And Space Viking, great to see you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says Ghost came in like a lion, but out like a lamb. Dude 100% gets his rocks off bullying 10-year-olds in Call of Duty. Expected to do the same with you and got roasted instead. Beautiful. Thank you so much, Space Viking. You're right. That was an individual that was used to bullying people, and you can't do that on somebody else's live stream. You're not allowed to do that. Maybe some other people let you do that on their live streams. I'll never let it happen on this live stream. You won't bully Chet. You won't bully Bible Guy. You're not going to bully Sarah if she's up here. You're not going to bully Ems. If you want to have a conversation, you can have a conversation, but you're not going to be a prick. Gretchen says $10, says Ghost has at least one body in his basement, and that is a fact. I'm taking that bet all day, every day. Dex, my friend, great to see you. Actually, Dex is the source of Sharon Stone. There's some backstory. It says, this might have been said in other super chats, but questions aren't fallacies. Yes. No, I don't think we had a super chat that addressed it, but you're right. You can't be called out on a fallacy while you're asking a question. That's not how fallacies work. You have to at least have some sort of a proposition, some sort of a claim or a conclusion. Dr. Fudge, again, thank you for the super chat. It says, just for people who don't know, chronological snobbery isn't a real fallacy. It's just something C.S. Lewis came up with. I thought that Ghost came up with that. Are you telling me that C.S. Lewis?
I've heard it before. Yeah.
That's crazy. So C.S. Lewis was trying to use the phrase chronological snobbery to refer to presentism.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's actually from one of his works. It doesn't sound better just because it comes from someone 100 years ago.
He was dying really hard to switch to the moral argument, but I was like, we're not even having a moral argument. The question that we're trying to answer is whether or not the Bible endorses slavery. That's literally the only question on the board. I didn't make a statement whether or not it was immoral. Oh, well. Daniel says chronological snobbery is not an actual real fallacy. Yes, it's clearly not. It's clearly not. But C.S. Lewis said so. I'll never understand why people will repeat C.S. Lewis lines, but not actually read the Bible. It's baffling to me. David Cook says, I don't know what was worse, listening to Ghost or trying to calculate the morality of the damn ions. Wait, ions? Hold on.
Polarity?
Oh.
Polarity?
Polarity. I just dropped something and now it's gone forever. I got to read that again because I read the wrong word. Molarity. There we go. Calculate the molarity of the damn ions. Okay, the moles is how they measure the weight, right? Of molecules.
I don't know. First time I read that, I thought I said the morality of the damn lions. So you're not alone.
Let me see specifically what unit is. A mole is a measurement for the amount of substance in chemistry representing a specific quantity of elementary, like atoms or molecules. Yeah, so, okay, it's a measure of the thing. Okay, that makes sense. So it says, I don't know what's... Yes. Ghost or trying to calculate the molarity of damn ions. Do I... Yeah, I guess that's a sensible thing.
Well, the ions won't keep talking while you're trying to mute them, so
yeah.
I think Ghost is worse.
I'm trying to think, like, wait, do electrons have mass? Okay. Cloud of Time sent 5DZ debate gifted memberships. I appreciate that, friend. All the memberships are really helpful to the channel, and it gets more people access to the cheat sheet. So big W for member senders. And Ifer says Aisha was only 9. Yeah, that's when we're told it was consummated. We know in real life. Come on, we know in real life they're doing what they wanted. Simple Programmer, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says the sauce got spicy today. Ghost pepper, that is true. Was a train wreck and I couldn't look it away. Keep the blank. I appreciate that. Yeah, it was definitely one of those train wrecks that you can't look away from. Xanatos says a bunch of gods threw stars at me one day and it really hurt. I was dropping no eaves, just trimming some flowers. Well, that's the way these Abrahamic gods are. You don't actually always know what you're doing wrong. They just kill you anyways. Numbers 15, perfect example. But yeah, I'll still I'll never get over the fact that neither the Bible nor the Quran have any idea what the stars actually are. None. No idea what the stars are. Jimmy Snow from the line, my friend, great to see you. I didn't see if you were in the chat or not, but I see you're at least in the super chats. Welcome in, my friend. Says, why do you think Muslims tend to be the worst apologists? That's actually a really difficult question. I think I agree with Ems and some others in that in the Islamic faith, you're basically allowed to deceive and lie for God. Like you're allowed to do it. So a lot of times when you're debating a Muslim, they're not engaging honestly and they know they're being dishonest, but they're hoping you don't find it out. So like, I can't tell you how many times I've had a conversation with someone who's Muslim where like they argue to a position that I knew was a wrong position. They knew it was a wrong position, but they're claiming, no, this is the right position. And then when I finally nail them on it, I'm like, you knew that was the right position all along. You were just arguing for the wrong position on purpose. And they will literally admit to you, yeah, I was arguing for the wrong position that we don't actually believe in because it gets me to the winning argument so that you dirty atheists look bad. They don't say it in those exact words, but so like they're not up here as honest interlocutors.
I think another aspect of it, and this is my opinion, is that when you have Christianity has worse apologetics than Judaism, Islam worse than Christianity. When you start building and building and building on previous traditions, and you have more and more contradictions, the apologetics gets worse, which is why Mormon apologetics is just god awful.
Right. And I think the other problem too is like when it comes to like a history and archaeology and whatnot, there's a lot of narratives in the Bible, and you can kind of with archaeology piece together some of the narratives. My reading of the Quran, it never seems very coherent. It's hard to know who's talking about what time period is, if there's a story happening, what's the context. So like it's very difficult to go in with like archaeology and history and prove like the Quran to be true, because like half of the Quran, it's almost impossible to know what the context is because it jumps around from one saying to another so rapidly. It's hard to find a cohesive narrative to even flesh out.
Yeah, it's more of diatribes from Muhammad, not a lot of narrative, not narrative heavy.
Right. Yeah. And it's like, how do you go about proving diatribes? Well, you don't. You do bad arguments like, well, the Quran couldn't have known about this scientific thing, and then it turns out that you don't know what it actually says, and they actually could know about it because the Greeks already knew about it, and so did the Egyptians before them. Or the Bible mentioned it. Good question, though, Jimmy. Mr. Brief says ghosts. Also, guys, if you don't follow the line or Jimmy Snow, I don't know what you're doing with your life. Make sure you're following the line and Jimmy Snow. I'm going to be on both the channels here in the future. I'll be back on the line again later this month. But yeah, make sure you're following, friends. Mr. Brief says ghost thinking. Jimmy's a good guy. Ghost thinking was such a gravity well of stupidity that it pulled money out of my wallet. Ghost was so bad that people paid the super chat just to comment on how horrific this individual was. I hope your mother's proud, Ghost.
You were like a supermassive black hole, and he was trying so hard to fly away from it, but he could not get away from the argument.
No, it's like avoid the event horizon at all costs. Nathaniel, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Says Islamic scholars have pointed out that 5 pillars and even words like Muslim was translated as former religious identity centuries later. Yeah, there seems to be some traditions in Islam that aren't really tied to the Quran. But to be fair, we have a lot of that in Judaism. There's a lot of Judaism that's not necessarily tied to the Hebrew Bible that came later. I think that's just part of it. When you have a religion, sometimes you have to tweak it. You have to change it to keep it relevant. And I think we just kind of see that with everything.
Yeah, religion is not a static thing. It's dynamic and it always undergoes change, and you can't
Right.
preserve it. There's no such thing as pure religion.
Yeah. Just a ranter. Oh, excuse me, my goodness, it's past midnight. It's one shit. I am gonna be up at 2 p.m. This is what happens. This is all Ghost's fault. Just a ranter says at Jimmy and the line, make a deconstruction cheat sheet. Or can the line make a deconstruction cheat sheet? I mean, like the one I already offer? We already got one. What else do you want? Stuff
But,
like
by the way,
Mhm.
I'm a Cracking Crew member now. I'm just putting that out there. And if you're watching and you're not a Cracking Crew member yet, get on it.
Yeah, dude, guys, the cheat sheet's good, and I add to it constantly. Like it never dies. It's always it's a living document. So like definitely join for the cheat sheet. Stay for the cheat sheet, and you can add comments to it. You can add your own comments on it. And when I get free time to read through all the comments, I sometimes I add people's comments to the cheat sheet. Sometimes the people's comments are so good, I'm like, fuck, we need that on the cheat sheet. Yeah. Can we have a cheat sheet, stuff like papers on brain activity, when what God thinks and prayers? Yeah, actually, I've got a section of resources on the cheat sheet for that kind of documentation. Not that topic specifically, but I can add it. I can add stuff for that. I do have some documents on there about the efficacy of prayer or the lack thereof. Ice Cream Assassin, amazing name, and I want to join your club, by the way. It says God is either incompetent or just doesn't give a shit. George Carlin. It's got it's got to be one or the other or both. I'm going both. Or non-existent. That's another option. Migo Man says I'm a push you. You pushing me? You can push me. It's okay. We're not arguing right now. I can take it. Ollivander, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says this is why religion and conservatism / fascismus love what I think you mean fascists love one another. That was wild. Educate and deconstruct people. I listen. I agree. They say that the truth will set you free. It will. It will set you free from these toxic religions. And I say that as someone who never had a bad experience in the church. I didn't have a single bad experience in the church, but everybody I know, all the people around me, I've seen horrific things happen to them. So I'm not talking out of church hurt. The church hurts a lot of people. It just happened to be that I looked out, it didn't hurt me. Jake Knapp, my friend, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Great to see you. Jake says, no jokes this time. Just want to say thanks for being a voice of reason in the madness. Keep doing Doug's work. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you so much, Jake. And Jake has his own podcast called The Exodus Brothers. I highly recommend it. It's really well put together, really well polished. So go check it out, friends. And Tim, again, great to see you, said, if Jesus is the way and to be Christian is to be in Christ, aren't they just in the way? Well
good.
done. Well, that was good, Tim. That was fantastic. I really like that a lot, actually. Do I have a sound effect for that? I don't think I have. This is the only one I've got. That's all I got. I got to get better. I got more joke sound effects. That was good, Tim. Oh, Tim again says, my jokes are the cream of the slop. No. That was good. That was a cream rise to the top joke, my friend. Boop and Boom, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says she was excited because she said her p-value was good. Less than or equal to 0.05. I don't know what that means, by the way. It means the findings are statistically significant. She said that. I still don't know what that means, which means new science discovered equals better publications and job offers. I think I think we're talking about statistics when we're talking about the p-value, which means if she found something that was statistically significant, that means that she found something that is unique that she can write about, I assume.
All I know is I saw someone comment earlier that there's some guy posting saying that he's sad that his p-value was so small. But
someone say average, okay? I've never had any complaints about p-value. Not about the value, it's about how you use it. Notes of devotion. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, what are your thoughts on what Paul says in Romans 1, men being without excuse, about how people know there's a God by creation testifying of him? Thanks. Notes. Here's how I usually respond to that kind of nonsensical Bible passage, which is, no, they don't know it, right? So the reality is, that line only works in a society where almost no atheist ever existed. And people think it's just common knowledge. You look up, it must come from God, right? In our day and age, we have explanations for all these naturalistic phenomenon, which means, no, it's not true that we would just look around and thank God. Are there people that do that? Yeah, because they've been pre-programmed from childhood to believe in a God. But if you're not already with that pre-programming and you have science at your disposal, no, looking out at the stars in the skies and then realizing that the Bible says they're going to fall to the earth, which is utterly insane, you would just know that no, there's no God behind this. Not Keith. I repeat, this is not Keith Stevens. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, thanks for all the great content, Justin. Do you think historical Jesus existed? Why? I do. And the reason I do is because we have too much data about him, even from his enemies, to believe that he didn't exist. And we readily accept people on even less data. For example, some of the famous rabbis like Honi the circle drawer or Gamliel, like these are people that have even less data than Jesus, and nobody questions the existence of these individuals. And I'm not making the George Washington argument. I know the data we have for George Washington is different. That's why I'm pointing to people from Jesus's general time period that nobody questions that they existed, because there's not a good reason to question it. There's no good motive, right? Once you get into a motive for why somebody would invent Jesus, you move into conspiracy theory territory. And I've never heard a good motive to invent Jesus. There's no reason to do it.
I will say this. So I'm currently doing an extensive read of Dr. Richard Carey's book on the historicity of Jesus. And by the end of these next 6 months, I'll either be convinced or not. I will say this about his position, though. It doesn't require anyone to invent Jesus. It's like a naturalistic, like people have visions of a celestial figure that they are convinced that exists. So no conspiracy theory required in this particular, which is why it's the only one I even take seriously, as opposed to all the other views, which are, heavy with conspiracy theory. So I'll let everyone know how I feel in the next year sometime.
But we have lots of evidence of real human beings being deified over the course of history. That's something that we see a lot of. And so, I'm just inclined to believe that that's the same pattern that happened. We see another human being that was eventually deified, just like all the ones that came before, all of the Greek gods and Roman gods that were once human beings that were elevated to godhood. It just seems like the same trend. Ice
that
cream
does seem
is
the most parsimonious.
Yeah, I mean, it's something we already know happens. Like, we've seen it a lot, right? Ice Cream Assassin, I still love the name, by the way. The simple argument to defend flat Earth. They need 3 models to prove seasonal, lunar, and solar cycles, and they all conflict. The sphere illustrates all.
Yeah, the fact that flat earthers, they are not able to create a model that explains all the things collectively, but the only model that does is our model. And they don't have a model.
Not at all. And this is a good point, Ice Cream. They need at least 3 different models. They need a model for the seasons. They need a model for the lunar and solar cycles. And then there wasn't a third one listed. But the reality is they need models to work from, and they don't really have any. The models they have are always fleeting. Like back in the earlier days of flerfdom, people would answer gravity with, well, it's universal acceleration. And then we did the math and said, no, it's not universal acceleration. Eventually you reach the maximum that you can accelerate, and then you stop accelerating and you're at a constant rate. There is a maximum. You can't accelerate to infinity because you reach the speed of light. So universal acceleration got scrapped for nonsense talking points about density, and they don't have a model. They just bounce from one bad new talking point to the other. Notes of Devotion, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, I'm curious to know your thoughts of Romans 1 saying men are without excuse, that men know God exists. Test and find it. Well, Notes, we actually just answered this question. Did you ask it or did somebody else?
That's interesting. I will say this. I think that Paul was probably pulling from a previous work. There is a work in the, I think it's the Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 13, is almost like Paul was like summarizing it. So he's just pulling from a previous work.
Yeah. Paul does do some work with the Old Testament, but he fumbles so often. It's painful to watch. We did get the same super chat from Notes of Devotion. Notes, I'm sorry. Some of the super chats were delayed because we had so many of them that we couldn't get all of them between guests. So I'm sorry if it felt like your super chat got missed. Your super chat didn't get missed, my friend. We just didn't get to it yet. That happens on Friday night. Friday night's really busy. It's our busiest night. That's why we're up at 2 a.m. right now. And tomorrow I'm going to have a headache and regret that I stayed up this late. But either way, we did get your super chat. Thank you so much, friend, for the question. And the cake is alive. I love cake. Cake's never lied to me, but I appreciate the super chat. Big W, $50 is super generous, my friend. It says, it's my birthday. Shit, it's your birthday and you're giving me a $50 super chat? Well, I appreciate that, Cake. You didn't have to do all that. I would have given you $50. It's my birthday today, so I thought I'd give a shout out to you, Justin, and the rest of us engineers, and also a great YouTube channel called Potholer54. He's a geologist who talks about why climate science is important. I'm going to actually go follow it right now. I love a good science channel. Let's see. Potholer54. All right. I got to log into my account. Come on now. Bada bing, bada boom. Subscribed. Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. I feel like it's my birthday. Thank you so much. Cake is a lie. I hope you enjoy your birthday, and please eat some cake for me. I love me some cake, but I'm not gonna waste my current calorie count on cake. But I hope you do, because it's your birthday. Dr. Fudge again, great to see you. Says I used to be just Fudge, mained medic in Team Fortress 2. Thus, Dr. Fudge. It stuck, and it's just been my alias for like 10 years. Do you guys know what mained medic and Team Fortress are?
Let's find out.
Is Team Fortress a game?
Team.
Let's see. Oh, it is? Okay. So you were a medic in Team Fortress 2, which is how you got the name Dr. Fudge. Your name used to be Fudge. Interesting. Well,
it's a support healer character.
Okay. Well, big W to Fudge. I love fudge, actually. It's my favorite Christmas time dessert. I make it every year, multiple varieties. So
better than my explanation.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. I mean, it could still be, I mean, that's a possibility. Noah's Lions, great to see you tonight, friend. And thank you for the emojis you sent me. I really appreciate that. Big W says, I volunteered to check your prostate. Well, she is a nurse. It's okay to check your prostate. Actually, there's a blood test now, PSA, and you monitor trends. So that was my understanding. I thought there was a blood test now you can take that you didn't have to take the finger anymore. Now I know there's some people that might like the old school way, and that's up to them. But I'm not interested.
Only my free time.
Yeah. Only for funsies. Okay, only for funsies. Thank you for the information, Noah, though. I mean, that really is helpful for information because I wasn't entirely sure what the new process was, if it was a blood test or if it was something else. But I think, does it go by the name Cologuard? I've heard that name thrown out with prostate exams. I don't know if that's the case anymore or if I misheard, but
I'm too young to know.
Yeah, you're just a baby, Dawn. You're not even 30 yet. How old are you?
I'll be 30 in February.
Damn. Yeah. Okay.
So everyone get ready to send me money on my birthday so I can get a new mic.
Absolutely. Actually, I've got an extra mic I got to send to you. It's a good starter mic. It's the same one Mezzo uses.
Well, look back in your text. I sent you my address. So.
All right, perfect. I'll get it shipped out tomorrow. Jennifer, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, I thought you were doing the stream with Kip in a couple weeks. I must have misheard. No, you didn't misheard. We are doing a stream with Dr. Kip Davis on the editorial nature and redactions on the book of Jeremiah. And we're doing a deep dive on the scrolls, the manuscripts, the changes, the edits, the rearrangements of the Greek and Hebrew texts of Jeremiah. I don't know if you guys know this. He wrote his dissertation on Jeremiah. This is the guy. So like we're going to dive hard and deep into Jeremiah, and it's going to be
Nice.
crazy. I'm super
Yeah, this is
excited
a
about it.
topic I know pretty much nothing about, so I'm ready to learn.
It's going to be a blast. I still have to I have a whole bunch of questions I need to list out and send to him. But yes, Jennifer, it's in the works. We're going to get it going soon, and Dr. Kip is going to he's going to educate all of us. Zakul says Ghost, the master of the nuh-uh fallacy. Yeah, I think we can give him with that one. And Cake is Alive says we also love, I think you mean love, Jimmy and the line in my house. Of course you do. Jimmy's got a great channel. And obviously we all love the line. And the cast of characters on the line are continually to grow. And I'm sure Dalton's going to be on there soon. Dalton, if we get an opportunity to get you on the line, you know we're going to make things happen. Manuel
Absolutely.
Puente, and Chet, you're always welcome as well. If you're interested, I'm sure I can get you on with me at some point. Manuel Puente, thank you for the $10 super thanks. I really appreciate that, friend. Big W. And I think that finally concludes all the super chats. I'm sorry that I had to save so many for afterwards, but we had so many between the guests. I couldn't quite get to all of them between the guests without bogging down the stream. But thank you, friends, so much for supporting the stream. Make sure you send TikTok gifts to Chet and to Dalton and support them as well. They're great friends of the channel, a wealth of knowledge. And they go live as well. Dalton and Chet both go live, obviously different times, which is why they're here. But make sure you're supporting their work as well. And we've got another PSA from Noah's Lions Ate the Babies on the Ark. Thank you for that. It says Cologuard is for colonoscopy, basically a shit sample. PSA equals prostate specific antigen. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Slightly different testing, but you're okay. So what I need to have a discussion with the doctors is about eventually a PSA. I'm a couple years away. I think my doctor said 45. I'm not 45 yet. So thank you for that. No, I appreciate that. And with that, who is live at this god awful time of 2 a.m?
I got 3. I got Mezzo, Christ Before Jesus, and Born Again Atheist.
Shit, I don't think we've ever sent a raid to Christ Before Jesus. What is he doing up this late?
Him and Hanji are doing something.
Oh my gosh. Okay, is he on YouTube yet?
I don't know.
I wish he would. I have to have a talk to him. He is on YouTube. Let me see if he's live on YouTube or just on TikTok. No, he's not live on YouTube. He's only live on TikTok. I got to light a fire under his butt to start getting live on YouTube. Anyways, friends, I'm going to show you Christ Before Jesus real quick. Also, buy his book. It's an interesting book, even if you're not a mythicist. But he's a good friend of mine.
To it. I told him I was going to be reading Carrie's book for the next 6 months. He told me yesterday. He goes 5 weeks and 24 days. I told him I'd read his book after.
I mean, Jaron is really knowledgeable, even if you don't come to the same conclusion as him. He's got a lot of good stuff. So the channel is Christ Before Jesus, and he's got 136 viewers in here. We got to pop this thing like up towards like 175. Let's get some people up in this live stream. Let's go raid our friend Jared at Christ Before Jesus. Tell him that Justin, Dalton, Chet, and Doug sent you. I promise you'll like his content. He's wicked smart. It looks like he's got Cyber up on stage too, so that should be a lot of fun. Cyber and Jaren cooking together is a really good time. So friends, I love you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for supporting the channel. If you want to talk, remember we have a Discord. A lot of people in the Discord you can chat with and connect with. I try to check my messages on Discord and email multiple times a week. I apologize if I don't get to it same day. But if you need something,